Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. Situation normal, all fucked up. Hey, Riggsy, how's it going? What's up, Ra? Good morning. What's up, Shathis? Yeah, last night they finally got to the point where they thought they could fucking unload my trailer, or not unload, but load my trailer. And they said, "Oh, there's a stink to it. We can't put food in here." And I'd fucking had it washed out. But I have. They said, "We're not going to load your trailer until you get it washed." So I came back to McAllen, Texas from Brownsville because there's no truck washes in Brownsville. And I had to wait for these fine gentlemen here in McAllen to open their truck wash. I was the very first truck in the truck wash. Now I get to try and get across all this fucking traffic. So I can make my turn. This guy's gonna be nice. Thank you. I get to drive back to Brownsville and get loaded. Isn't that nice? What's up, Angler?
Hey, Brandon, how are you, bro?
Uh, Too good to be fucking allowed to continue. How about yourself?
Can't complain, man.
What you up to,
So,
man?
taking a little break, packing up the apartment. Thought I'd sit down for a little bit and see what's what up in here.
Yeah, I'm a little behind the eight ball today. I took this
That's good.
trailer, which I swept out yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
down to get loaded. They said, there's a stink in it. We can't take it. They said, it smells like blood.
Smells like blood.
Okay. Yeah.
You've been out on another rampage?
Oh, yeah. I thought I had it cleaned up, but no.
Yeah. So how is life on the road, man?
Life on the road's not bad at all.
Now, do you cover a certain region or do you just kind of go
Yes,
wherever?
so far it's the continental United States.
Okay. Right on.
They did tell me to bring my passport. I've got it, but I've never been outside the U.S. driving.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought about possibly going to school for truck driving, but I don't think it would be a good fit for me. I mean, I got to find something to do that keeps me off my feet because my mobility is just going to complete shit. But in the past, I've had these pesky little panic attacks, and that's probably not a safe place to be, behind the wheel of a truck if something like that should ever happen. So
I
I've kind of
wouldn't know anything about that.
yeah, I've kind of crossed that one off the list. But I know a guy can make some damn good money doing it.
Yeah, it's not hard, you know.
Where are you at right now?
I'm in McAllen, Texas.
Okay.
Trying not to take out a light pole as I go around the corner.
I got a question for you. This happened, it was close to a year ago. I
I
was
swear
working
to God, I didn't know she was 12. No,
Okay.
what?
I'll keep your secret.
All right.
But I was working third shift and I got off work and I was going into town to do some grocery shopping and
Right.
I needed some gas, so I stopped at a truck stop. And when you're exiting, there's a left-hand lane to turn left and a right-hand lane to turn right onto it's a a 4-lane highway, 2 lanes each way. And I pulled up into the
Right.
right lane because I was going to make a right-hand turn, and a semi pulled up beside me. He did not have a signal on or anything, and he was in the left lane, but he was making a right-hand turn, and he drug his trailer right down the side of my car. I mean, pulled me into the ditch. And I thought his trailer was going to run me over. I froze. What I should have done is just floored it and made the right-hand turn to avoid it. But I just froze, it kind of happened in slow motion. And, I laid on my horn and he did not stop. Now, is it possible that he did not even feel that happening? Like if he had a real heavy
Yeah.
load in his trailer?
Yeah. Yeah. It's really possible.
Okay.
Jesus, that person in that black car is a goddamn menace. Ah, wow. You rarely see people that fucking stupid. She was on her fucking, she was texting on her
Mm-hmm.
phone. And at the same time, she was fucking weaving in and out of traffic, passing people in the turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have liked to have felt her under my tires, but
It just seems like everything like that is just getting a little worse. With each day, with each week, people are driving worse. People are less
well,
self-aware.
they're driving self entitled. Like the turn lane is for going.
Yeah.
It's for it's for turning. It's not for driving all the way, 4 blocks
And then
in the
weaving back.
turn lane and then
Yeah.
turning.
Yep. Yep. That's
You
why.
don't have the fun.
That's why I really enjoy country and small town living. I'm just not a city guy. I'm not built for it. I think I would probably get myself in trouble. I lived in Lexington, Kentucky for a couple of years, and that's not even like huge metropolitan, but that was enough. Excuse me, that was enough city for me. I'm just, I'm not geared for that. I, I'm not geared for that. It seems like the bigger places you go, the less people care about each other, and their behavior just really reflects that. And like you mentioned, the entitlement of some of these people, it's just like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know. To each their own, you know.
Well, back to your question. Semis they turn wide,
Yeah.
and it's never, if they don't have the blinker on, it's never a good idea to get up next to one when they're turning, unless you think you can make that corner before he can accelerate.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I was up there at the stop sign before he was.
Yeah.
I was up there waiting for traffic, and he pulled up beside me, and I really thought he was going left, and boy, that was a mistake. I'm much more careful about that now.
Well, it doesn't sound like it was your fault.
No, I was just sitting there, man. And like you said, I asked my neighbor too, because he's driven trucks before. So I just kind of wanted a second opinion, and he was like, "Dude, he probably didn't even feel his trailer going down the side of your car." So
No.
I thought I'd ask another trucker. So
I've had blowouts on my trailer tires, and never felt it.
wow, yeah, okay, yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it totaled the car out. Both the windows just fucking exploded. It was I really thought the wheels of his trailer were going to go right over the top of me. It was pretty wild.
Like I have to take, these corners that like we just went through. I have to take those fucking real, just you got to take them wide
Mm-hmm.
because there's people standing in the getting ready to cross the crosswalk. You don't want to hit them.
Right. Oh yeah, man. I mean, I've never done it myself, obviously, but it's pretty easy to see. Driving a big rig is a big responsibility.
Well, you just got to think ahead. That's all.
Yeah.
Don't go too fast for any conditions. if you're in doubt, stop and look it over.
Mm-hmm.
You'll still get wherever you're going.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a trade. It's a profession. You know, not everybody can do it. Now, the first job I ever got out of trade school, like when I could still physically perform the job, I was a machinist. I worked in like tool and die and stuff like that. And
Right.
my first job out of trade school was in a prototype shop for a company. Engineers would come up with an idea, draw it up, and they would have us make it,
Right.
and then they would test it. And they came up with this device. It was called SOARS. It's been so long ago, I don't remember what it stands for, but I know it was spelled SOARS. And it was for semis, and it was an explosive device. And what it was it was attached to the restraint system on semis. And in the event of a rollover, this device would discharge. On each side of the seat, there was a tube, and each one had a piston that was attached to a steel cable. And when it detected a rollover, it would discharge. And the floating seats in a truck, what it would do, it would floor that seat to keep the driver from hitting his head or breaking his neck or whatever. But it would bottom that seat out in the event of a rollover. And we had one of those sleds, for crash test dummies in the company. And the first time they hooked up one of these source units to the sled, there were studs at the end of the tubes that were supposed to stop the pistons. Well, this one piston went through the stud, shot through the damn building, and they never found the piston. It landed out in a field somewhere. But it was a pretty neat device. I don't know if your truck has something like that or not. But
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
want anything like that on my truck.
yeah, with the way that test failed, it sounds like it might have the possibility of blowing one of your feet off.
I just, fine for an airplane ejection seat. If you're going to go into combat, you're already taking a risk. But I don't want to fucking ride around with a bunch of explosives under my ass. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's not get combat pay. Fuck that.
There you go. There you go. And they had, at the time when I worked there for 6 years. My best friend, he and I went to trade school together. He got the job there first. He was there for like 9 months, and then he helped me get hired there. But they ended up building, at that time, they were only the second one to have a crash test barrier, where we actually got to see them ram a semi into a barrier. I think it was at like 35 miles an hour. They did stuff like that. They were big into agriculture and semis, and they were basically focused on restraint and stuff like that. Child
Right.
seat.
Hey, Hemi. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Hemi.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we
How are
all
you,
today?
Can't complain.
Well,
man.
we went to go get unloaded. Not unloaded. We went to go get loaded last night. I had swept the fucking trailer out, and they said, and I didn't see a fucking thing in there. The guy opens up the door when I had it backed up to the dock, and he says, It smells like blood. I'm not going to load it. So I had to drive all the way back to McAllen, Texas. Get the trailer washed out this morning because all the wash places were closed overnight. And now I'm driving back to Brownsville.
The fuck? Did you tell
That
him that
place.
you were? Did you tell him you were menstruating?
Shit.
It was
Didn't
a
think
full
of
moon.
that.
It was a full moon last night. I'm menstruating. That's why you smell blood. Well, that's a waste of time, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess at the same time, too, what's kind of curious there is that this guy knows what a semi-trailer smells like with blood in it. What's he been up to?
Unloading trailers for 30 years, probably.
Mm,
You know, if he smells blood, he smells blood. There's no way you can argue with that.
Nope.
right. It is what it is.
Hang up a bunch of them little pine trees in the trailer.
Uh,
And so you see, there's not many truck washes down there. Like I was looking up for you the other day. They're pretty few and far between.
Yeah, that one that you told me about,
Yes.
it's a car wash.
And Google called it a truck wash.
Yeah, Google lied.
so
I drove past there last night before I fucking took a look at the map and found out there's nothing in Brownsville. There's nowhere to wash your truck in Brownsville.
So you're saying you weren't going to fit?
No, he wouldn't fit.
Yeah, but not by a long shot. To wash
So,
out
Hemi,
the inside of a trailer, you need a power washer with a hose on it at least 50 feet long.
nah. You mean not
They
one of
just
these?
don't have those. No, they
Not one
don't
of these
have one of
guys.
those that they car wash. Yeah.
One of these guys in a button-up shirt with his name embroidered on it and a chamois.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work. Well, it'll work, but it'll take you 2 hours to get your truck washed.
So how you're heading back from McAllen now? You're heading back to Brownsville, or you're
Yeah,
still on
I'm
your way to McAllen?
I'm just leaving McAllen now and heading back to
Okay.
Brownsville.
Okay.
I drove up here last night and yeah, found out that the fucking truck wash was closed, even though Google said it was open.
See, Google lied
Twice.
again. Google
Yeah.
lied twice.
I think after being at that particular truck wash, I just believe that the guys didn't fill their shit out right, because it was like, you know, you could hear the Mexican version of banjos. I get
They were on siesta.
just a bunch of old alcoholics. That's all.
Oh.
They checked the wrong box. Hemi, how's everything going on your end, brother?
Don't tell him about your end. You don't have to answer personal questions like that.
Oh yeah, you don't have to answer if you don't want. Just checking in.
Well, what are you interested in his butt for, man? Talk about his end. My God.
God damn it! Don't be giving away secrets.
That's my navigator. You can't sexually abuse him like that.
I'm the helpful hemorrhoid scratcher.
But seriously, bro, how are you? Are you good?
Ah, miserable.
Miserable? Well, let us try to cheer you up.
Every day, miserable.
Well, last
70
time I talked to you, it sounded like
Hey,
you were-
Hemi.
So
Yes.
Hemi, it gets better in about 2 years.
Yeah. So I heard. Depends who you ask, though.
Yeah. But you've been through this once before.
Yes, sir. It's not my first rodeo.
Yeah.
You'll be all right, bro. Just keep on talking to us.
Well, I'll be fine. It's the others that are gonna fucking not be okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. It's the others that are gonna have problems, fires to put out. I can't manage.
Yep. Well,
I'm gonna manage just fine.
good. Good to hear. What a wild fucking ride, right?
Yeah, it can be.
Hmm.
It's I don't know. I think it's related to how much you actually care. You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
Yes, it is.
if you don't care, it's not really that bad.
Yep.
Indifference is freeing.
Yeah. Indifference is a good word. You know, Brandon said, it'll take about 2 years. Now, I'm not trying to discourage you or anything here, but it took, and we weren't even married. It took me and my son's mom, I guess a solid number that I can use is 5 years. And what actually made us start to get along, which we're starting to actually get along, which I never thought was possible, but was some crazy bitch that showed up in here that sent CPS to my door. And she lives 1,500 fucking miles away.
Now you guys have a common enemy.
Yeah. And then, when CPS comes to my door, he says, well, I got to go visit mom and I got to go talk to your son.
Yep.
And, yeah,
You're
like
lucky.
you said,
You're lucky Junior was of the age where he could talk to CPS. Because if he was nonverbal and still in diapers, they'd want to fucking peel his diaper off and look to see for any signs of visible abuse.
yeah. Yep.
I know. I've been through that fucking game too.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's not fun. It was scary. Even when I talked to him, immediately I did not let the man in my house. He wanted to come inside, but I said, no, we will talk on the porch.
Well, they have to come in and see where little angler sleeps.
Now, he said, okay. He said, I won't come in.
Hmm.
He was cool. And immediately when he left, I called Junior's mom and told her what to expect. I'm like, this is what's happening. I was honest with her, so she didn't have a grenade dropped in her lap, And yeah, that's what started it. I told her, I said, this scares the shit out of me. And she said, well, it scares me too. When these people come sniffing around for your child, that's not cool. But
Nope.
after she had to talk with him and, sign her piece of paper or whatever, he said, this is closed out. This is a non-issue. There's nothing here. And he told her that when he got here, this bitch that did this did it anonymously. And I told him exactly who it was, and I gave him her contact info and all that. Apparently, he reached out and contacted her. And he told my son's mom that he has never been screamed at and cussed at like that ever in his life. Apparently, she just flipped out on him,
Yeah, he deals with taking people's kids away. He's heard it all. Don't believe a word he says. He's been fucking cussed out and screamed at and told get the fuck off my property a million times.
Well, he told me too. He said that 90% of the things that he investigates are bullshit.
Sure is, but it's what pays his fucking mortgage. So
Yeah.
he's happy to do so. And now here's don't believe that, like, yes, your file is now closed, but
It's
that's
still
You
not the
still
end.
got a file.
You have a
Yeah.
file. You have a CPS visit on your file. It don't matter whether it's open, closed, or not. So something happens down the road, and they're like, "Look, this guy's been visited before."
Yep.
Even if it's something totally unrelated. It's like getting arrested and having your charges thrown out. You still have an arrest record.
Yeah, it's there. Somebody
Every
can
time a
pull it
cop
out.
pulls you over, every time you try to travel across country or across international, that custom border agent sees that you have an arrest record.
Yep. Oh, trust me, I know what happened with that CPS bullshit. It's in a Manila folder or in in a computer file, or I know it's still there. I get
Oh yeah.
that.
Yeah, and it can open at any time. Any other allegation. The real irony is the shithead who called once can call again.
Yeah, but she also has a, which I haven't saved. I called the sheriff in the county that she lives in. She has a case number on her. Unfortunately, I could not have her arrested. If I could have, I would have. Trust me, I would have had her put in bracelets and put behind bars. I mean, right now. But
They won't arrest people for false allegations because that would deter real victims from coming forward.
Bullshit.
right.
Yes, sir, Big Red. I can smell it from here. Bullshit. It's the same thing they say with false grape allegations. Oh, we can't prosecute the false alligator because that will stop real victims from coming forward.
False alligator.
Yeah.
I like that alligator. Anyways, if I wasn't, when I get that 2 years out, I wasn't talking about my relationships between the man and the trader that divorced him. I was just talking about till you can be happy almost every day again.
Yeah.
As time is going on, my fucking relationship with my ex-wife, my first one, has gotten worse and worse and worse.
Right.
Yeah.
She's just fucking evil.
Yeah. I got one too.
First, she just wanted to fuck somebody else. Then she didn't want to fucking, cooperate with the fucking, visitation times. Then it was fucking, you can't see your kids at all. Then it was, I'm gonna fucking turn everybody against you, and it just goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah. Yep.
So fuck that bitch. If I fucking saw her today on the street, I would fucking knock all of her teeth out.
See, that's the thing, though. I think because you still feel that way, you're still not out of it. Like
No, you'll never be out of it.
You need to see her on the street and feel that I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire.
Well, I feel that too, but I'd knock her teeth out and let her burn to death. Okay.
Then you'd go to jail, and then we'd miss you.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
missed the world tour.
Like, I don't know. It's like, yeah.
How do you how do you feel that way after somebody steals your kids? Won't let you see your fucking kids.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things that they can do, man, and they know it.
My 26-year-old daughter I haven't seen since she was like 13.
God.
You never get over that, and you have to kill something inside you to go on, it's like your hope, your care, your, you know, the things that you thought you would never fucking do, you know? When that baby was born, you were like, I will do everything for that kid, right? Like, you know, and then you have to make a mental mindset flip to say, yeah, you're dead to me. Like,
I'm
and
just
then,
about ready to fucking write my children out of my will.
yeah, and then you have to grieve people that are still alive. Like, you know, grieve the loss of people that aren't dead.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird, man.
Man, this really minimizes my experience. The longest I ever went without seeing my son was 4.5 months, and his mom was withholding him. And it's because we were arguing over him about things that I thought should be done for him and things that she pushed back against. And then she eventually said, if you want to see your son again, you have to take me to court. Luckily, we didn't actually go in front of a judge or a magistrate. We ended up in mediation. And 2 weeks before our mediation appointment, she started letting me see him again. And now I'm assuming that her lawyer told her, you're fucking up.
Yeah, her lawyer told her we don't have anything to stand on here. When we get to court, we're going to get fucking lambasted. So we better fucking play nice now.
Yep.
That's exactly it. And you know, I hate to tell it to you, but if she could do it to you for 4 months, she can do it to you for 4 or 40 years too. Like it don't matter. And if she does it to you again, are you in the financial position to go and take her to court again to make that fucking right? Correct that right?
Not at this point in time. No.
No. So guess what? You don't see your son. Your access to your boy is at the whims and the fucking mood of a moody, temperamental person. You know, like, which it should not be.
Now that she and I are getting along better, I'm trying to talk to her about us together releasing this grasp that the state has on us and just doing this
She
ourselves.
is never going to give up any of her power.
Good luck,
Dude.
son. You're on good terms
you got a steep road to climb.
Yeah,
I know. I'm gonna try.
Try to stay on the best terms you can with her, and things will hopefully stay exactly as they are.
Mm-hmm.
But mark my words, the next time you piss her off, you'll be back in the same place. You cannot see him. I don't like that you did X, Y, or Z. And it's like, the reality is, when Junior is at Dad's, it's, if he's not in immediate danger, it's really none of your goddamn business what's going on at Dad's house. You know what I mean? Like, if I feed him beanie weenies for fucking breakfast, that's my fucking choice to do so. I know you don't like it, but that is not justification to withhold access of someone's child because you don't like the food he's fed, or you didn't give him enough baths when he was down, or whatever. Like I said, they can pull it out of the fucking sky. And until you take them to a fucking court, which is going to cost you thousands of dollars, they run roughshod. And the reality is, even if your wife or your ex didn't let little Junior come before the mediation, what do you think would have been the repercussions?
Nothing.
A little bit of a scolding, maybe?
At best.
At best.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Like, women fuck up the custody agreements on purpose. If you screw up not paying your support, guess what? Going to jail. You're going to jail. But if she screws up on not letting you see him, even though it's written on paper, I see him every other weekend. No one's going to hold any account for that. Mm-mm. They're not going to say, well, okay, we see you've robbed him of 30 weekends, So for the next 30 weeks, he's going to go see him every weekend. They won't even do that, but they'll retroactive your support. They won't retroactive your time. And one of the things, the time that you have between you with your son now is as limited as all get out. School teachers will spend more time with your son.
Yeah.
Like you have, I did the math before. It escapes me now, but I think you have something like, I have to do it. You get every other weekend, blah blah blah. It's like 28 weeks. I think you see the kid, or I don't know. I've got to redo the math in my. It's peanuts. It's like you have zero influence on a child when you are a stranger to them. You know,
Dude, I've read and observed case after case, where the child was withheld from the father. And when they're actually in court, and the father asks for makeup time for the time that was stolen from him, and the judge will not grant it.
No, they won't. Not at all. You won't get that back. So, look at it this way. When you see him for the week and it's only 3 days, okay? 3 out of 7 days. That's not even half, okay, of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Then she decides to say, you know what? He has a birthday party to go to on Saturday. So you know what? I'm going to keep him Friday night, and I'm going to bring him to you Saturday night. So you have him Saturday night till Sunday night. Your 3 days have just been turned to one. You've got a third of what you were supposed to get. But it's a big percentage when you lose a day.
Oh,
if you have 300 days, 1 day is a very percentage. But when you only have 30, well, it gets big quick.
Yep. Every hour becomes very valuable.
Exactly. You're measuring your time in hours, like minutes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it is what it is. They allow it to happen. It's not by accident.
Yeah.
It's like this for a reason. I won't say a good reason, but it's like this for a reason.
Part of my thinking, like, I don't want to wish his youth away, because his youth is precious. That has its own amount of value to it.
Mm-hmm.
Spending his childhood with him. But there's a little part of me that looks forward to him getting older, to where he can start making his own decisions and deciding what he can and what he cannot do, as he matures and becomes older. It's kind of a catch-22.
I'll tell you, the father with many that are some in their 20s and some kids. Don't worry, man. That happens fast. Want it to.
Yeah.
They grow up very quick. Before you know it, you blink and you got a teenager on your hand. Before you know it, you blink and now you got, a 20-year-old. So don't worry about waiting for him to grow up. It's going to happen faster than you want it to.
Oh, this almost 8.5 years has gone by so fast, man. I mean, it still seems like yesterday I was holding this little burrito baby wrapped up in a blanket that couldn't even say a word yet, And now all of a sudden I'm having grown-up conversations with him. And he's telling me about his feelings, and it goes by so fast.
Here in Canada, it's 12 years of age where they can decide where they want to go. But that's still incumbent upon you to get a legal representation for the child guardian ad litem to then petition the court. It's going to still cost you to make it happen, whether he says yes, no, or like little guy says, I want to be with dad. Great, I'm glad, but this is going to cost me probably about $10,000.
I think here in most states, it's the age is 14.
It's 12 in Texas. I know that.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's 12 here in Canada, but that's not, like I said, that's not the end of it. It's money that a lot of guys, when they're kicked out, just don't have.
Yeah.
Because they've been sucking you dry.
Exactly.
Comes down to money.
Of course. That's the whole point of all of it. The court wouldn't be involved if you had no money. What's the first thing they ask you when you go to court? They want to see the financials. They want to see how much they're fighting for here.
Yep.
They don't.
Well, I mean, in family court, at least here in the U.S., I don't know how it works in Canada, but a lot of the the money that changes hands in family court actually pays for the judges and their retirements and all that stuff. I mean that a lot of that money goes into their pockets, so they're incentivized. Yes. They're incentivized to make a judgment that puts money in their pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the solution?
Well,
we all see what the problem is.
The solution is automatic 50-50 custody. Nobody pays any fucking alimony or child support to either one, unless the one part, like if you guys move away and you can't have 50-50 custody, whoever gets judged to be the custodial parent will get a set amount of fucking child support. It costs like whatever amount per year to raise a child, and the mother gets that. And it's the same for everybody. Doesn't matter if you're fucking, Bill Gates or Bill Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Where is this utopia you speak of?
Show me, master.
It doesn't exist in the West.
Now, I think if child support, which we both know, or the three of us know, it's not going away anytime soon. But I think one big improvement, if this bullshit statute stays in place, the mother or whoever, they should have to provide receipts for what they spend that money on, because we all know that child
support's mommy support.
Exactly.
New shoes,
nails, hair.
Listen, there was a time here, I believe it was before 1995. Listen, when you pay your support, right, that's taken away from your yearly income, right? So that's now no longer money you don't have.
Right. And you can't file it.
You're still taxed on money as if you had it. Yeah. So the way it used to be is the support payer was able to claim his support like as an expense, because it's and the receiver had to claim it as an income.
Yep, that's no longer the case.
That's no longer the case.
Nope.
Exactly. Now, why is that? Why are you taxed on money that you don't have, and why is she not taxed on money that she does?
Well, that way you get fucked more, and the woman gets fucked less. Because if you tax the mom, it would take money away from the child. Oh, that's the I remember when this was going through. That's the argument they were using.
Right. Actually, it's not you though taking it from the child. It's the government.
Yep. Yep.
They're the let's not ignore. They're the ones that are taking the money here. Now, whether they take it from dad or they take it from mom or they take it from the child, they're the ones that are taking this money. But
Right, it's a zero-sum gain for them. It just shifts the burden of taxation from one person to the other. Now, there were a couple of states where they were taxing both mom and dad.
Yikes!
They were taxing dads for the income and mom for the income both.
Yikes!
In fact, I believe that was Joe Biden's great state of Delaware that was doing that.
Surprise, surprise.
I don't know. Like, to me, it's money that I don't have, so it shouldn't be included as my, yearly.
Right. I agree 100%.
As a business, I can claim all my other expenses. That's not an expense. It meets every definition of an expense.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, don't get me wound up, guys.
Sorry about that.
It's too early in the morning to be all buzzed up.
Yeah.
But it ain't going away, man. It like I said, it's exactly the way it's intended to be.
Yeah. Perpetuated by a bunch of goddamn psychos.
How those psychos are making money off the dysfunction that they breed.
Yep.
The dysfunction that they create is profitable to them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
At what expense? Well, the expense of the nuclear family, the expense of a bunch of dudes, the expense of a whole whack of children.
Yep. And they don't care. They don't try to think ahead about, okay, let's go to a dark place here and think about, all the fathers.
I'm there already.
All the fathers that have self-deleted, over stuff like this.
Yeah.
And I think this stat is, if a parent self-deletes the child, okay, let's just put it in terms of, fathers and sons, that child is 72%. I think that's the stat. More likely to perform the same act, to take himself out down the road.
Like father, like son.
Yeah. And none of that is taken into consideration. Everything has just become so mechanical and so business-like when it comes to human life, the well-being. Yeah.
It's cheap. Your life's only valuable to you.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It ain't changing. It ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like Brandon's, I just want to get to that time where I can be happy again, day after day after day. That's that's the finish line, I guess, right?
I understand 100%.
But you know,
yeah,
there's guys in this community that are 6 years removed, 9 years removed, 3 years removed, and they're still in that place though, man. Like,
yeah.
they're still angry, they're still bitter. I think, you know.
Well, I think it's easy to say that, a lot of these situations and these stories that we hear around here, those things are capable of scarring a guy for life.
Well,
It's something that you never really forget,
trauma is universal.
Yeah.
Suffering is a choice.
Good point. Yeah. Yet, I know, before my son, things were okay. It was after my son that things just completely upended. And
How so? What do you mean? Like between you and her? Or?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, before your son, she had no leverage on you other than to cut you off of sex.
Yep.
After your son, the stakes totally changed.
Big time.
If you think about it as a poker game, after your son, then you were all in.
Yeah.
You had your whole pot on the table then.
Yep. I became 100% vulnerable. I dropped all my boundaries. You know what I mean? And yeah, and it went downhill from there. And what a ride, I mean, it really, if I'm being honest with you all and with myself, it really upended my life.
Yeah. I totally agree. It upended mine too. The first time, it upended Brandon's the first time. I think the second time for Brandon, he was like a lot better with it. But the first one,
yeah, I was.
The first one, Brandon has those wounds forever, man. Like forever. You can glue the teacup back together, but the crack still remains.
Yep.
I had my eyes open for the second one, and I was not surprised. Yeah, I was surprised by the actual action, but I wasn't surprised that anything happened.
Mm-hmm. You'd already been through the gauntlet one time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I knew she was I knew she was crazy. But she was hot.
Mm-hmm.
Sex was great. But, you lay down with, a lunatic, you're going to get crazy behavior. And when it becomes, dangerous, you just got to say, okay, thanks. See you later. Here's your house.
Yeah. Yeah. And, moving forward, if I'm being honest with everybody here,
you gotta stop saying that, because if you say, if I'm being honest, that means that you're not honest other times.
Well, that's a good point. But
yeah. All other times when I talk, I'm lying, but this time I'm being truthful.
Well, I'm not a liar, fella.
I think it's implied.
Well, we didn't say you were. We're just saying. I'm just saying that that's what your speech pattern sort of implies.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's implied when you talk to us, you're talking from a place of honesty. So we all just assume that as default.
Well,
right.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm still not completely over what happened. You know,
I don't know if you ever will, Anglers. That's the thing. I,
and,
I, I just think it just gets duller. But over?
Yeah.
No, man. I don't think you ever will be. This is going to change how you operate and think and behave for the rest of your life.
mm-hmm.
Like you will never look at a relationship the same way. No matter if it's
Never.
5 months from now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Your world outlook has a different colored lens permanently now.
Yes, it does. I mean, once upon a time, I was that guy that wanted that fairy tale relationship and all that. And now, I mean, I'm
We
a
all did.
I want nothing to do with anything like that whatsoever.
We all did. Oh, I think maybe I go as far to say we all still do. I think just guys like you and me, Brandon, we realize that it really isn't possible.
Yeah. Too many risks.
Yeah. Too many risks. The fucking crazy's enabled.
Like we say, the
know?
juice is not worth the squeeze.
No,
Exactly.
it's really not. I look at guys like Brandon and he lives for himself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's happy. He's
That's all I
doing his
have
thing.
left.
He's on his grind, you know?
Yeah.
He's got a purpose still.
Yep.
He's an inspiration, showing guys that, you can be totally destroyed, lose millions of dollars. Go from a professional engineer job to a truck driver. It don't matter. Are you happy?
I'm fucking happier being a truck driver.
I never knew
I'm
you
happier.
before, Brandon. I never knew you before, but I would say you sound very happy. You sound very content doing shit you want to do, popping in on SpaceX and shit like that. No one telling you, nah, I'd rather go to the mall.
Yeah.
Why are we going to look at that stupid launch site? Why don't you take me to the water park instead? You got a day off.
This road is horrible. I don't want to drive anymore. Turn around. I don't want to eat out of that food truck. It's barbecue. Why are you always eating barbecue?
I'm sick of tacos.
I didn't eat tacos. I had barbecue.
Or if Brandon goes for his 50-cent tacos, 50-cent tacos. You got to know what crappy meat they must be using in those.
Yeah.
Must be armadillo.
It'd be cool if it was.
She wouldn't like it. You would, but she wouldn't.
I wouldn't care.
It's not organic, ethically sourced, free trade, blah blah blah, non-GMO.
I don't think I'm on the right fucking. I don't think I'm in the right place.
Oh. Yeah, you'll find your way.
Sure he will. He's got the Navigator Supreme here. My question is, wasn't he already there? He should know how to get back.
I took the wrong exit. So
Oh, okay.
Might take
Even
side roads. You'll get
even though he's not married, he still has a backseat driver.
there.
Many of them.
No, my thing is being abused. You know, like just no, I won't stand for it. You know, as much as I want to keep my kids' family dynamic intact, live in the house, but no, 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 no.
After a while, and I can relate to you there, Hemi. After a while, and I'm not going to go into a bunch of detail, but after a while, constant abuse
Mhm.
just tends to make you paper thin. It
It
just
does.
gets weird, and nobody's immune to it.
No. Where it gets me is when it starts affecting how I interact with people. I find myself lashing out at people, and why? You know,
Yep.
it's like, so no. That's where I'm like, now this is got to stop.
Mhm.
So hip hip hooray, 70 more days. Unless she tosses me out sooner, whatever. That's always a possibility.
Have you disclosed your plans to her yet?
I wouldn't be here if I did.
Okay.
Because where do you think those would go? That would get you on the fast train kicked out that night.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope, there's preparations you have to take first before you can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Unless you don't
God, why
want
do
to.
Mexicans drive so fucking slow? Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Cool your
I'm
jets,
really
gringo.
fucking.
Cool your jets, gringo. You're on siesta time.
Fucking
We
A.
do things slower down here, huh? Hey, Hefe? Don't push me.
Checking directions.
Yeah. Or pulling over for some roadside taco.
No. All right, I've got to get it into my navigator program because after I got there yesterday, it'll no longer fucking show me the address. So I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, we'll be here. Crazy making life.
Right?
Hmm.
That I've taken all this focus that I used to put on, trying to find this, what we talked about just a few minutes ago, finding this fairy tale relationship and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I dated a chick for a few months, about a year. I think it was about a year after my son's born. And that's when I basically decided, I don't want any part in any of this shit anymore. I'm going to focus all my energy.
Was it bad too, or was it good?
It was okay for a minute, and what finally made me decide to exit was it was kind of a long-term type thing. Like, she lived 2.5 hours away.
Long distance.
Yeah, she would come and stay for a few days and stuff like that.
Right.
It was one weekend I had my boy, and she was blowing my phone up, and I'm like, I don't want to fuck with my phone. I want to pay attention to my child.
Yeah.
And she got mad about that, and I was like, okay.
Yeah. Well, good on you, because that was her just exercising control.
Yep.
Needing to feel the most important thing, and with having little Junior, she never would be the most important thing. So,
what's amazing to me is the entitlement and the expectation that these fucking bitches think they should trump your child.
well, because they've never taken the back seat to anyone. Any man that they've ever shown attention to puts them on their pedestal.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, another one will.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't know, to take on a step parent type role, you better be prepared to take, like as we say, with you're going to rate behind the family dog. You know, they'll come first or whatever, dog, then you.
Yep. Yeah, but that's not acceptable to them. So
No, it's not acceptable to most people.
with their thinking in that, then those people are not acceptable to me. And that's that. I don't know. I don't either, bro. But it's wild, you know, when you read about stuff, and you read about what the traditional family used to be, and how that's evolving, and how it's changing now, and how it's, I don't know, it's just it's fucking damaging our children. And you can only do the best you can do. And
yeah, that's it. And even that, it's like that's a garbage hand to play too. Like it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. You know.
I mean, really, with the way standards have been, pardon my word here, but the way standards have been, retarded and manipulated, and what is what anymore? What actually fits into place? What you think might be right, with what feels really right inside of you, might actually end up being, like a damaging virtue to try to teach your child. Or it's just it gets kind of confusing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, they have a hard time defining what a woman is. I know what it is.
Yeah.
It's spiteful, mean, callous little creature.
Selfish. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know exactly.
I know you've lived in it for a long time, bro.
It wasn't always like this, but it's like everybody says, it was good till it wasn't.
Right.
Oh, it was great until it wasn't.
Yeah. And then you end up spending so much of your time, hoping that good part comes back.
There's the trick.
That hopium, that copium, thinking, well, it's still there. It's still there.
That's the grand deception.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps you stuck in the same place. doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Insanity.
That's the definition of it.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be necessarily in our lifetime. But it's, without sounding, like this catastrophic person, if the world doesn't end first, this thing might correct itself.
Not in the West.
Yeah.
Nope. This Babylon will fall. And you know who's going to come out on top? Your Islamic friends. They're the only ones that are killing it right now, having children, keeping families together.
They seem to have things under wraps.
Well, because family's still fucking paramount.
Mm-hmm.
Like the government does not trump the household type thing. Their families are still impenetrable.
Right.
And they can watch what's going on in the West and say, look at the depravity. Look at the fucking dysfunction. Why? Because they've destroyed the family. They're no longer under God. They're godless people. Living godless ways.
Yep. That's a wise observation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We were Western people. We weren't like this when the man was the channel to God, and then the woman looked to the man, and that's the way it, worked for thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
It's only in the last, 80 years, 100, let's say 100,
Mm-hmm.
that you can track the destruction of the family,
Mm-hmm.
and the social cost that comes with that, But like as I said, that's by design. They needed a bunch of kids in prison. They needed them like this.
Mm-hmm.
Makes money.
Yep. The way it looks, all of that, that you just described, it's already been destroyed. It's just a matter of people accepting it now.
Yeah, accepting or waking up to it and either accepting it or rejecting it.
Yeah.
Like this community rejects it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody around here, we reject what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way we can't change it, but the only way we can do it is just not be a part of it, not play the game.
Yeah.
You won't change the laws. You won't change the way women treat you.
Right.
The only thing you can change is yourself. And if you don't subject yourself to them, it really makes no difference what they do. Oh, wow. It makes difference to another man. If you come here trying to save other men, then, well, that makes a difference to them. But not to you, because you're not going to get involved in it again.
Right.
Yeah. I got lucky. This woman I'm with now, because of my first divorce, I didn't put nothing in my name,
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I've kept my asset footprint very low for a reason. Because I know it can all be taken.
Yep. At the snap of a finger.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm not as exposed let's say, as I was my first marriage.
Mhm.
You know, that one I was really exposed to like lose everything. Split cars, split pensions, split fucking houses, all that shit. All these crazy assets that had to be divvied up.
Mhm.
Well, that experience altered how I dealt with the next relationships I got into.
Mhm.
And I didn't keep any assets in my name. I buy a car, I'll register it to someone else.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
I never had a joint bank account with this one for that reason. I was like, nope, nope, I'm never getting a joint bank account. Nope.
How the hell did you pull that off?
I just refused it from day one. I like when I got with this wife now, I was fresh out of a divorce. Like I'd already been through it all.
Hmm.
So this one here, I'm like, nope, I am not getting joint bank accounts ever. And I never did. So like when I leave in 70 days, there's a lot less ties or mud to sort through. It's
Hmm.
pretty simple. I just got to make sure I get out of here the things that I want, things that are mine, like Brandon, for example, lost his tools. What the fuck's she going to do with your tools?
Sell them.
Not even. They don't even know what the value of them is to sell them. You know why they want them? To hurt you.
Just to
That's
hurt.
it. They'll keep them in a box in the basement. They don't give a fuck. They're not for value. The only value is the value of what it does to you. I want to hurt you any which way I can. If it's through your children, so be it. If it's through your tools, so be it. If it's through family heirlooms that may have been passed down to you by, like, let's say, your side of the family, she'll keep them. She got no interest in them other than you want them.
Demented, disordered thinking.
It's fucking evil.
Yeah.
That is evil. Like that is pure hatred, pure evil. How can you lay down with somebody, make children, and then have such hatred?
I was getting ready to ask the same question, just in different words. How can
Only a,
this person,
only a psychopath could.
yeah, how could this person, say that, they love you so much and, you're the light of their life.
One day,
And then when
and then
things go
one day,
sideways,
and then
it's
one day they don't.
pure hatred. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. It's because they're wretched creatures that only think about you know themselves, and
Yeah.
you know they don't
And the
care
most,
that it hurts the kid the way they treat their father. They don't care.
that's the most vile thing that they do is when they use the kids.
Even if they don't use the kid, even if they just see her berating you or talking to you like garbage, what is that's I look at that as that's abusing the child, you know. But
It is. It's teaching them bad behavior.
well, it's abusing them because they are half him, half her.
Yep.
And when they see mother, you know, um, belittling father, it belittles the 50% of them, you know.
That's a good point. I've heard this talked about many times. Yeah, when they see that happening, they understand that they're half mom and half dad. And then
Yeah,
when they see mom doing that to dad, yeah, just like you said, that's actually attacking half of who they are.
we could all identify, the trope of the man coming home, circa 1950, coming home with his lunch pail all dirty from the factory, and backhanding the woman in the kitchen because dinner wasn't made. We could all identify that's abuse. Oh, that's abusive, But we can't identify the fucking vicious tongue that comes out of the mother when dad comes home now and she's like complaining and about everything. Nothing he can do is right, you know.
Yep.
That's not abusive. No, that's not.
Oh no, I mean, you hear these motherfuckers every day saying, "Well, it's not possible for a woman to abuse a man."
It's not possible for a person of color to be racist either, too, right? Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
Yeah.
That
has been so twisted up. People of color have become some of the most racist people on the face of the planet.
I know this. Like it's not. I don't know. Like Curly says, as a white male, as a white heterosexual male in the West, you're the demon scapegoat. You're hated. Everything is all your fault.
Yep.
So let it burn, baby. Let it burn.
I reckon. I mean, what else do you do? I mean, are you and I going to save it single-handedly? No.
I wouldn't save it, Angler, if I had 1 million men to do so. That's the point we're at now, where it's not. No one wants to save it because what you're saving is absolute garbage.
That's a good point.
Let the garbage burn. There's nothing worth saving. Let it go.
Let it die.
Yeah. Let it die. And maybe what comes out of the ashes might be good again until it gets perverted and corrupted again. But, that's why what happens when old generations die and they no longer tell stories of, what happened. People forget about it. I'm going through World War I with my high school age son in his history, and to see his eyes widen and his jaw drop at some of the things those guys had to do in the trenches, he's like stunned. I'm like, yeah, no, war is not pretty, especially those ones. Like he sees now war as some idiot flying a drone in Langley and dropping bombs 5,000 miles away.
Oh, goodness.
He doesn't realize that, guys looked at each other's eyes as they sunk bayonets into each other,
World War I was old school warfare with modern technology.
Well, that's what it was. It was the first time, it was the first war after the Napoleonic Wars where we saw what mechanization could really do.
Oh, yeah.
We could kill in 1 month what a whole Napoleonic War would toll. 30,000? Oh, we can do that in a month. We could probably even do that in a day.
Yep.
Yep. And the world had never seen such death at such a rate,
Mm-hmm.
And then by World War II, the mechanization got even larger on a bigger scale. We saw the atomic bomb that could wipe out hundreds of thousands in an hour.
Yep.
Yep. It's there was no longer did we line up firing lines and load muskets. That took time. It took time to kill that way.
Yep.
So it's very interesting. I love that old history stuff, but to see my son's eyes, like, really? Wow. Like, he just can't fathom it. And it's like those stories are lost. Those are stories told to me by my grandfather, who was, he wasn't in the first, he was in the second. But,
Mhm.
That history is not, it's still around. These kids can find it on the internet, but they don't look for it. They're
No.
not interested in it,
Mm-mm.
you know?
No, they're very detached from it. And, part of me, now I don't agree with it, but I understand it because there's just so much goddamn useless information out there that they are so absorbed with that they don't have the capacity, to go and read about this stuff, to go and look for the true history of how things evolved and how, I think for a certain amount of time, human beings were evolving to a point. Now I just see us devolving
Well,
back into,
we
barbaric fucking people.
haven't had any, that hard times create strong men,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We've had soft times.
Yeah. For quite a while, quite a few decades. Yeah. Yep.
We've had soft times. We've lived in opulence and luxury, while the rest of the world has starved.
Meow.
Yeah.
Hey.
Meow.
I will be right back. Sorry, it took me a while to get here, but I'm here and I got to go in the office. So.
Okay.
All right.
Catch y'all in a bit.
We won't say anything to get you banned.
Maybe.
I'm surprised he hasn't got any backlash from his rants about the hokey poke.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think you can get away with that stuff if you're not too regular with it. Maybe if you just mention it here and there, we can get away with it. But then again, you never know. But anyway, back to I think the human race. Well, like you said a little bit earlier, especially in the West, we are currently devolving.
Oh yeah. You're witnessing in real time the wholesaling of America's wealth. We've been bankrupt since that 2008 financial crisis, and they've just been propping it up to squeeze every last cent out of it since. But yeah, all empires come to an end, and I believe we're watching in real time the fall of the American empire.
Oh, I agree 100%, man. There's no salvation here. It's like we said, it's dying. It's taking its last breaths. And now the big question is anybody going to learn from it? Maybe not on this go round. I don't know. I hope for the sake of my child that there is a lesson to be learned here, but I'm not confident about them.
Well, it's whatever you teach him. He has two teachers though, and both of their doctrines differ. So,
yep.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I'm just here till the end of school year because I have commitment to put these kids through school.
Mhm.
You know, I'm the only one that cares about them having an education. So it's been tasked upon me to handle it. I'm going to handle it.
Well, man, I'll tell you what, now obviously I've not, shaken your hand or sat down and had a cup of coffee with you. But
I got a pill for you.
When I first met you, you were very adamant about keeping yourself in this situation. And it was nice to hear that you have made the choice to remove yourself.
Yeah, well, because the abuse ramped up.
Yeah.
When we first started talking, these fucking narcissists, they go in cycles, man.
Yes,
You
they
know,
do. Yep.
they're 1 minute you're valuable, the next minute you're trash, right?
Yeah.
Which I've gotten completely used to over the years. But when it's months are going by and you're still trash, it's like, no, it's too much. It's overwhelming now.
Yes, it is.
Is
It fucks with your head.
Is it just to break me down? Because I got news for you. I'm already broken down. You know.
Yeah. How much farther can you really go, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is it to push you to do something irrational? Because that's probably where it's going to end up.
Yep.
You know. I don't know. So I'm just like, I need to surround myself with people who appreciate me.
Exactly. And you deserve that.
Which, is part of me taking the same advice I had said to you. I saw you always on the channels that didn't want you there. And it's like I had mentioned that we have a place here where you're welcome. Why do you not come? Why do you not come where you're appreciated?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to take my own advice that I'd given to guys like you to, get out of places where I'm not appreciated.
Well, a lot of times, I reckon that's how it starts out, and that really shows who a person is. When they're trying to
your robot.
Yeah. When they're trying to prop other people up, but they have not yet learned how to prop themselves up. A lot of times I think it starts there. And then, in, I guess, kind of a, backwards way, by doing that, you learn to prop yourself up. And, then you start to see things for what they really are. And, I don't know, man. I'm still figuring this shit out myself. You know what I mean? But
has your crazy gone away now?
It's getting there.
See, that's the thing, eh? When you're no longer entertaining to them, you bore them.
Yeah.
The gray rock or the a gray rock is not entertaining at all.
No.
It's boring, it's lame, it's
boo. Get that reaction to make themselves they're alive.
Even a reaction that's hostile is still a reaction.
Yeah, that's all they want. I think a lot of it comes, with this can stem from many things, but just from stuff that I've read, books that I've read, articles that I've read, any reaction is a good reaction to them. They lack so much of an identity in who they are that they need these reactions to feel like they're alive, that they exist. You know what I mean?
Fuel.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
And,
fuel. They need fuel. They're vampires.
Yeah.
They need blood. Blood. Give me blood.
Yep.
And without it, they wither up. And I'm not going to say they die, because they don't. They find somewhere else to extract that blood.
They're still sucking air just like we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I highly encourage her to find someone to put up with her. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I wish you all the best in that endeavor.
If it takes that shit off you.
Exactly, because then you won't be looking at me no more.
Yep.
You'll have a new distraction, a new shiny toy.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and part of me is like, God bless his soul. He doesn't know what he's up for.
Exactly. And you know, part of me, I almost feel sorry. I do, to a certain point. I feel sorry for these chicks. Something had to cause this, you know, and they just have not gained the self-awareness and the ability to say, okay, I'm fucking up here. I need to step back and check myself.
Nope.
No, it doesn't happen. There's
Nope.
no self-correction. There's no self-awareness.
Nope.
There's nothing there. And that also goes into, you know, this is going to be a generic statement, but, you know, it goes into, you know, what society is doing to men and how they're enabling these women to perpetuate this type of behavior.
Yep. They're solipsistic creatures by nature. That's been exploited. That has been exploited.
That's a good word for it. Yes. That son of a bitch. God damn. You know, when do we? I'm not trying to sound like a victim here. When the fuck do we catch a break?
You don't. Not in this lifetime. The only way you'll catch a break is not to play the game.
Oh, even then, you know, we're at least, you know, verbally and mentally abused for distancing ourselves from the situation. We're being called bad people because we no longer want to participate. So it basically never ends.
Nope.
But I would rather be on the outside looking in. And I would rather catch that abuse than the abuse that I would catch from being in a situation like that.
Well, my thing is, I don't take abuse from strangers to heart.
Mm-hmm.
But people I care about, that's the one that I have a hard time disregarding.
I'm the same way, dude. Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Joe Blow on the street can call me whatever he wants. That's Joe Blow on the street. Mm-hmm. When my father calls me something, that hurts me to my core. You know?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
That I can't shake. I can shake Justin Trudeau calling me a misogynist, racist, a minority with unacceptable views. I can swallow that. I don't like it, but
it means shit because the guy doesn't know you. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. When it's somebody
that one there, that's the one that I can't deal with.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Societal narcissism is a big thing. I just find it easier to ignore.
Yeah. Oh, and societal narcissism. I mean, that is so huge now. I mean,
Yeah.
we can thank social media and all the stuff that just makes it too easy for them.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that, what I just said, I know a lot of other people think the same way, but really on the grand scale of things, it's just an assumption, that, I'm no mental doctor or anything like that. I can't point at something and say, this is what it is. I have
Nope.
assumptions. That's what I have. But, I try to be careful with my assumptions, and when something makes sense to me, I assume it.
Well, I always said you don't have to be a veterinarian to know what a dog is.
Right? Yeah. Yep.
Anybody, even a layman, can tell things aren't right. Like something's amiss here. Something's not.
Oh no.
Something's not right.
We're socially fucked.
Huh?
That is a fact.
Oh, and then here's the other thing. If World War III breaks out tomorrow, who's going to fight for this?
I've wondered that myself. Where would that go?
Not me. I won't offer my boys up.
No,
I won't. I won't myself, and I won't offer my children to it.
That's one fear that I have. That by the time my boy is legal, for lack of a better term, legal fighting age, that the draft is going to be reinstated. Because, our military is, the West used to have the strongest military in the world, and now it's going sideways. Now, also part of me wishes, that countries didn't really have to have militaries, that people could just get along, respect boundaries, respect cultures, all that stuff, and just get along. But
I think inherently people do. I think the people who make their livings off of warmongering are the ones that create the wars. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yep.
I think it's universal. Man does not want to be killed for politics, or I don't want to die for fucking political reasons.
The first time
I'm willing to. I'm willing to die when my life is threatened, but
yeah,
never in my lifetime has it been threatened, or not by a foreign entity. My life has been threatened by domestic entities, like more so than any foreign actor.
The first time I ever gave that any real thought was after stuff came out about the war in Iraq, when what the fuck was his Dick Cheney, when his company Halliburton went in there and rebuilt and made millions and millions of dollars.
Sure.
After went in there and destroyed everything, then his company was contracted to come and so-called rebuild.
Yep.
And all the money that he made, and I was like, son of a bitch.
By coincidence?
Yeah. the weapons of mass destruction that they never found.
If they had them, if they had weapons of mass destruction, America would have had the receipts because America would have had to have sold them to them.
Excellent.
You know, there was a time there where we were putting when Iraq and Iran were fighting, we were putting arms in Iraq. You know, like
oh yeah,
you know, and then we're going to say they've got weapons. Well, we put a lot of them there when we were fighting a proxy war against Iran.
Yep. Especially the rocket propelled grenades that they were.
I think they were Soviet. Brandon would know more than us because he was there.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
All I knew is what I saw on the TV, and being in my 40s now, I realized that what I saw on the TV was mainly manufactured. Mainly manufactured, or bullshit, as Brandon would like to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
Like, on one hand, I would see America go to countries and say, we're going to kick ass there because of their human rights violations. But on the other hand, see them do billions, if not trillions of dollars with China, who is amongst the top leader of human rights violations. Why don't you go fight China? Oh, maybe because they're too big of a dog to fight with.
Because they got nukes.
Because they got nukes. Because we buy all the widgets to fill in Walmarts.
2 Christmases ago,
labor.
I bought my son. I bought his Christmas gifts. Most of them were off Amazon.
What was that? You roboted.
Oh, sorry. A couple Christmases ago, I bought most of my son's presents off Amazon. And maybe I didn't read the fine print enough or whatever. But it was all but two of the presents that showed up here. They all came from China.
You betcha.
I mean, China, Jesus Christ, thing was going on.
Mm-hmm.
They welded people inside their apartments to die. They welded the doors shut on the buildings and wouldn't let them out.
But those human rights violations aren't enough to go to war for.
Right?
The piss poor country. Well, no.
Yeah.
It also didn't help. The country were loaded with oil that, you know, less needed that oil.
Yeah.
Every been involved great wars for bankers.
Yep.
They're not about human rights. They haven't been about saving oppressive regimes. None of that care. It's been about money.
Yep. Well, and like you said just a few minutes ago, you know, all great things, you know, just like the West, they eventually fall. They eventually die. And
Sooner or later.
Eventually, hopefully it gets to a point where, you know, money actually loses its value. Because, you know, we have all the resources we need. It shouldn't have to cost
Don't worry
money.
about that. your money's losing its value at an astounding rate. It's worth less today than it was yesterday.
Yep.
That's why we have such high inflation right now, is because the money is getting so devalued.
That's what inflation is.
And yeah, and whose backs is that on? Not yours, not mine. Your child's, your grandchild's back. They're the ones that are going to pay for that.
Oh, it's on our backs too. You don't think it's going to fucking fall before then? I think it will.
No, I don't. I don't. I think there's still quite a bit more to be siphoned off. I think we're old men, you know.
Yep.
But we've been kicking this can down the road, selling away our grandchildren's futures for a long time now. I don't even know if they even have any left.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's going to come due when they fund or when they try to pay out all the unfunded liabilities that were promised to the baby boomers.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yep.
Well,
People have been saying for a couple decades now that, eventually, Social Security won't be there anymore, stuff like that. And yeah.
sad state of affairs, guys.
No, it
And
is what it is.
it is what it is, exactly. It is what it is.
I am what I am.
Yep.
Fucking Popeye was a wise sailor.
Popeye the Sailor Man.
Old Popeye. He wasn't that wise, chasing after some scrawny fucking.
She was loyal.
She was built like a broomstick.
Well, she was.
And she wasn't loyal. She was always flirting with Bluto.
No, she wasn't flirting with him. Bluto was a fucking brute.
No. Bluto was led on. And I still think she fucked Wimpy behind Popeye's back.
Oh.
Did it for a burger.
No.
Yep. No. Yep. Oh. Sorry. Yep.
Oh, goodness.
I got.
That didn't sound very nice. "70 days, homie."
I guess I was talking too loud. Didn't hear it.
There's light at the end of the tunnel, my brother.
Yeah, but that's the headlight of the train coming in. So.
No, just sidestep it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oops. Whoops. And if you guys ever wonder why I'm so quiet,
If we wonder why what?
I'm so quiet.
Well, I get it. And you know, we have these haters that show up in here talking their shit. They refuse to talk to anybody, but they talk their shit simply because we congregate here. We share ideas, we share experiences, um, and we support each other. And for some reason, you know, there's a certain sect of people that can't stand to see us do that. And you know, so not only, you know, like in your experience here, Hemi, you know, what we just heard, you got to deal with that. Then you got to deal with these other people with their sloppy cocksuckers that come up in here and, you know, talk their shit. And they can't stand to see us getting along. They can't stand to see us agreeing. They, you know, they just, they can't stand it. It gets
Gentlemen,
really, yes, sir.
gentlemen, I will be right back. I've got to make a phone call.
Alrighty. But they simply don't like the fact that so many of us have found common ground with each other. And I don't know. I guess, you know, I have trouble wrapping my mind around a lot of that. Still learning about it. You know, there's a lot of men up here that are wiser than me, that are more intelligent than me, that just have a lot more to offer than I do. But, you know, like I said in one of my previous videos, you know, early this morning, that, you know, I want to participate, you know, and I don't know, man. You still there?
Yeah,
Okay,
I have to be quiet.
gotcha.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't no way to live, bro.
No, you know, is it my fault she stays up all night
No.
and wants to sleep all day? No,
Mm,
that's not my fault.
nope.
It's tiring is the only word that can come to mind.
I would say that's a good definition. You know,
Just tired.
now it's time to get some rest.
Yeah, well, rest when I'm dead. I don't know. I'm not perfect. Never claimed to be.
Nobody is, man.
I've never made that claim.
However, these chicas, they will make that claim about themselves. They do no wrong. They're perpetual victims. they act out because somebody makes them do it, this, that, and the other. And it's a load of horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're getting yourself out of that. And, not only for yourself, but you're also setting a good example for other people, other guys that might show up here eventually, you know, being confused, not knowing what to do. And
Maybe. I don't know.
but first and foremost, take care of yourself.
No witch. Oh well. Nothing surprises me anymore.
7 days.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I may not make it that far.
Oh, you'll be all right.
It's hard to say.
Hello, you sexy bastards. How y'all doing?
Hello. Hello.
Back at you, you sexy bastard.
All right.
Did you get everything sorted out?
I did. All the paperwork squared away and everything.
There you go.
Now the old trash truck and me are gonna have to squeeze past each other in this narrow fucking driveway.
You know, maybe he ought to scoot over a little bit. Looks like he's taking up a little bit of space.
Oh, there's people there that are parked and they've got fucking trucks with trailer hitches and shit.
Mm.
And she's trusting. Oh, whoa. Thank you. Okay. They're really nice down here, though. I got to give them that.
I've never been to Texas, but I heard the hospitality down there is.
Oh, it varies from place to place. Different
Yeah.
companies are different ways.
Mm.
But Southerners can be like charming and telling you to fuck off at the same time, as you well know.
Mm-hmm.
So some places you get that, some places you don't.
Brandon, are you familiar with the radio show Bob and Tom?
Yeah.
Now, this has been years ago, probably like 20 years ago. But there was this, I don't remember who did it, but it was called Trooper Clock. Have you heard that one?
Actually, I'm going to go this way.
Anyway, if you haven't, look up Trucker Clock. It's pretty funny. It's this guy that I can't remember. I think it Roy D. Mercer. I think was his name. You know
I
what I'm
love
talking
Roy
about?
D. Mercer. Yeah, I know Roy D. Mercer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna open up a whole can of whoop ass on you.
yeah. He prank called this gay sex hotline and acted like he was a trucker and was telling this guy he wants him to lay on top of him out of respect for the way he handles his rig. So if you think
Yeah.
about it later, look up Trucker Clock. It's pretty funny.
Cookie.
70 days, bro.
Yeah. Then what?
So Hemi, what's
Yeah.
what's on the construction agenda for today?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it best be quiet. See, and that's what's hard to not let ruin your day.
Yeah, I can relate. Being quiet is hard.
Well, now you have to check yourself that you don't translate that down to little kids that don't deserve it, or
Yep. Dude, I remember one day when I showed up, when I was still living with my son's mom. Hold off for a minute. My goodness. I showed up home from work one day, and I didn't say a thing. I walked in the door. It was a 12-hour shift. All I did was walk in the door, and I remember, my son's mom was sitting on the floor watching TV. She had my son in her lap, and her daughter, was sitting close by on the couch. And she just started screaming at me, saying, what is your fucking problem? And I didn't do anything, And I finally yelled back, and I yelled, "Leave me alone." And I yelled it. And then she took her daughter and went and hid in the closet, trying to over exaggerate the situation and make it look like something that it wasn't. She made her daughter scared of me because I yelled back and said, "Leave me alone." I didn't do a damn thing, man. All I did was walk in the door. She took her daughter in the closet, but, left my baby son at approximately 2 years old sitting there on the floor by himself.
Someone that's never been through it would say, you had to have done something.
I didn't do a damn thing, dude. All I did was walk through the door.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But anybody who's never been through it would say, no, you had to have done something.
Her daughter. Yeah. And there was a point in time, before she ever got pregnant, when she and I were together, I can remember her being forceful with me, telling me that I was going to be a father figure for her daughter, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, look, I'm just going to become friends with her for now. She has a father. I'm not her father.
Mm-hmm.
But she was very persistent on telling me that, I'm going to be this father figure. And
Right.
I'm just like, what?
The chopping of the vegetables. It's a happy sound.
Vegetables are good.
Vegetables taste like sad. Just yay. I don't know. I wouldn't do that to someone myself.
I wouldn't either. I mean, it wouldn't feel right, You know exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just know, man, that we got your back 24/7.
Well,
You've got my email. Anytime.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime. If I'm awake, and if I can, I will answer or whatever.
It is what it is.
But right now, in this moment, all is good in the hood.
I guess so. Good as it gets.
As good as it gets. There was a movie. You ever see it? It was with Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt, and I think it was called "As Good as It Gets."
Mm-hmm.
And how did he describe women?
Think of a man. Take away all reason and accountability. That's how I read it.
Yes. Oh shit. Yep.
How do you write women so good? I think of a man, and then I take away reason and accountability. That's how I read it.
My goodness.
He wasn't wrong.
No, he wasn't. And the funny part about that movie too is, he had that frame of thought, but they tried to paint him as a mentally disordered person for having that kind of thinking, when it's perfectly accurate to have that kind of thinking nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Just, I don't know. I
got problems, man.
Careful there.
I'm telling him he's got his fucking, look at this. He's got his fucking,
shit. Skids are still down.
He's got his fucking skids are down. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a traveling violation.
Those will pop off.
Or a moving violation.
He's fine. He realizes it now. He realizes it now.
Now he's pulling over. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine if it was nighttime, all the sparks flying off then.
Yeah.
That's aluminum.
Oh, I always knew that would happen too. You know,
Yeah.
embarrassing as fuck, but
Shit happens, you know.
Yep. That it does.
You want to fucking get the fuck out of there. I understand the feeling. I finally got this truckload done. I want to get the park somewhere and go to sleep. You know, I know that's what's going through his head. Or I got to get there because I'm gonna fucking shit my pants if I don't fucking leave now. You know.
what I meant is I always was afraid that I would be on a stream or live, and in the background you guys would hear me getting fucking shit on.
It wouldn't make any difference, Amy.
As I said, it's hella embarrassing.
Yeah. I understand that. Like I said, it wouldn't matter. We got you. Okay. So say okay to that and let's move forward.
So what you cooking, Emmy?
Oh, I'm just making lunch meat sandwiches. Ham sandwich for lunch,
Ham sandwich.
which I'll get shit for, probably.
Fucker. Let her come in and make something then.
Go eat your lunch, little one. Don't deserve it.
You know what you do deserve? It's a nice vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Where to?
That's up to you.
Yeah, where do you want to go?
You want to come to Thailand with me and get some dental work done? Not Thailand, the Philippines. No, you're laughing, but I'm actually going to the Philippines and getting some dental work done in September. It's cheaper to fly to the Philippines, have my teeth worked on, and then fly home and stay a month in a hotel. Because I'm taking a month. I'm taking a month off. Than it is to just go and have the dental work done here in the United States. I'm saving $3,000.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's fucking insane. I could do it even cheaper if I was to go to Mexico instead. And he's back on the road again. Look at him.
Making up lost time, isn't he?
Yep, he doesn't have a limiter. He doesn't have a governor on his truck. He's pulling away from me at a rate of 7 feet per second. I can tell that because I got a radar on my truck.
Right on.
Well, I need to make another phone call, boys. I'll be back in just a bit.
Alrighty. I need to make myself another water drink.
Need to make myself a soundproof room.
Good luck.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to need lots of that.
So, what are your plans when you make this happen? Is it like an apartment or?
Probably going back home with the parents
Right on.
for a bit.
Are they aware of the situation?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
This has gone on for many years.
All right.
But it comes and goes. Like you can have 4 months of peace in the valley,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can have 4 months of absolute fucking trench warfare.
Right. And that's definitely not an even trade.
No.
Because over the
It's just
years, you've seen the pattern. It's always going to come back.
it's always going to come back. Listen, I'm not going to say they can't fix themselves, but if they're not self-aware, they never will.
That's
Like
the
they
thing.
have to actively be doing something to, first admit that they have an issue,
Mm-hmm.
and then work on the issue. And then I probably have all the patience of Job,
Yeah.
But when the machine doesn't know it's broken, it just keeps on keeping on.
Yep. They don't have the ability to self-correct. And like you said, they don't have any self-awareness. It just repeats and repeats and repeats. And You know, that'll wear a fella out.
It sure will. Yeah. I know full well that I'll never be the same again. But it's like I've come to the realization that, like, as you get older, you know, your health is going to fail, you know.
Oh yeah.
And you know, will that person be there when you're going through chemotherapy? Will that person be there when your dementia kicks in and you forget your own name? Will that person be there when, you know, after you have a stroke and you know, you're not mobile anymore, or you're non-talkative? What? And I come to the realization that this person would not.
No, she would leave you in a heartbeat.
After she berated me for my poor life choices that put me in that position. Yeah.
And also, you know, the betrayal of the commitment that you made, that you would stand beside her through all those things that you just explained.
And part of me always looked at this as a sickness. Like, she's not well. It's, you know, it's my job to still be around when that she's not well. But it's different. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't different. Maybe it's me doing the exact same thing that I say she would do. Here she is in a time of illness, and I'm walking away. I don't know.
No, it's not the same, brother. It's not the same at all. It is not the same. Now that's, you know, that's a commitment that you made. That's a commitment that she lied about when you gave your vows, when you committed to each other. She lied. Now maybe she didn't mean to, but she, I don't even know how to explain this or try to.
She offered up something she never had to give.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. These days get tiresome, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, I guess I should be thanking myself because I didn't see her at all yesterday, so I had a nice quiet day. Today, my only interaction with her has been a negative. So the goal is not to let it ruin my day.
Sure.
Easier said than done. But
You're almost there, man.
I don't know. I think I'm still at the tip of the iceberg. You know, I've got a long way to go.
Yeah, it'll take a minute, but you know, the most important part is separating yourself from that, because yes, it will affect your health, not just your mental health, but you know, mental health leads to problems with your physical health.
Oh yeah.
And so you know, you're taking a good first step. So you just believe in that, believe in yourself, believe that the guys around here have your back. believe that our minds and our ears are open, because you have done that so much for other people around here, and now you're finally doing it for yourself. And you know, that's a big first step. So
it wasn't supposed to be like this.
I know, man. I know. And I'm sorry. I really am.
The one that's supposed to be sorry isn't. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do your best to not make that, like some kind of expectation or anything like that. Just try your best to remove that cancer from your life and move on from it.
Yeah.
And like you said, just a few minutes ago, your life will never be the same after it. And yeah, that makes total sense. How could it be? It can't. It's not possible. Not for a person that thinks rationally. If something like this doesn't change your life, what will?
Who knows?
Right? I mean, there's no fun in it.
No, there's no fun.
We can make jokes about it and try to laugh at it where we can. But, the bottom line is, it's simply not funny.
Life was meant to be enjoyed.
God damn. Show me the proof in that. Part of me still believes that people were put on this earth to simply love each other and get along and
to suffer,
and form these brotherhoods and these partnerships. But none of that is proving to be true. And sometimes I wonder if we're not some kind of failed experiment. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
And I believe in aliens and extraterrestrials and all that stuff.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for holding down the fort. My mom was going into the hospital because she's getting her blood medicine changed, and I had to call my mom. So appreciate it.
Is she all right?
No problem.
Yeah, she's fine. She just, had an elevated. They switched her medicine over and it elevated her heart rate, and now they've got to fucking get her so she's no longer with an elevated heart rate.
Right.
So she's going to be in the hospital for the next 3 days while they monitor her on this new medicine and make sure that it's okay.
Right on. Okay.
So
thoughts and prayers to Mrs. Trueblood.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So when you're 88 years old, they pay pretty close attention when they're fucking doing that kind of crap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's a long life.
I appreciate it. I appreciate your thoughts towards Mama Hall.
Sure.
So you guys are talking about aliens?
Well, I'm getting out there.
We got to get Bingus in here. Bingus thinks there's aliens around too.
I don't know about aliens, but I can confirm there's demons.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They got 2 legs and long hair, and these funny things growing on the front of their chest.
Well, yeah, I guess we think too, don't we?
You know, it's amazing that someone can make you feel this big, you know, with just a few words.
Yep.
But I truly believe we give them that power.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that. We do.
And that's why I said indifference is freeing. Because when you're indifferent, you don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike our faithful emperor, he cares
That's
about us
right.
all.
That's right. I'm here to banish the demons back to the work.
Yep.
But you're right, Em. You give them that power, and then after a while, it just wears you down to the point where it takes nothing, just a few words, and you go from the top of your game to the fucking bottom run.
Yep. And that's the thing. We give them that ability. We give them that power. And it's not that we're mean to. It's just that we're, I don't know. How do I say this? Men are notoriously known, for trying to be fixers, for trying to fix things
Mm-hmm.
and trying to make things better. And, that might be I'll call it a traditional trait
Mm-hmm.
where we try to go in and do that and, just make everything better again. And simply doesn't
It's
work
getting
anymore.
better all the time. Better, better, better.
Yeah.
Getting so much better all the time.
Yeah, you'd need a song to keep you in that fantasy.
I had kept private what was going on for a long, long time, but it's almost impossible to. So,
Oh, it eventually shows, bro.
many of the guys, well, not many, few of the guys knew what was going on, but
We kept our mouths shut
yeah,
because sitting around and wallowing in self-misery, sometimes it's good to vent and other times it's good just to fucking forget about it.
forget about it.
Forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to let the guy who's going through it make that choice. You can't make it for him.
Yeah. But when the guy does make that choice, it's important for him to know that, other guys around here, they got his back. Just like Hemi has had so many other people's back. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen what you do, bro. You're good people.
I got this fear that somebody's watching Hemi.
It's overcompensation, though.
Yeah, I can understand that.
When you're made not to feel good.
Mhm. Yeah. But brother, it's your turn.
In the barrel.
Yep. Don't make us force you into it.
Hey, Hemi, you remember your turn in the barrel joke?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's your turn, bro. Just relent a little bit and understand that, you're going to be all right. You're still going to be able to. There's going to be days when I need to vent or Brandon needs to vent, and we're going to come to you. We're going to call you up or we're going to hit you up on YouTube or whatever. And be like, man, I just need somebody to talk to. And I know for a fact you're going to be like, okay, what's up?
It's always easier to solve other people's problems than it is your own.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. It's hard to look at things at times, but But like I said, and I'm going to keep repeating, it's your turn.
Hooray!
Well,
Nobody wants to go through this, man.
no, I know. It's painful.
Again, 47 years old. Living with mom and dad. Holy
Hey,
fuck.
whatever it takes, man.
Yeah.
Okay, what's better, mom or dad, or an abusive psycho bitch?
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
That's like saying what's better, a shit sandwich or a diarrhea sandwich?
Yep. You're simply doing what you got to do. And you're doing it for more than just yourself.
Until they're turned against me.
Well, all you can do is what you can do. I try to have faith that, in the long run, when children are young, unless they're completely mentally warped by the other parent pulling complete mentally abusive shit on them, they will eventually figure things out.
Yeah, but Angler, the problem is that is actually the case 99% of the time.
Yeah, I know it happens often.
I mean, like I said, I thought I had the sane one in the family. Turns out I had the insane one. Yeah, buddy? Yeah, right there. That's these. Yeah. I have no idea. Rainbow paint. You guys know what rainbow paint is?
No.
Me neither. Oh, that is not rainbow paint. That is a bingo blotter.
You're going robot.
Oh, here they are. Found them. Here, look.
Still there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain to the kid that some things aren't his.
Okay.
It's not going well. Okay, buddy. Go. No, you can't have the whole thing.
I hear a mini Mitchell.
These ones? Oh, troublemaker. Hell yeah. He always wants to make the biggest mess possible.
My kiddo's been explaining to me a lot lately about he lives in a mostly female household. Now, his mom has a live-in, but he's got an older sister and a cousin that was removed from her mother that his mom is now, the legal guardian over. And he talks about how much he dislikes his sister, how much he dislikes his cousin, and they're older. And he says, they constantly pick on him. So he's being picked on by females, So he's getting a bad taste in his mouth over this shit. Yes, I agree. Now, I try to be as careful with that as I can, because, eventually, he's going to want to lose his virginity and, all that kind of guy stuff. You know what I mean?
Take him to a whorehouse.
No.
As soon as my kid turns 14, he's going right to a whorehouse.
What's up,
Is that
you
Mitchell?
bundles of sticks?
What's going on? Fucking Hormaxer. I think you guys are familiar with who I'm talking about. I think this was on a Cowboy Outlaws stream one night, and this has been a long time ago. And Hormaxer was on there, and he tried to recommend that I take my son to a whorehouse to lose his virginity. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a great way to start off life with an STD.
I think it's a great way to kickstart a lot of negative things. But like I said, eventually, he's going to want to pop his own cherry, and rightfully so. I mean, it's just part of life.
And he needs to fall in love and have his heart broken. It's a rite of fucking passage. You can't keep that from him or shelter him from that.
No, and I don't want to. I just want to give him the best. And, maybe I'm not the best person to give advice on this because, I have failed so many times at it.
Now that makes you an expert.
I want to do I want to do my best to, be somewhat of a guide for him, to be able to give him advice, when he gets his heart broken, when he finds himself in those places. I want to be able to be dad. You know what I'm saying? And just help him as best as I can. I don't want to discourage him or anything like that. I want him to be able to learn how to make his own decisions. And, when he's faced with, adversity like that, when his heart gets broken and stuff like that, to where he can eventually, deal with that on his own. And, when I'm dead and gone, he can live a fruitful life. But it's, I don't know.
So big question on that. Are you going to make him aware of what's actually out there? Or are you going to let him fall into the same trap that you went into?
Brother, I'm already making him aware. But
Then guess what? There ain't nothing wrong with a whorehouse for a kid. As far as I'm concerned, young men can go to burlesque houses or whorehouses, whatever you want to call them. Go nuts. Go nuts. Because you know what? Your chances of getting an STD are at least lower with a professional than they are with the standard bar whore. Because one is paid to protect themselves.
That's true, but his first time should be with someone that at least pretends to care about him.
What if his first time is with his future wife?
You gonna marry him off to a
and that goes to family courts and all that fun stuff that we went through. So you might as well just say you're letting them You're going to let them go through it.
Yeah.
I'd like to personally, I'd like to break that cycle.
How many of you married the first girl you slept with?
Well, probably none of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But how many wanted to?
Yeah, and how many of us would have gotten in trouble?
At 14, I wasn't allowed.
We came from a different age as
I
well.
wasn't even thinking about marriage. I was 15 when I lost my virginity. Yeah.
Okay. What's to stop them from 15 or at 15 to being the next mattress girl in their school? And your son fucking one on that way.
Oh my goodness. These are all very good points.
Okay, guess where that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen in that whorehouse. Sorry. They aren't gonna come me to you or regret rape or whatever the fuck they call it now.
I guess what I'm saying, I'm leaning a little more towards, what Hemi's saying. I would like something because, losing your virginity. Now, I don't want to sound all feminine or anything here, but that's in a way, that's a loss of innocence. Okay.
How?
And
yeah,
you remember being 15, right? And being nothing but a ball of hormones. Like you didn't care what you stuck it in.
Right.
An innocent ball of hormones.
Yeah, innocent ball of hormones. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
That's just human nature. It doesn't make you any more guilty or innocent than anything. That's just a whole lot of crap that was told to us. Basically, if you think about it, it was told to us by the church, obviously. But
I'll tell you,
down the road, when he reflects on that, which I think most of us have done, especially when we end up in places like this. I at least want his first time to maybe have some kind of meaning for him. You know what I mean?
It has meaning for all of us, though.
Yeah.
It does. It has meaning for all of us. We got the stick of cricket something. That's the meaning. We're men. We don't do the emotional attachment thing like that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. You're 15 and you're getting it for the first time. It's the greatest thing ever. Doesn't matter.
Yes, but it's rooted in love, not in lust.
Huh. Maybe I'm just the anomaly. Mine was completely rooted in lust.
Really? You didn't love that first girl?
Don't think so.
I would have married my first if she hadn't cheated on me.
Oh, There you go. And, okay, so again, now let's look at the other factor of that. You got 15-year-olds out there with double-digit body count.
Oh yeah,
Some
they're
in
still
triple
so
digits.
young now.
Yeah,
It's fucking
some in
insane.
triple digits. So what's the difference between her and that prostitute?
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
the
one's
girl.
free.
The girl probably got an OnlyFans too.
She was selling her feet pics at 13.
She probably makes house calls. Probably
She's,
expects money
at
from
these.
all her boyfriends.
Yeah,
I,
buddy.
I know that at least
Yeah.
a few of us are in our 40s, and things were, I think they were at the tipping point at that point in time, but things were still different then.
They were.
Things are very different now. And, I mean, Christ, just look at the goddamn news. You got teachers in their 30s and 40s sleeping with underage children.
And
That's
not
nothing
facing
new.
a day in jail. Not
Let's say,
facing a
That's
day.
nothing new.
Make no mistake, that was happening before. It just wasn't in the news.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're right, Angler. We do live in different times. The times we grew up in, men in their 40s, 50s, they don't exist anymore. But even then, we had the outliers, right?
No,
Who were like
we do
15 and
exist.
16 with triple fucking digit body count.
This group of men talking right now proves that we do exist. It's just becoming few and far between.
It's done. What we grew up in is done. That don't exist no more. Unless you're going to the fucking Utterite colony or something.
We exist, but we're just remnants of a bygone time, though, man. We're like just the echo.
It's like
Yeah.
it never happened.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
We might as well be fucking shit they're pulling out of the tombs in Egypt. That's how relevant we are to this day.
Yeah.
And that's how much our past, our live history is relevant to today. It's not even on the same scale.
And quite honestly, that should be a level of participation as well. Not as much as a mummy from 300 years ago has. Should just,
Can you explain that a little
Go your
further
own way.
about the level of participation?
I was saying that we should go our own way. That was what I was saying. I was just being roundabout about it.
Okay. Yeah.
We shouldn't
Yep.
participate in society anymore. Not the way they want us to.
Right. Okay. All right.
All women are a danger to all men.
Yeah.
Hey, Walt.
Hey, Walt.
I don't know if you guys. Sorry.
Gentlemen, I'm going to do my 30-minute reset right now, so I will be back in a bit. I will leave you with pictures of palm trees and a highway. So
Thank you, sir. All right.
Hey, I've seen uglier scenery. But
Yeah, could have left with a picture of Brandon.
And then you'll see the most handsome man you have ever seen in your lives in just a few moments. So hang on.
Going on my own
account. Yeah, here he comes.
I can't
I
wait.
can't wait.
I'm holding my breath.
do a dance while you're out there, like shake something,
Shake that money maker.
ass. Watch yourself. Show me what you're working with. You can
Yeah,
call
no,
me Big
like,
Daddy.
we the way I see it, man, even a 15-year-old boy could be me, dude, and have his life ruined now.
Yeah. Like the 13-year-old kid that got raped by his teacher, and now
Yeah.
she's suing for child support.
Child support. Yeah.
It's like,
What
And
the
she'll get
fuck?
it.
Yeah, some of
When
these
that- yeah,
cases
we
actually
talked
get
about it.
won.
We talked
Yeah.
about this last night with the newer one that just happened. The second that young boy turns like maybe 17 or 18, he is going to start his life off with about a $50,000 bill for child support. That's if they don't go after him right now at 13.
Yep. And
hope his parents
The,
have some lawyers.
The offender gets what? A slap on the wrist?
She's not even getting that. He got
Yep.
nothing. He
Yep.
got paid.
Yep.
Got paid, bro. If it was the other way around, they'd be
Yep, and that's
crucifying the guy.
Yep.
We would crucify him.
We try.
more evidence that all women are a danger to all men.
Yeah.
More evidence.
Yeah.
And all your son is neck. That's it.
It's going to be my
Yep.
slogan when I run for president.
I'd vote for you. Okay.
Even if they don't intend to be, they can still endanger your existence. Even if they don't mean it.
Look at the mattress girl chick, right? So this is like, what, 15 years now? 10, 15 years?
That
That man's life.
from the college, that chick
Yeah.
that used to carry around that mattress on her back.
Yeah, she started her
Yeah.
accusation off based on a lie. They had all the evidence to prove it was a lie right from day one. And it still rolled on. That dude's fucking life is still ruined. She got away scot-free and wrote a fucking book about it.
Yep.
She got
And
fucking paid.
He got kicked out of school.
Yeah.
It didn't
His
do
life
a
is still ruined because
goddamn
that's
thing.
still on his record. Even though he was completely absolved of it, it's
Oh, yeah.
still on the record.
He's forever plagued.
Yeah. For a lie
Yeah, so when he gets pulled
in
over,
college.
when he gets pulled over by a cop, they're going to treat him like a sex offender. They're going to look at his record and go, "Oh,
Yep.
it was that guy."
And he's come out and stated that his work life, all affected by it. Everything he went to college for, gone instant.
Yeah.
He should write a book called Mattress Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no salvation for him. Yep.
There ain't no salvation for anyone that gets fucking with that label. So here's the thing. Why would I take my son out and put him right in that same fucking game? Not that it will happen to him, but the fact that it could happen to him.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm going to place my son in that situation. Christ,
Well, I know
man.
you're not looking to place him in it, but it can happen to him, and you know it.
Yeah, this got me thinking about a lot of shit. God damn it.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll take the paid service. Thank you. Paid service, service. And you know, bonding experience.
I still don't
He
trust
goes
them.
in one room and Dad goes over to the other.
You know,
Yeah, buddy.
I don't know. You know, maybe once I grow longer in the tooth, I'll look at things differently. But right now, you know, it's just he's 8 years old. You know, I still see innocence in him, and
yeah,
I guess I kind of want to. I don't know. You know, do what I can to
when he's
to help
17 and you're
that.
teaching him all of your dirty jokes.
That's too late. That is too late. You know what it's like to
No,
be
I'm just saying, when he's 17
young
and you're teaching him
teenager.
all of his dirty jokes, you're going to be like, you know what, son? You need to go to a whorehouse.
Yeah.
I need to take you to it would have been a strip joint if the modern society hadn't collapsed. So now it's going to be a brothel.
I'll tell you what, at almost 8.5 years old, he knows plenty of dirty jokes. I mean, when we spend guy time, I mean, we spend guy time. You know, he's not sheltered, so to speak. But yeah.
My dad had me memorize when I was 5, my dad had me memorize this really raunchy stand-up routine and had me like repeat it to his friends. That was funny. I was able to memorize Richard Pryor at like 5.
So Richard Pryor was a funny motherfucker, man. Yeah, that was one funny man.
My dick. Motherfucker doesn't even know he's drunk. Hey, but fuck it. This bullshit.
It's man, it's Excuse me. It's a really different landscape, being a parent. And, especially when it comes to, fathers and sons. I am so glad I had a son.
Yeah.
I am so glad that his mom and I did not have a girl. I don't know if I could deal with a girl, but I can deal with them.
I was so relieved that I didn't have a son. I was like, man, if I'd had a boy, I would have been up the shit creek. It would have just been constant, like, oh, the police call you at 3 a.m. Is your son named blah, blah, blah? I'm just so glad that she was a girl, because girls don't test their boundaries anywhere near as much as guys do. Like when, in a parental situation, I don't know about relationships and whatnot, but, you tell them no, and then, okay, that's no. But with a boy, it's like, are you sure it's no? Let me make sure it's no.
I guess the thing is with me, when it comes to, everybody's different. I'm glad you were able to, adapt to a girl and, be a good parent to her.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would have been
her first. She says that she's my first son, so I don't know what I've done for her or not. I may have made a mistake.
I don't think that I would have been. I don't think that I would have been a good parent to a girl. I just don't think that I
careful
possess that capacity. For a girl.
I'll tell you, when they're 13, when they're 12 and 13, and you look at their phone and you find nothing but like 700 naked pictures of themselves, and it's
Jesus
like, whoa,
Christ.
Go erase all this shit. What the? I mean, yeah, it changes you. It makes you. I mean, it hurts.
See,
it hurts a lot.
I don't know.
And how long ago was this?
11 years or so.
That was 11 years ago, Angler. Do you think it's improved since then?
Yeah. See,
like I said,
yeah,
13 years old and double-digit body counts is nothing.
Now, she wasn't sleeping with anybody, but she was on
that
Kick,
you know of.
And Kick was like this picture trading, that I know of. Kick was this picture trading thing, and she would have, there was just hundreds and hundreds of 30-year-old men on her Kick, 30, 40-year-old men asking her for naked pictures. And she was just sending them out one after the other. And
brother,
I took her phone.
No, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Oh, I took her phone and called the cops and talked to the cops about it. And the cops told me that if they started arresting all these guys for, child porn, then they would have to arrest her too for child porn.
What?
Because she was the one sending the pictures.
That's
she was a minor.
Even if you're a minor,
that's when you should have let happen.
You are still liable.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want her to go to. There were like 1,000 pictures. It was just endless. It just kept going and kept going. There were so many of them. I didn't know what to do.
Them all out.
To protect her interests, I just let it go. Huh?
This is why I'm glad to have a boy, because if I would have had a daughter and been in that position that you just described, I would be in prison because somebody would have died.
I started thinking about catfishing them. I started thinking about, like, I could lure these guys one at a time into like a vacant apartment or something and just hit them with a hammer one good time and then call the next guy. And then before anybody knew it, I'd have like a room full of, like a whole apartment full of dead child molesters with just one hammer blow on each one of them.
Goddamn, bro. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That had to be some hard shit to witness.
It was kind of tough. It was it led up to me finding out that she had been quote unquote dating this 37-year-old trans guy. Well, he wasn't trans until he was done with my daughter, but now he wears dresses.
And that was 11 years ago.
Yeah.
My,
My
how
goodness.
times have changed.
My
But
husband.
here's the thing, like, did she catfish them first?
Did she
Because you
catfish
know
them?
they would, yeah, they would lie about their age all the time.
No,
That's
because I could tell
that
they
was
were
like
in
the
their
first
30s.
lie that my sister told was a lie about her age.
No, she didn't lie about her age. They were. There
Hey,
were no
hey,
questions. It was
don't
just like,
fight.
hey, can I see your tits? And it's like, okay, and that was it.
No,
That was the whole conversation. Show me a full body pic. Okay. And just, and the guy, you could just click on their profile and it's like, well, I don't know any 16-year-olds that have a beard like that
mm,
or gray hair or bald or all three.
Sure.
And it's just endless. And it's like,
and
God,
that
they're all
was
over the
11 years ago.
Yeah, they were all over the country too. The kick brought them all together.
I've never heard of this thing, kick, but
It's like a Twitter kind of thing, but it's more like Tumblr where you can send pictures back and forth.
Mm. God bless America. Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
And remember, I can't stress this enough. That was 11 years ago. Times have changed in the last 3 years, like dramatically. So 11 years or go back 30 years to our time. Like I said, it's not even relevant. You might as well pull fucking runes out of the Egyptian fucking pharaoh's tomb and said, "Here, this is relatable to today."
Yeah. Yep. That is fact.
So which brothel you going to?
No,
What is
I'm
that?
signed off of women. I'm done. I'm monk mode, bro.
No, I mean for Angler to take his son because
Oh
we could
Christ.
have a little
Oh yeah.
party.
He's like, you
Can
still
we at
talking
least get
about that?
into can we at least get into the teens before we
Yeah, of
talk about
course.
this further?
Well, they're
Okay.
going to be in their teens eventually. I got one that's going to be in his teens now next year. Unfortunately, I got no say over his life.
Now, if you
Oh
swap those
man.
genders, that statement would get you in trouble right there. Be careful.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
Are those yummy?
When my
Yeah.
I had this friend that was I ended up accusing him of being a pedophile. He used to talk about how he couldn't wait until my daughter was 18. And
Oh
I was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
dude, I will fucking kill you. I will fucking murder you. The only reason why that other dude's alive is because he lives 600 miles away and I can't get to him. But you're right here. I can put my hands around your throat. What are you saying? What are you thinking?
Oh,
And it was very casual.
emotional. Damn
And
it.
that eventually cost us our friendship. He just couldn't let it go.
Rightfully so. Rightfully
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, dude. That's not funny even as a passing joke.
No.
Bobby,
Yep. And
you
why
hear
does
me?
it it's very curious how this stuff, like Chris just said, how it passes. Okay. We have men that we witness going through stuff like this. And then at the same time, there are women going through this, but it's treated very differently.
Yep.
And we're not allowed the same protections for our boys and our adolescents that we are, for the women.
Here's something I noticed.
Okay.
You ever watch any of those court shows where they're like, you are the father, you are not the father, where they determine whether or not the parent is the parent, and doing for child support.
Mhm.
And the guy, they'll say, "You're not the father," and the guy half the time will clap and half the time will start breaking down and crying. But almost every single time, the woman breaks down and cries, and someone comes over to console her.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dude standing there trying to keep it together, tears just streaming down his face. He just found out that this 6-year-old girl wasn't his, and the woman just falls on the floor and starts crying because he's not the father. And there's three people standing over her going, "Oh, it's okay. Are you okay?" And he's over there just standing by himself. It's like, nobody cares about you, bro.
He's broken. He's already built a bond with this child. And
To have it dripped out from under him.
yep.
And then what does he do? If he wants to stay with the kid, stay in the kid's life, the mother has absolute, complete tyrannical control at that point. It's not his kid anymore. She could just be like, "No, get out of here. You are acting like a child molester."
Yep. And that's the thing that, they don't care about. They will cause that kind of destruction, for the child and for the person that thought was the father or thought they were the father. Pardon me. And, that just goes back to, the weaponization of what these women are willing to do to other people, even children, like you just stated. It's inhumane.
That's because they're not children. They're tools.
Yeah.
That's it. Tools. Used to hurt you. And if they can't do it one way, they'll do it another. They're tools.
They will
figure why they get favored? Because everybody profits if they do.
Yep.
Except you, of course, and the kid.
Mm-hmm. And that's the most
pays for it.
That's the most disgusting part, is that they do this to children.
Millions and millions and millions of them.
Yep.
So why would you support that? I have no idea.
You
guys should tear your governments down, brick by brick, every fucking building, execute every fucking person inside, and tear down their buildings brick by brick, burn it all to the fucking ground.
Every fucking
what we all should have done.
They do this shit.
What are they gonna do?
Every fucking day. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what are they gonna do when the majority of men are just checking out, of relationships, not having kids? The population is gonna collapse. What are they gonna do? What's gonna happen?
They're just gonna yell louder.
Are they gonna try and legally force?
What else can they do?
Cohabitation. Like, you have to have a girlfriend if you want to be on the street. That kind of thing.
I don't know, man.
What do you mean? They're not even
there are
looking
actually
at the
countries.
truth
I think there are actually countries that are, pushing for stuff like that.
Yeah, but they're not even looking at the truth already in our country. You're in the South, I'm in the North. In our countries, they don't even look at the truth of it. Oh, you're not the biological father? She just wrote down some fucking name she heard? Approved. Fuck you. You're on the hook for 18 years.
Yep.
Truth doesn't matter anymore. So why the fuck should anything matter? It's either all relevant or it's not. That's it. There's no fucking middle ground with that. Right? Either the system is corrupt or it fucking works.
Yep.
Right? And it just don't work, and it's corrupt to the fucking core. Doesn't matter which level you go into.
There is no middle ground. I mean, middle ground does not equal, facts. Middle ground doesn't equal the truth. The only thing that equals that are facts and the truth. Middle ground has no place.
Get your middle ground out of here. We don't
Yeah.
need no stinking middle ground.
Yeah. And one thing I've noticed a lot lately is the trolls showing up in here. And I know a lot of people were telling me, just leave it alone. I'm not going to talk about that here because I made a video about it. If you want to watch it, go watch it. Up to you. But so many of these people, that are trying to, justify things like middle ground and stuff like that, which, we just justified, middle ground is not a real thing. What's real?
Anyway, when
Yes, sir.
corruption when it's literally built on corruption, you can't have middle ground.
Right.
There's no point in sitting at a table to negotiate anything if one side is based on corruption and lies. There's no point in arguing that. Why would you even bother?
What Bill Paxton said. There's no arguing with bugs.
Nope.
Oh,
Bugs,
R.I.P. Bill Paxton.
Starship Troopers.
Yep.
Was it Starship Troopers? I thought it was Bill Paxton in Tombstone.
Good movie. Yes.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Leave it alone. Are you cleaned up?
I'm your Huckleberry.
Oh, I'm your Huckleberry.
I was just fooling about. I wasn't.
Now what are you doing?
Play for blood, remember? All right, look.
What, Johnny Ringo?
Looks like somebody just walked over your grave. Why, Johnny Tyler, you madcap. Where you going with that shotgun?
Yeah.
Doc?
I didn't know you were back in town.
I love that movie. I could sit there and quote that whole movie. It'd be like if you go to a nerd convention and make one Monty Python reference. It's like this endless barrage of Monty Python. This would be an endless barrage of Tombstone quotes.
Yeah. Oh man.
Your friends may get me in a rush, but not before I turn your head into a canoe.
Yep.
He's not bluffing. I hope everybody's seen that already. If you haven't, then you should get off the stream right now and go watch it.
I would agree 100%.
That's like one of those, you haven't watched it? Hang on a second. I bet you it's on YouTube. We can watch this shit. I'm going to take care of it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Top 10. One of my top 10. Top 3 movies of all time, I think. And fucking, Aliens is also up there in my top 10. The second one.
I've never watched those too much.
That's one of those, man. You got to watch that shit. That's got, of course, Sigourney Weaver, Michael Biehn from Terminator, fucking Bill Paxton, fucking that Mexican chick from the 80s that was always playing the tough chick. She was in it. I can't remember her name.
Oh, is she the chick that's in the Resident Evil movies?
No, that was Fast and Furious chick. That's Michelle Rodriguez. No,
Okay.
this chick was from the 80s.
Okay.
And
Yeah, she was the colonial space marine heavy gunner.
Yeah, Bill Paxton's like, has anybody ever mistaken you for a dude? And she's like, no, have you? Or have you ever been mistaken for a dude? And she said, no, have you? And it's funny.
Over the weekend, Angler Jr. and we watched I know there's a fourth one coming out. I think it's on March 24th. But we watched the first 3 John Wick films.
Oh Jesus!
Third one
He,
sucked balls.
yeah, he was
Nine-
he was really into them.
like what? 6 hours of gunfight, right? Just
Yeah.
nonstop.
Gunfight and fist fighting, and his final conclusion was, "Daddy, you don't want to fuck with John Wick." And I was just like, "Yep."
Oh, well, that's the new nickname they put on that fucking big ass hornet fucking species.
The John Wick Hornet.
Hey guys,
John Wick hornet.
guys,
Yeah.
I haven't heard about that. What are you talking about?
guys.
Hmm.
What?
Okay,
John Wick Hornet?
let's not talk about fantasy here for a minute.
Okay.
Misanthropic altruist had a good point, and I've often wondered it myself.
What's that?
Have y'all ever considered that MGTOW plays into a massive psyop aimed at dividing families and preventing family creation? Now, I've thought of that, but here's the thing: what came first, altruist, the chicken or the egg? MGTOW's a reaction. It wasn't the catalyst,
No,
you know.
but it can be a predicted reaction. I mean, you can only do certain things for so long before there's a reaction to your action. They might not have had a title for it. They might not have had a perfect understanding of how far it would spread. But without a doubt, if you wanted to control the world's population and get it down even lower, this is one of the ways to go. It's not like they picked one thing and just said, well, we're going to wipe out half the population because of this. They picked many things to pull, and they're going to pull them all at once. Right? They knew that eventually, as long as they kept things as corrupt as possible and destroyed either the family unit from the get-go, and then one side of the aisle was favored over the other. They knew eventually something would happen to counterbalance it, right?
I agree. It's a multi-pronged approach, but I don't know. I think MGTOW's a reaction of it didn't start with MGTOW,
No, but they could have predicted that back in 1950, right?
Like
When the
MGTOW is
court
like
systems really became corrupt, and they finally got to a point where now it's like, this is the standard of how corrupt the family courts are, right? Or how under attack the family unit is. I mean, they knew what would work eventually. Like, eventually they're going to get the outcome that they want, and we will do it to ourselves, right? All they do is push the right button, and eventually the time and pressure will push them in the direction you want them to go. And
I think it's been corrected.
Yeah.
Like you said, Chris, it started long ago.
In a land far, far away.
I think over time, they have learned to use the children.
Yeah, of course.
To
get them while they're young.
Further their whatever the fuck these psychos are doing.
Yeah. And what Real Talk is saying here about freedom isn't fought for anymore. It's over, right? And it is. The population is out, feared, put into fucking cages, and they're putting themselves there because of basically all the propaganda that has been pumped into them since day one. Right? They knew where to attack.
Yep. Propaganda. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, when you can't go to a college without finding out that, fucking your dad is a fucking piece of shit just because he's got a dick. And they walk out of those colleges saying, I've learned so much here. You know, they're right. You've got a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a serious fucking problem. That chick that went up and fucking like belittled her father at her fucking at her was it her graduation? College graduation?
Mm-hmm.
That's the outcome they wanted. That is perfect. You could walk in one frame of mind and walk out believing everything we pumped into you. Perfect.
Yeah. Isn't that
It's
wild?
it's almost like looking at the comparison between what they were like before they got into third wave feminism and what they looked like after. Right?
Yep.
You can do the
It's
exact
wild.
same thing with college because that's generally where it's pumped into. Right?
Yep.
Let outlaw in, Brandon.
I said.
Going into preschools and stuff with the whole gender confusion bullshit, part of the fucking plan. And you know what? They're getting away with it. The way I see it, if you don't have heads on stake or spikes and buildings of these evil fucking groups burnt to the ground, they ain't never gonna stop. Because your words don't mean jack shit. They don't give a fuck what you have to say. That's why at all these school board meetings and stuff they've been having over the fucking queer butts and stuff, might as well have done nothing. Because they ain't gonna fucking stop because you don't like it. They ain't gonna stop until there's a real consequence, a real physical consequence for them. Plain and simple. The
Chris.
agenda will roll on until you either grow a fucking spine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or they get what they want.
Chris, I hear everything that you're saying, but you are, your words are kind of skipping, like you're cutting out a little bit.
I don't know why. I'm right next to the goddamn modem.
Okay.
I'm on my phone though.
It's because of toxic masculinity is affecting your microphone. Yeah, it's the toxic masculinity killing your microphone. It's toxic.
See? Toxic.
Oh, Sugar Britches is here.
Oh, Jesus.
Woo! Sugar bitch.
Who's here?
How you doing?
Outlaw.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
Chilling.
Who we got in the house here? I heard Chris Angler.
I'll show you.
Is that Cowboy?
So,
Outlaw.
you got Real Talk, Hammy,
Oh, Real
Shaker,
Talk's here.
Emperor, Angler, Outlaw, and Hemorrhoid, Helpful Hemorrhoid.
Surprisingly though, Mr. Hemi, I have actually thought about that. What you were talking about a while ago.
Oh, refresh my memory. Thought about
You
what?
guys were talking about what if our community was a controlled deal, like they planned for it to happen and they're using us. I've thought about that before.
Who's there? I think we talked about it a few months ago or last year.
I look at it along the lines of, like, people who don't vote, they still use people who don't vote to their benefit, their advantage, type of thing.
Well, yeah, if you don't vote for either one of the dicks or fucking douche sandwich, whatever the fuck they call themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still win.
Right.
So a vote, not voting is just as good as a vote for somebody.
Right.
But it doesn't matter who you vote for. It's the agenda is going to roll out the same.
Yeah.
Cowboy, it's good to hear from you.
Oh, always good to hear.
It's not
from
Cowboy.
Or
Yeah, it's Outlaw.
Outlaw.
You know,
My bad.
well,
my bad.
well,
my bad.
Well,
I'm
according
not
to
getting
Brandon Sugar
notifications from
Britches.
you anymore, and
Alabama.
things get a little busy up in here. So, once I get off here, I'm going to go back.
Are you trying to control my screen? My stream? Are you trying to take control? You're not in control. You're just a talker. You talk. You don't control people.
No.
Bad fish man.
Well, according to Brandon, I'm
Easy,
Sugar Britches.
easy.
So So I guess that's my new name now. I don't know.
Sugar bridges.
Sugar britches.
Sugar britches.
Or sugar bottom.
Britches.
I ain't
Yes,
never
he's
had
so
real
sweet.
talk.
He's a
Real
sweet
talk.
fella.
Yeah,
I don't have the
you still
will
got
to
the
call
whole.
another man sugar
They're
britches.
making the frogs gay recording.
What's that?
You still have the Alex Jones. They're making the frogs gay recording.
Yeah, the when we're talking about heavy duty truth, I throw the when it's not about the creature anymore, and we're talking the truth that we all need to hear. It's Alex Jones time, even though he's a fucking insider himself. But this freedom equation is I think what men really need to focus on, because what was it? Benjamin Franklin laid it out. Those who are willing to trade their freedom for a little temporary security deserve neither. And that's
Absolutely.
what they've made. They've turned our lives into focusing just on being secure. I think with the whole MGTOW was definitely a natural reaction to feminism. But I think the people who designed feminism knew that would be a reaction, because we are the logical beings. Men, there was just a limit to how much shit we could take, and then we were going to find a solution to this problem, and MGTOW is that solution. The only gripe that I truly have with MGTOW is when you go your own way, when you are living off the grid, yes, you are secure, but how can you fight for your own freedom by going your own way unless there's a ton of MGTOWs who are secure, and with that security, they have something to worth fighting for. A woman and a child, it could be worth fighting for if you were able to, have that life, but we know that life is a fairy tale. The life that we want to live is going our own way. But to fight for freedom while going your own way, we all have to be secure, and we all have to value the freedom. Because if we just go our own way, slowly but surely, they will take our freedoms, and there will be a day where we can no longer go our own way. They're going to force us in a direction, because tyrants want power. And once they get absolute power, they are corrupted absolutely.
Yeah. And going along to get along is probably one of the worst phrases I think anybody's ever come up with. Like, you're just
Going
gonna
along to get
sit
along.
there, say nothing, let it all happen just because you don't want to, rock the boat. Well, sorry, but freedom isn't free, and it comes with the highest of costs.
Chris, that's one of the worst mistakes I ever made, was trying to
Going
go
along to get along. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's just it. When you've got a completely fucking castrated society, they all go along to get along.
Yeah.
They don't know anything else. The idea of putting a real risk out there is beyond terrifying.
Oh my goodness. Yep. And just what you described has shown up to bite a lot of us in the ass.
I like a nibble, but not a bite.
I don't
Now,
even want a goddamn nibble anymore.
I have a personal feeling that the best way to fight the machine, the femno police or the femno justice system, is to contribute as little as possible to the system.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, you win wars with logistics, and you continue to fight. And it doesn't matter if you win all your battles or if you lose all your battles, as long as you wear down the other person's ability to bring that fight to you.
Now you have a military background, right?
Yes, I do. Now look at what happened in Afghanistan. Did those guys have better technology and more bullets than the United States? No, they did not. It just became too expensive in terms of blood and treasure to maintain a presence in Afghanistan necessary to control the country, because it would have required manning people there permanently in the form of occupation.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't happen, and that's logistics. They beat us with logistics.
Mm-hmm.
They never fucking gave up. They didn't really win a lot, but they just didn't lose. So that's how you win a war. Like, it's asymmetrical warfare against a superior opponent. That's how you got to think about it. Besides, I like a little nibble.
Have you guys looked into Blackwater's involvement in the opioid fields in Afghanistan since September 11th?
Blackwater's been all over the map, haven't they? Real estate, drugs, just all kinds of shit.
Eric Prince got paid. It was $500 million from taxpayer money to ensure that none of the.
Hey.
You want to go work with me?
Yeah, where?
I'm going over to Cotton.
Yeah, let's try not to get Brandon's channel shut down.
Get to work, damn it.
Hey, I will decide what is free speech on the channel and what's not. And
Okay,
it's a free speech zone.
okay.
You want to talk about Blackwater? I just, all I gotta say is, you can talk about anything you want, but what's the proof?
Okay, I think Anger confused Black Rock with Blackwater. Blackwater was paid.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah. They were paid $500 million of taxpayer federal money to ensure that no opioids from Afghanistan, because they have the highest poppy field production in the world. We were basically paying so that it wouldn't make its way over here.
Okay.
But what actually happened since September 11th? We have had the biggest opioid crisis this country's ever seen. So it's like, wait a second. Did we just get convinced? Were we just convinced as taxpayers, or the politicians convinced to give Eric Prince money? And what did he do in return? He had to have exported the drugs into the country, because there's photos of military personnel guarding the fields.
You're missing a step. The opioid, or the opium, did not come to the United States. The opium went to China, who turned it into fentanyl, who then sold it to the Mexican cartels, who brought it into the country.
Yeah, who got it out of Afghanistan?
It went directly to China.
Actual poppy, the plant, heroin, all that's different from synthetic heroin, which is fentanyl. Fentanyl doesn't require base materials from the poppy plant. So these are two separate. This is a two-pronged thing. You've got natural heroin flooding, and then you got synthetic heroin flooding.
Their exports from Afghanistan went up 30-fold.
Yeah, well, no doubt. But as far as the Chinese, Mexican, the cartels have now learned how to manufacture fentanyl natively. They don't require China anymore. So like, it's still coming. That connection isn't dried up. But like, the issue now is that like, the cartel has trained people to continually manufacture fentanyl, and they're sourcing their own materials to do it, which is even crazier. So
it's easier to move around.
I thought they had to use opium.
I thought they still had to use opium as well.
At first, they were introducing it with opium, but then they were able to start spraying it on virtually anything. They would spray it on weed. They would mix it in with all sorts of pills and repress the pills. Anything that they could get the fentanyl into.
Fentanyl's a
ways to do it now.
Yeah, well, they dip it into. They put a drop of fentanyl usually in your coat.
I call for a Google search. How do you make fentanyl?
Sorry about that, Jim.
Well, that's going to get somebody flagged.
How dare you cut into the government's profits?
Sorry about that, gents. I had a call come in.
Yeah, get to work, you bastards.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that's what it was about.
I know, we heard.
Good to hear from you, Outlaw.
Yes, sir. Good to hear from all you guys.
You know, even back when Clinton was fucking, I don't even know if he was a senator. I think he was at the time. Senator starting out. I mean, he was involved in one of the biggest fucking drug trades that was going on, and it was all put on by the CIA.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys, at least some of you have heard about the murders that took place.
Yeah, the boys on the track.
Yes, that's one of them. Yep.
Yeah, and then they killed a bunch of people in town who was trying to fucking basically get the truth out there.
Yep.
And came up with such ludicrous stories, like a dog ate a whole head and then regurgitated it 3 weeks later in a fucking ditch.
Yeah.
A whole head.
Yep.
Ew.
Yeah, that's totally legit. So I mean, the crazy ideas of what they will say to try to lie away the fucking truth has been insane for decades. This ain't new.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're right. It's been that way for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, and buying a doctor or a scientist or anything like that has always been easy, right? You can buy any of them with enough money. Truth doesn't matter. The facts don't matter. You can always buy somebody. During the fucking whole, leaded gas fiasco, they had scientists and doctors on both sides, right? All willing to say the counter opposite of the other side.
Yep. Just for the greenback.
Have you guys heard of a guy named Mike Gill out of New Hampshire? He started a YouTube channel and a local citizen-based intelligence network called State of Corruption New Hampshire.
I've not heard.
I have not.
Oh, I just shared a video in the back chat. I've spoke about a lot of things since I've ever jumped on a panel, but I can't say that there's anything more important than what this guy has covered and what he's uncovered. He was worth $300 to $400 million before he started going on this campaign, pretty much exposing the fentanyl rings and drug dealers. This guy was putting drug dealers and money launderers' faces on billboards in New Hampshire. He didn't give a fuck. He had the most successful brokerage firm in the world for horse racing. He had the most successful horse racing stable in the world, and he was a world champion in 2005. So all this can be researched. He decided to go after these people, and this story touches what we cover because they pretty much went after him to the point where he couldn't see his daughter for 12 to 13 years. They took his son away from him. His wife was mentally, she had some mental problems, so it kind of made it easier for the system to do so. But he was offered $50 million on record by Bill Shaheen. Bill Shaheen is the husband to Senator Shaheen. Bill Shaheen is the lawyer who represented Ghislaine Maxwell when she got arrested in New Hampshire. Bill Shaheen is also a part of, I think, the Democratic convention, and he was a part of the Clinton campaign. So this man on record offered Mike Gill $50 million to hush hush. Mike Gill wouldn't take the money. But this video that I just shared is someone with a decent sized channel interviewing Mike, and Mike goes through the full gambit of what's going on. He handed the DEA a criminal packet that led to a 40-ton bust of fentanyl. No arrests were made, and no one knows where the fentanyl went. The evidence locker. So basically, Project Veritas has just been exposed. James O'Keefe infiltrated Mike Gill's intelligence network to get information to blackmail the Democrats on, so they can get Chris Sununu to run for president, And this is a huge ring of, I don't even know if you could call it corruption. It's evil at this point. I would encourage you guys to check this video out. I've watched it 2 times now, and every time I listen to it, I hear something new. But it's all laid out there, and it's pretty much connecting politicians to drug dealers. For instance, the guy who is in charge of the cartel in New Hampshire, I don't want to say his name on the stream. It's in the video. He owns.
Say it.
His name is Dick Agnos. He owns hospitals. He owns Harley Davidson dealerships. He owns Ford dealerships. Dick Agnos owns the rehab centers. Dick Agnos owns the homeless shelters. This is from top to bottom. And what did James O'Keefe do when he infiltrated Mike Gill's intelligence network? He got all the names of the witnesses, and he took that and he shared it with Bill Shaheen. Bill Shaheen, who's the orchestrator of this cartel ring, along with Dick Agnos, who's the money man, along with Eric Prince, who's getting the intel to James O'Keefe. So this whole thing, I couldn't stress the importance of it, because it's like, wait a second. You guys are taking a man who's had his family destroyed, his businesses destroyed. They had 2 attempts on his life documented. And you are going to take the information he's putting down for the citizens to fight for freedom, and you're going to take that information and you're going to expose the names of nurses and victims. There's state troopers of New Hampshire names that were exposed that are fearing for their lives. What do you think a nurse is going to be feared? You think if a state trooper's scared of his life of the cartels killing him, you think a fucking nurse is? Of course. But I can only say so much, because this video really outlines it. I don't have a wrench, Brandon, but if someone wants to take it and then just put it in the chat, I'm just trying to get this video out, because like, it's someone who's taken 16 years of their life, has attempted murders on them, and you can't blackmail someone. When you can't blackmail someone, you have to pay them off. So it is on record, documented, $50 million offered to the man to shut the fuck up, but he won't. He's the type of guy that you're going to have to kill him. And I think that's someone to look up to.
Is this related to why they ousted O'Keefe from Veritas?
Yes. Oh, and by the way,
O'Keefe got ousted?
O'Keefe
Yep,
had
he was forced out.
This is this is the bombshell.
Okay.
Why did Trump get raided at Mar-a-Lago? It wasn't over who did 9/11. Mike Gill got this criminal packet to Trump, and Trump bypassed Corey Lewandowski. He told Lewandowski, take a fucking hike, and he shot Mike Gill over Lewandowski and put him directly in contact with the Attorney General of Massachusetts. And on camera, the Attorney General of Massachusetts says, I don't care about going after marijuana right now. We had 2,100 or so overdose of opioids in the state of Massachusetts. That is my primary objective. And Trump made sure that Mike Gill was able to meet with this man on record, on camera. So basically, that is why Trump is out. That is why Rupert Murdoch, who is best friends with Henry Kissinger, pictured so many different times, is canning Trump. Tucker Carlson's boss is saying, you know what? If Trump isn't going to go along with what we need him to do, he's out. Roger Stone has said on camera, I hope you run again. We're going to kick your fucking ass, like knock your teeth in. It's like, wait a second. You were pushing Trump in the beginning. Now, why is Trump such a bad man? Because Trump doesn't like the fentanyl rings, just like we don't like the fucking fentanyl rings. So it's like I've said a lot about Trump, and there's certain things with the beer bug that I didn't like. But when you're standing up like this to evil, I really got to say, hey, he's trying at least. He might have gotten compromised, or he might have gotten a few favors in his past with bankers and whatnot. We know there's billions involved with the Taj Mahal. We know he has some sort of blackmailability, you could say, about Trump. But if he's saying, fuck that, fuck you, Lewandowski, Mike Gill needs, if Trump brought Mike Gill on stage at one of these rallies, either Trump is going to get executed or Mike Gill's going to get killed. That's what I'm saying, because this is huge, guys. And I'm only going to say so much because I've been talking my fucking ear off, but this video lays it all out. Oh, man. You got to have balls to share this. And I don't give a if real talk comes up missing, I have no intentions on killing myself.
Well,
Okay.
I hope neither one of you end up in that
Either
situation.
one.
You know, nobody wants that. But that's some information that I was not aware of.
I don't think anyone has, because they're suppressing Mike. They're suppressing the channel that's trying to share Mike's story. They don't want this to get out because, you know, if you tie large criminal organizations to the politicians and, you know, people like Veritas who,
Yeah, that's where they get
you
caught.
know, yeah, basically like the way they try to the left and right, the way they try to blackmail each other to get leverage politically. It's like, man, it's pretty fucked up, but I can only say so much because there's so many details. I've shared this with a few friends and they're like, man, I got to watch this again because there's so much shit crusted into this story that it's like, if you, the first time, it's kind of like a good song. You listen to it, you're like, man, that's my jam. Then you listen to it again and you start to hear things that you didn't listen the first time. That's how this guy's video turned out for me. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But Mike Gill, state of corruption, New Hampshire. I think if every state had an intelligence network like Mike created in New Hampshire to start to put the pieces to the puzzle on these large rings.
Mike Gill, right?
Yeah. The way he created an intelligence network for local citizens, if that happened in every state, it would probably be easier to start to pinpoint. These are the big players. You know, all of these big opioid fentanyl rings, they're coming into the country from somewhere. And whoever's bringing it, there's most likely multiple people bringing it in. But from the sounds of it, there's probably a few big distributors, and that's pretty much it.
And several of them might just well be politicians, you know.
There's no.
How do you know that? You got to have the receipts before you start saying shit like that.
I
know.
know.
Receipts is in this video. That's where I say it's all there.
Brandon, I was just getting ready to say it's just an assumption. I don't have receipts. It's just an assumption.
Yeah, that's the thing about free speech is you can say whatever you want, but you got to keep it true or else we lose credibility.
And Patrick Howley of Epoch Times, he met with Mike Gill and was interviewed by Mike Gill, and he told Mike Gill, hey, don't talk about this too much. Like, try to keep this more hush-hush. And then Mike Gill's like, well, why the fuck would I do that? So Patrick Howley has been exposed of the Epoch Times as someone who wants to gatekeep information. And like I said, once you guys see what James O'Keefe and Project Veritas did with this information, it's absolutely disgusting. I was a fan of O'Keefe. I mean, he did so many exposés in the past where I'm just like, damn, this is some serious shit.
Well, now that sheds new light on how to that should change the lens in which we see those exposés. What was the so now the intent and the motive behind those exposés, even though they kind of serve a nice narrative for a lot of like truther and like people that might lean toward the right, now it's questionable why he would choose those particular stories to expose.
Guys, I keep it simple. I keep it simple. I don't trust any politician, and I look at them as all the enemy.
I think that's
like the old joke.
Yes.
The old joke. How do you know when a politician's lying?
They're moving.
Yep.
They open their
His
mouth.
lips are moving.
Yep.
Hey, I got a question for you guys that's on a sort of unrelated topic. Did you guys hear of a state of emergency coming out now with the Ukraine-Russia war being kind of acknowledged in the U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
I said on Pop Stream Lair last night that we don't have years. Within 3 to 6 months, there would be Canadian and U.S. troops on Ukraine soil. I'm going to stick with that. Just upgrade the timeline to possibly like 1 month.
You know, I hope to hell that does not happen.
Oh, it's happening, homie.
We have no business over there.
It's happening.
But it sounds like business as usual. So
yeah,
it's a money laundering scheme.
Yeah, of course, but they're going to protect that money laundering scheme with your children's lives.
Well, thank God it's not our children's lives right now, and I don't see us joining in the war actively. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. Yeah, really.
No, but
Ukraine
they're trying to become a member of NATO.
Oh, they want to, yeah, but this war has to end before they'd even think about letting them in. They're not going to let them in the middle of a war.
Does it though? I mean, they violated the one pact where they said they wouldn't even try to recruit them as a member of NATO. So I mean, everything else is off the table too, isn't it?
Well, it hasn't happened, and until it does happen, it's just freaking somebody stirring the shit, fear mongering.
Well, that's why I'm asking you guys.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I think that Chris has thrown out a very accurate thing here.
I completely disagree. I don't think.
Yeah, the Ukraine-Russian war.
Our sons. I don't think we're going to have our sons. No, let me finish. I was talking and you jumped in.
My bad.
I don't think that that we're going to jump in with our troops into Ukraine. I think we're going to continue to send material and weapons to Ukraine until we stop. Who knows when that is? You know,
it might also end up to where we start throwing so much money into this goddamn thing, and that's going to be the point that justifies us entering.
Aren't you guys already up to like $1 billion or $100 billion?
I don't even know what the amount is, man.
It's over that. It's over that.
It's over that.
But
like it was 40 billion the last time, and that brought it up to like 101 billion or 103 billion. Like, what the fuck do you need to invest? You know what I mean?
Not even an N anymore. It's a B. Billion.
Isn't it funny how the Afghan war, which was also a money laundering scheme, ended? And not even a year later, there's another war that we're involved in, but this time we don't even have to send our own troops. And the money laundering starts again. It's a fucking industry. It's a perpetuated industry, and it's never going to stop until it's fucking cut out from within. It's a cancer.
Right. It's getting.
This has been going on since fucking Korea.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where we're fighting wars with money.
There was
no longer with bullets or buckshot or anything like that.
Every war is a banker's war, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's far past, fighting for your freedom, and stuff like that. Yeah. It's just like you said, it's a banker's war. Yep.
I love Smedley S. Butler, General Smedley S. Butler. What an OG. Fucking gets the most decorations in this country's history. Then he gets out of the service, and then he goes on a fucking rampage saying, I was just doing favors for the bankers. Writes a book on it and just gives speeches. Like, what a badass.
Yeah. It has literally reached the point to where it is us versus them now. Like, you name me one politician that's worth a damn. None of them are worth their weight in salt.
They're not allowed to be. Think about this. Think about how this happens organically. You could be like just a regular dude in your community, and then you just kind of work your way up. You do local, you hit regional, then you're like at a state level, and then you're on federal. Somewhere along the line, even if you have integrity, someone will get at you, and if you go along, then you're in the pocket. It's over. It doesn't matter how much integrity you start. But here's the deal: this is not unique. A lot of people will join like anywhere from soldiers, doctors, or whatever. They always get like disenchanted at some point, and then just go with the flow. and principles and values and virtue don't mean anything at that point. And one of the ways they do that is like it's a combination. One, sociopaths do the best because if getting at a sociopath, like that sociopath already has dark desires. He's easy to blackmail. You just keep the flow of that carnal shit to him. He's easy to put in pocket. A good man that had principles is a lot harder because he might get this thought of like, yo, I need to do the right thing. But then that's where they're like, hey, we'll take the bag on the table or your family is going to be harmed. That's where they get them.
Yep.
That's a very good point. Yep.
There's an interview from 1997, 1998. She was the wife to the chief of staff. He was the guy who ran the Beirut bombing operation. His name was George Griggs. He was the chief of staff to the commandant of the Marines. She does a 7 or 8 hour interview where what you just described exactly to the T is how they will use acts of sexual deviancy and blackmail to compromise these men to get them in a point where they're going to take that money. It's really fucked up, but I'll have to find that video and put it in the chat because it's one interview that Alex Jones will never touch because it kind of lays out how they're able to get men compromised and controlled who are in positions of power. And they use them and they blackmail them. And in that video that I talked about with the fentanyl rings, Mike Gill says, these people are experts at blackmail and intimidation. That's the bread and butter for a few hundred years now.
Yep.
I think you left out one important word: men in positions of real power, like legitimate power. You know, not this fake ass shit that what you and I and the other gentlemen around here are talking about. Real power, legitimate power, power that cares, not abusive power. You know what I'm saying?
No. Spell it out.
Yeah, spell it out because it's hard to identify any true, genuine, legitimate, and good power.
Well, I think it kind of goes down to the some people call it the patriarchy, stuff like that. But it comes down to a power structure, and maybe power is the wrong word, but it comes down to a structure that how do I say this? That simply works. When it comes down to like the nuclear family and stuff like that, and when a man could describe what's going on there, and when a woman used to be able to healthily describe what's going on there, which the woman can no longer do that. Now it's left to the man, and the man's looked at as a dipshit for trying to describe what is healthily going on in a certain situation.
But I mean, I think you're kind of hearkening back to like when the deal was better. So like more and more men are waking up. Like it's just evidently not a good deal. Like, so we can, but here's the deal. Like some of us, the red pill turns into the black pill, and the black pill turns into like just doomsday pill and all this. And like when you go down that, you ask the question: have we always been lied to in every iteration and in every step of civilization? And for some of us, the answer is a resounding yes. Meaning that even when we would compare a relative a better deal, like the whole 50s thing, like that's everybody harkens back to this particular era and there was a lot of shit behind the scenes nobody wants to recognize. It was just as dysfunctional and whatnot, and it wasn't really a good deal. Like to have honor, like here's the deal: if you're a patriot or to have honor or a man in good standing with your community, with your nation, you're still a utility. You're still cannon fodder. Like, so if the deal is better, what we know is that men will do that. Men will happily play the serf role if their concessions are adequate. Those concessions being so like a companion, a wife, and children that they have a great amount of influence over. Those are good concessions. We don't have those concessions anymore, but this doesn't mean that deal back then was optimum. It was not optimum. Like these good men were always in someone's pockets, whether they realize it or not.
So, at that point in time, when we go back to the 50s and stuff like that, and yeah, you're right. A lot of us, we do point back to the 50s, and, even before we were born, we're saying, well, this was the perfect point in time. What kept women?
I don't think that.
What kept women at bay at that point in time to keep them from doing what they're doing now and causing so much harm?
Culture and incentive. Like back then, there was quite a bit of incentive for that particular cultural and societal structure. Like, and it served the same powers that it's serving now, but it had to switch up. So like, this is why cynically, and most of us here, I would imagine, would know, like, so here's the deal: feminism would not exist unless the gatekeepers could utilize it. Meaning that when you had, like, here's the interesting thing: you need to parse away women's movement issues away from feminism, because in the beginning, someone was just like, "Hey, we want to be treated decently," but then this provided like the cynical, "Oh, you want to be treated decently? What does that mean?" Well, we want to vote, we want to get in the workforce, and we want stigmas about our role in society to be, challenged. We want more access to things that we perceive that you as men have. And when this first started out, this was not normal women talking about this. This was the daughters and the wives of aristocrats. They were greedy for the power, right? So, and these were the trailblazers. Meanwhile, the women's movement was regular women, and then that got hijacked really early on, and the cynical, and then you had like cynical magistrates, people at different levels of power who were men, were like, okay, well, we can utilize you. You want to vote? That's great, because if we have more women to vote, they're easier to control, because, it's far easier to control that constituency than it is men. Men get fucking crazy ideas and want to challenge power and like try to keep it, but women are far more emotional. So like, say cynically, let the floodgates in. And then as far as like the workforce phenomenon, it's like, hey, well, one, we'll have a bigger tax base. That's a good point. And then two, this will be another way the state can get involved in in the minutia of every household if we allow women into the workforce. It was all done cynically, right? Mm-hmm. And that puts us where, like, just fast forward, it's no doubt. So, I mean, here's the deal. How many of the people that allowed the floodgates to open on these particular issues, can we call them good power or good men? Or do we have to admit that our relationship and notions of power are probably off the mark, and we really don't know how it operates at a certain level?
Well, brother, I think that you painted two very good points. One, it's financial. Two, it's how the men are being damaged, and what that's doing to everything.
Well, to bring home my point, like let's kind of like compare how. So here's the deal: like there are a handful of names that you could use when trying to identify the true power and true elite. I would argue that the most powerful are always invisible, and we might sometimes stumble across names of families and old money and old power occasionally. But by the time that gets out, right, like that's not really, you're never going to really pinpoint it. So, but here's the deal. So like, but we can analyze some of the onion, right? Some of the layers of power. So like the Rothschilds, that's a good example, good name that comes up in truther circles all the time. The Rothschilds, their daughters are not feminists. They don't get divorces. Like everything that's thrown to the masses and the peasants and the serfs, all the shit, all the gender war shit that we're caught up with, it doesn't apply to these people, right? Like these daughters and these wives of these elites, they're not working. Like they're not living in the same world that we have to live in. So like what that means, the hypocrisy is great. It means that something about a very structured family system, it's good for them. It's not good for us. Y'all need to change it. They're not going to change it because that's how they consolidate and keep the momentum of the power.
Can I expound upon just the point you brought up? So we have Mayor Amschel Rothschild's quote, "I care not who makes a country's laws. I care who controls the money supply." Now let's look at the timeline, gentlemen. I do need to reference the material because I think Brandon and I had kind of had an exchange about this. But the three most prominent bankers in the world at the time of the Titanic sinking were on that ship. They all died on that ship. JP Morgan invited them on the ship. He got off before it set sail. JP Morgan, at the time of his death, only owned 17% of himself and his estate. 83% were owned by the Rothschilds. So we have 1912, I believe the Titanic sinks. 617 days later, 1913, the Federal Reserve is born. Then we have World War I, where the most patriarchal men, the toughest guys in the world, got fucking slaughtered. Then you have the 19th. What a fucking 10-year United States swirling toilet bowl. We gave our money, the founder said, never ever give the money supply to a central bank. That was their greatest fear, one of the greatest fears, if not the greatest. And then all the historians have said, you know, once you have a central bank and then you have a digital currency, all your rights are going to go up with that paper currency, right? So it's like these people through their foundation systems, you know, the BRICS, that's the Binational Research Institute, the BARD, the Atlantic Council, you could say the Bilderberger Group, all these foreign foundation groups, backdoor groups, they get money on the local, all the way on the local level in the United States to put their guys in. So it's like, if they can control the money, they can buy whoever they want. And that's where I think you alluded that the people who were in power in the light, like in the public's face, how the public perceived these individuals, they didn't even know who was funding them. Like the mayors and the governors and the senators, they didn't even know who was behind their campaign, but it's some foreign interest group.
One of the most.
I've read a lot of shit. Hold on,
okay,
bro.
can I break in here for a minute?
Yes, it's
All
your
right.
channel, bro.
This is you know, very interesting to hear this stuff, and I'm glad that it is something that you guys care deeply about and have done a lot of research for. As a Stoic, I don't see how any of this information can be helpful in my daily life and how I can, you know, use it to improve my lot. You know, what good is it to know all this stuff when these organizations, if they even exist, are super powerful, super well funded? There's no hope in any that we can stop any of it. All that people can do is complain about it, maybe expose a piece here or a piece there, if, you know, that's even happening. As a Stoic, we believe that you have to only get worked up about stuff that you can control. You know, you have to deal with the realities of life. And I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying that it's kind of like trying to scream at the wind and tell it not to blow.
I think it's just conversation, Brandon.
Yeah, but this is kind of a monk's channel, and we embrace stoicism here.
That's a brilliant point, and I think why this stuff comes up, because one of the core tenets of stoicism is to kind of start to recognize all these externalities that you can't control and just stop even trying. And so then now, so when they do come up, why is that? Why is that such a struggle in modernity? Why do so many of us get lost down the rabbit holes or whatever? Is this a remnant of our inability to let go of these things that we can't let go?
Yes, sir.
I agree with that 100%.
To answer a Stoic's perspective and what he could do or what he could apply himself or what he can get behind, the only thing, when I say the only thing that I could say is applicable to this conversation to get a change made
Thank you.
would be that video I shared with that Mike Gill guy, because this is happening right now. He's still alive. He hasn't been killed. If people can understand how the power structure is actually breaking down in 2023, that could change things. But like I said, I don't know what we're talking about is very far off. I personally can't come up with anything that could change anything except that video I shared. That information in that video is by far the only thing that, in my opinion, that has the potential to even change anything. Because Brandon is right here. He really is right.
But and what I think he's kind of saying is that, like, this is how they leverage. If we're still attached to what the state of the world is in any degree, then that power has leverage over us. If we are not attached, then we're more pragmatic and we can control our lives and our choices, within our small world that we of influence, and that's all we can do, and it's all we've ever been able to do. You know what I mean? So.
And there's a wind of change blowing right now, but it's not about the Bilderberg Group or the Rothschilds or anybody like that. There's a upswelling of public sentiment against the treatment of the population during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how the government and the social media companies and the media and law enforcement and you name it, the hospitals, all were used against the general population as a means of, suppressing us, and they shut the world down and made a lot of people die for no reason.
I will agree with Brandon 100% on this. Yep.
So that is, you're supposed to strike while the iron is hot, and that's the hot iron right now.
Yeah.
The other stuff, it might exist, it might not. I don't know. I don't research that stuff. It doesn't bother me. I'm never going to have access to a central banker.
But Brandon, you know what I think the hard part is? It's communication. It's trying to find common ground with other people.
And I think we've all got common ground with COVID. Everybody in the world was affected.
I don't think it's quite there yet.
And the interesting thing about how pervasive COVID was is that you have to mind you, like, when Stoicism by the old masters was being developed, discussed, when the philosophy was being fleshed out, the environment was wildly different. There was a lot of avenues to go your own way, do your own thing. However, every single day it would appear that our ability to be as sovereign as possible is being taken away from us. And so the conditions are not the same. Here's the deal. Like, we all know, because some of us, I think, have tried to go get like a little cabin in the middle of nowhere. Okay, cool. Somebody's going to be knocking on your door. Hey, why aren't you plugged into the electrical grid? Why aren't you in this municipality? Why aren't you doing this? Like, the ability to go John Galt is almost vanished entirely, and it's closing in more and more.
Seneca was a slave.
Okay.
You know that, right? He's one of the founders of Stoicism. He had no ability to go his own way.
And this is the irony, because when they were fleshing this out, this wasn't aesthetics, like aesthetic monks in the middle of nowhere. These were people that lived within like city states and trying to figure out, okay, what can I do within this framework, right? I think and so they would have to wrestle how to do that when they, and this is why the more enduring concepts of Stoicism are appealing, because they kind of like, it makes it less important, the material externalities of everything. And so now it's an inward thing. So
one of the tenets of Stoicism is being politically active and politically vocal.
Yeah.
I think one of our best options is to check out and avoid these modern day politics, because these modern day politics they're nothing but bullshit. Now, when I bought my house out in the country, 6.25 acres, big pond, best fishing that you could ever wish to walk out your door and do. I looked into getting my house off grid. And there's actually laws here that will not allow you to do that. They will not allow you to unplug. They will make you stay plugged in.
Okay,
And,
here's the question: who's gonna stop you?
Well,
I don't know,
you read
man.
my mind.
I don't know.
There's laws against everything. Literally, some places it's illegal to fucking piss in the wind. Who's
I don't
gonna
know if you
stop
guys
That would be a law against my blue jeans. But
have you guys heard about the I think it was 4,000 to 5,000 Russians during Stalin's meat grinder application of the USSR, where it was just turned into a kill factory, more or less. There was like 4,000 to 5,000 people in a community in the middle of fucking Siberia. They were by themselves for a number of years, and then a helicopter flew over. Do you think they were allowed to stay to themselves in the worst climate, the worst place on Earth?
I imagine they were forced.
No, they willingly went to Siberia. Once a helicopter flew over and saw what was going on, they rounded them up. So that's where you can focus on security out in the middle of nowhere. But if you're not fighting for freedom while you're securing yourself, those fucking tyrants will come. And this is just history. I wish that these guys were nicer people, but that's not how fucking tyrants work.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I could go 50 kilometers outside of any town here and possibly never see another person unless I go look for them.
But they will never throw a Halloween party like you do.
That's right. And if they come, the entry fee is your life. You want to fucking come to this party? You got to buy a ticket. Buying a ticket, put your life on the line. One of us is going out in a body bag.
Yep.
That's the fucking end game. You want to take it? You have to take it by force.
And that's where we're at now.
No, we're castrated now. Everyone should just fucking say moo. Identify as a fucking cow and call it moo.
I'm not castrated. You're not castrated. None of the men here speaking right now are castrated. But I do understand.
I've had a vasectomy.
Well,
that's a bit different.
To kind of honor all the perspectives and bring it all on the same page, I think what we're witnessing, especially in these kinds of circles, is this is a struggle to parse out and update what is a viable model of modern Stoicism. Because modernity itself challenges the viability of Stoicism. It really does. Like, because we're trying to apply wise yet ancient modes of thinking and living in a modern context. And it's important that we kind of get together and figure that out, because the circumstances are very much different. So,
you know, I've also noticed, you know, something in particular that, you know, a lot of us here, you know, we have a lot of similar thoughts, but a lot of us are also, you know, for lack of a better term, you know, we're stuck on one aspect of certain things, you know. You brother, you seem to be there on Stoicism. I think a lot about that as well, but
I'm glad he said it, because it reels it back in, right? It's like, hey, let's go back to jokes and being pragmatic and what we can actually do. And that's an important thing to be reminded of, because it feels like you can get lost. These rabbit holes are endless. They'll never go away. And you can literally lose your mind if you go too far down them, right?
You are exactly right. Yes. Yep. Those rabbit holes will take you for a ride.
There's science to keeping us on these rabbit holes. It's called IIA operations. The Joint Chiefs of Staff came out with a nomenclature and actually wrote this through the government process, where there's companies, private intelligence companies. One is ran by General Jim Jones of the Atlantic Council.
Jim Jones.
He runs Denology. And then there's another one named Clear Force. And Patrick Berge exposed this with Millie Weaver on Alex Jones. I think in 2018 it was called Shadowgate. And he literally admitted on camera that I am the pioneer of fake news through social media. And he admitted that they keep us, the stoic types, the MGTOW types, those who tune into Chronic, they can keep us on a mental plantation. So no useful and meaningful dialogue on the grassroots level can get out, meaning they want us all of the same mindset on the same chat room because we're all going to talk about the same issues. And then they want the leftoids on their chat room. They never want us to cross paths. And this is called IIA operations. Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Tim Pool, these guys, like for instance, we know that Joe Rogan doesn't make the decisions on who comes on his show. I think they reported that 95% of guests, he doesn't have the say so. They have to be screened before they get on. Why do the guests have to be screened to get on Joe Rogan? Because certain guests are going to talk about certain things that the power structure would not like. That guy, that video I shared, the channel is Brendan Lee O'Connell. He has a short video on IIA operations, and it's pretty much to redirect, to have us in a state of confusion about what's going on. And that's the problem with YouTube. YouTube algorithms are so fucking powerful and so potent. I can't even super chat the words women, she, or vermin. I tried super chatting women are vermin, won't let you. Our freedom of speech is it's being controlled so heavily. There's people reporting, like Americans that live in China, saying that the Facebook in China or the YouTube in China is less censored than the YouTube in the United States.
I believe that.
I find that very true, and I find
I feel like there's almost an equation
so much
that's being manipulated.
that,
That equation being available information
I guess you guys can't hear me.
versus discernment.
Blah, 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 blah,
And I feel
blah.
like
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I hear
Clear,
you, Brandon.
Okay, well, I guess this guy that's talking can't.
no, I just switched up. I can now. Yeah, I didn't hear you for a sec. Sorry.
Well, I've found that the people have been conditioned so much that they will not say the words. I have people in here, they all the time won't say Hitler. They always like mustache man. Will not say COVID. It's always, the coof or the beer flu or something like that. We have to start using these words and speaking clearly without any type of conjecture. You don't want to let people interpret your words for you. You want to say things exactly the way you want to say things.
And if I could add one more point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandon. Sorry.
Go for it. Add.
I was just going to say, we all have seen now that Chronic has been monetized. Hammer's been monetized. That channel, Brendan Lee O'Connell spent 3.5 years in Australian prison because he exposed the Talpiot program. And what did they lock him up for? Quote unquote hate speech. But what did the judge in his case allow him to do? They allowed him to cover the information of the Talpiot program, which is the high technological takeover. I spoke with Brandon about this, but I haven't sent him the information. Brendan says it this way. He goes, look at me. Look what I've exposed. Why haven't they killed me yet? Because they have me right where they want me. I'm a single man. My channels have been deleted. I think it's like 8 or 9 times now. And they have us right where they want us. Chronic and Hammerhand have gotten monetized because they have us steered right where they want us now. They don't have to go to Chronic's house. They don't have to fuck with Hammerhand and Fed show up to them. They will monetize you, but they're not going to let any large numbers come to your channel. You're not going to flourish like think before they sleep. You're going to get, your guys are going to be able to throw you a little bit of shekels. It's not going to be a lot of guys, new guys being able to throw you shekels. It's the OGs that have been following you for a long time. So they have it so, the package is so wrapped up now that they can monetize the channels that are speaking real truth because they're just going to make sure that their sub count doesn't grow. And here's the juicy detail. Once you get to a certain level, there is a human employee that follows your channel, that will flag your channel. If you're talking about certain shit that's on the list of what you can't talk about, that video gets deleted. Look how Ribby got fucking deleted. He posted a picture of a girl's like graduation picture, fully clothed. And that YouTube employee said, oh yeah, we got Ribby now. This is what we're gonna delete Ribby for. It wasn't an algorithm that deleted Ribby. It was the human being that selected him, that was following him. So once you get to like 10,000 subs, 20,000 subs, sure as shit, you're gonna have a human being following you. But look at our boy Frost. What happened to Frost's channel? Oh yeah, after Sandman shared Frost's video, Frost's channel started to be heavily scrutinized. And what do we have? We have our friend Frost, whose channel got deleted, and he was getting the focus put on him as soon as Sandman shares his video, because the employee of YouTube that followed Sandman was now following Frost. It's fucking sick, man.
And Frost makes some of the best memes. Oh my god, that guy's got some talent for that. Yeah. Oh man, I laugh my ass off at least once a week from his stuff.
I didn't know Ribby got cut. When did that happen?
Yeah, Ribby had 111,000 followers.
Yeah,
and they fucking nuked
he was
him.
growing fast.
Like 2 months ago.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd.
Well,
where's the poopy butthole when you need him?
Oh, I love the poopy butthole. That guy cracks me up. You know,
Angler,
yes.
I've never had as much fun on a stream than when Riggs and Ghost kept firing off those farts. Indy was trying to take things serious. He's like, guys, I'm serious. This is heavy duty shit. And then Riggs and fucking Ghost are just blowing up the stream. We couldn't even get a word out. We were just laughing for hours, man. I'll never forget that.
Yep. That's poopy butthole. Yep. For sure. Good times.
Riggs loves to come on and serenade lots of people. He's got a very, very talented ass.
Riggs!
He's definitely the class clown, I will admit.
Oh, he's way better than the class clown, man. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. So I guess I'll have to think for a minute and try to come back to it.
Also, another thing with that's being done to us is they have made us afraid to gather. People don't, they're so worried about getting doxxed these days that they have made men afraid to go and meet other men of like mind. That's one of the things I'm trying to get to do with my MGTOW World Tour series, is just go out and meet all the brothers. But, it's difficult. People, really want, to have a buffer between themselves and others because they're so afraid of being canceled.
Yeah.
And we've got to stop living in fear. If you can't say what you mean and go see who you want, what the fuck is life? You've got to just take this shit and say, fuck you, I'm doing what I want. I'm going my own way. Eat shit and die, motherfucker.
That's a good point. And men, yeah, just like Brandon, just like you said, men are becoming afraid. That's truth. I guess I'll just leave it there. And
I think Brandon is speaking the hardest truth we got to hear right now, because as single men, it is very, very hard to control us. I know some of us have children. I don't personally. But the wife is definitely something that can be used against you. The child is definitely, but it's just something when you're a MGTOW, you have to say, fuck it. You have to. Because for too long, we've been apologetic. We have to be unapologetic. And it's not that I was trying to not drop the name of the guy who's running the cartel ring in New Hampshire. It's just, I don't like to decide if I'm going to get someone's channel taken down. But if Brandon allows me to, then I'll say what needs to be said. This time, ask yourself this. When you're talking about truth, if not you, who? If not now, when? Pose that question to yourself when you're thinking about censoring yourself. If not me, who? If not now, when? This shit has to get out there, and our awareness as a people, whether or not it's someone who's on my side of the aisle or someone who I disagree with, we have to see that whether you're on the left, right, middle, it doesn't matter. There's a power structure that doesn't mean well for any of us. And if we don't speak about this truth that can actually change things, meaningful dialogue, we're running out of time to do so. The runway is, we're running out of runway to land that fucking plane.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I agree with all that, but it is good to keep in mind that there are large segments of the population that do not value truth. And that's, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. So but here's the deal. They're obviously not a potential audience or a potential set of ears, but they are everywhere. So I mean, the mission is very kind of precise. It's to, speak truth, and not necessarily speak truth to power, speak truth in this very general way, and just hope it finds the right ears so that they can utilize it. You know what I mean? Because we're not going to change the culture. The culture is not going to be suddenly value a certain degree, a certain amount of principles or truth or integrity or ethic anymore. That's a lost cause.
Your own choice.
Yeah,
you've got to live your life with morals, values, ethics, and principles, and apply them to every facet of your life.
Yeah.
Not just where it's convenient, not just where you're not hurting somebody's feelings, not where, in some place where it'd be good enough to get along. You've got to just apply it to all parts of your life. So even the smallest things, if I wanted to take some time off, I would tell my boss the truth about what I want to do to take time off versus using a politically correct lie. And I've had that bite me in the ass. I said, hey, I want to take this time off because I want to go have a beer tonight. And God, that raises all kinds of red flags in the fucking trucking industry if we talk about alcohol. I literally had to rent a hotel room so that I could go and drink, even though I only had 2 beers with dinner. And I wasn't allowed back on the truck for 24 hours.
After 2 beers.
That's how strict the rules at my company are. Then when I got back, I had to prove to my company, using my Uber receipts, that I was at the hotel the whole time and I didn't come back to the truck to sleep.
Good Lord.
But I would not change a single thing about that because I knew the rules of the trucking industry when I signed up for this job. And I am not going to lie to anybody about anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not worth it.
You did the right thing, but got bit in the ass for it.
No, it was just a pain in the ass. I didn't get bit. I just a nibble. I told you I kind of like nibbles.
All right. Yeah.
But don't sacrifice your principles, your values, your morals, your ethics for anyone. That is you. That is how you define yourself.
Yep. I agree 100%.
And don't hang out with people who don't have morals, values, ethics, and principles. If they, if they will tolerate liars, that means that they themselves are a fucking liar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they tolerate fools, that also means that they are fools.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree.
If Brandon switches back to the panel view, I got a new trucker hat in, and I think it's going to really get some people on the left really pissed off.
Oh, good.
So I don't know this company. I found them on Etsy, but they have a Joe Biden hat with his face that says "I'd sniff that," and it's like a fucking Squidward nose. I shared it on Absolute Knowledge's Discord. I threw it on. I think I linked it on the GMs and just I got the picture out there. But I'm pretty sure this company can they have this is a high quality trucker hat too. Like the bill is really thick, and then the snapback portion on the back is instead of one line of beads, it has two, so it won't come off your head. But this company is they got a few different designs on Biden. I'm just man, if I showed up at any sort of political rally with this, it didn't matter which side it was, people would be going fucking apeshit.
Unfortunately, we got him at the helm, and that sucks for everybody. But also,
especially the guy that's got to wipe his ass. Says, my butt's been wiped.
My butt's been wiped. Yep. But if anything has ever shown anybody how the president of the United States is not in control, at least not this one, this guy is setting the perfect example. He's fucking off his rocker, Jesus H. Christ. My butt's been wiped.
We're talking about a guy who, while he was senator-elect, his wife and daughter died in a fiery car accident. It's I wonder if they got sacrificed for you, Joe. And then we see his son with a laptop. If you look at Hunter Biden, you can tell that child was damaged, most likely from his father. Abused. You can just see it on him. This isn't me making assumptions. When when children are affected and it rolls over into their adulthood, they're just broken fucking people. And you could tell he is a broken individual that was used for blackmail. They knew, just think about this. How fucked up do you have to be to do all those things on camera?
Ask Hunter.
Really? You got to be a real fucked up individual. Normal people don't do that. Someone who's been abused their entire life sexually, they probably have a propensity to act and fly off the handle. Their composure isn't something that they're used to having. Hunter Biden doesn't look like someone who's ever really had composure in his life.
Oh no!
And he's not afraid of any consequences.
Yeah, he's never had to own up to shit.
And also, if you guys remember, it was before one of his elections, there was a newspaper that was supposed to come out in mass exposing that he was involved in something. I need to get the details of it. And his connection to the mob made sure that those newspapers weren't delivered that day that would have swung the election, so he would have lost. There was a big scandal with a newspaper. I remember this. I gotta find the year in which election it was, but yeah, he he would have gotten sank. But whoever he was connected to, where they were able to pull some strings and I don't know how many thousands of copies were pulled off the shelves.
Who is M.A.?
Is that
There's
somebody
somebody called
pulling up in your comments?
That's in the panel.
No, there's somebody on the panel who keeps jumping in and dropping out, and jumping in and dropping out.
Are they talking shit or are they being nice?
No, they're not saying anything. They're just popping in and dropping out.
It's not
I have no idea
Agape.
who
Isn't
MA
it?
is.
Not Agape. I know
So-
his voice.
M.A.? Who is M.A.?
I think it's Mouth Agape Ape. Yeah. I don't know why that's happening like this, Brandon.
Is that you, Frank?
Yeah, it's me,
What
brother.
up, Frank?
How you doing, man?
Good, brother. Good. Yeah, I was here last night. It's good. Good
Good to
times.
hear you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, I'm sure that's Agape, but I'm not sure. I mean, he was talking before. He had some good points to say. I don't know why it keeps doing this. It keeps flashing.
He's on right now. Nope, now he's gone.
Yeah.
And now he's back.
But you have to let him back in. You see, Brandon. You can't.
Well,
do it.
he's on. He's actually showing. He's got the blue highlight. He's not gray.
Oh, you got him wrenched?
No, I'm talking about the StreamYard status. If you're blue, you can speak. If you're gray, you're backstage.
Oh,
Yeah, he's in the show. Literally in the show.
well, come on in, MA.
Yeah, I'm sure that's Agape, but I don't know.
So if you're having trouble with your StreamYard right now,
Yeah, I'll drop the
whoever
link.
this is, shut her down and start over.
Yeah.
Something
Love
funny.
to hear from you, but
I don't know. It sounded good.
Was there a chance that either Chronic or Hammerhand got? There's a video. I don't think either of them have covered it with Andrew Tate. He probably deleted off his Twitter, but it was from 2021. He bought the neighbor's house and he was building his Bugatti garage. And in the video, he literally says how he would rather have sex with a 10 tranny than a one woman who looks like Hulk Hogan. Literally on camera. Says, I would rather fuck a tranny. I'm a tranny fucker. I can't believe it, but I sent it to Chronic and hopefully it's been covered. If it hasn't, this shit's gonna go nuclear.
Oh, dear.
I've never
I don't
listened to Andrew Tate.
I don't care about those pickup artists. Fuck 'em.
No. No.
And
They're not really part of the manosphere. They're
No.
don't-
seeking female validation. That's completely against what I'm for.
I don't listen to Chronic or Hammerhand anymore. Like, I don't listen to any three of those people that you mentioned.
I understand.
Hello, Zechariah. Welcome, brother.
What's up, Zach? I talked to him a
Zechariah.
little bit behind the scenes. Yeah, he's good people. Other people want to go out there and talk shit like a lot of these people do. But yeah, Zechariah, he's good people.
These PUAs, they know that MGTOW, which is not PUA, we are taking numbers from them. We're taking money out of their pocket, their false money, their, rubbish money, and that's probably one of the reasons why. And they're trying to consolidate themselves. All these guys are consolidating. They're getting some of their girls with them too. And we all know who they are, who follow them, like their idols. And that's because we're taking we're like young men's like, oh, how do I pick up a girl and all that sort of stuff. It's the POE stuff. I never understood PUA. Well, silly to me, but we're taking.
You've never needed PUA. You're just you are like the embodiment of male sexuality. You walk in the room and every panty in the fucking 5 mile area just hits the floor. Whap!
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the reason I brought him up, we have a pattern that has been established now. We have Tuck Style Anthony. We have
That's for you, Brandon.
Playing with Fire, and then we have Andrew Tate now. Three individuals that all will have sex with a tranny, right?
Yeah.
So it's it's either you choose morals, values, principles, and ethics, stoicism, or you choose to be a tranny fucker. It's like the pattern has been established now. These guys will compromise the tenets and principles of being a man, standing on their square, because they cannot help themselves. It's great to see that we got 3 fucking bozos admitted on camera.
I think the last
They're
video
debaucherous perverts. They're sexual deviants. Fuck
There's
'em.
something wrong with that.
You know,
Yeah, fuck 'em.
they're sexual deviants.
Yeah.
They need to be ostracized and shunned and driven from the fucking society.
Yeah.
They've made it easy for young men to make the decision. The novice guys who don't have a lot of experience, who didn't have a strong masculine role model, who might have had a single mother. These clowns are making it so easy, not for MGTOW to find them, but for them to find MGTOW.
Yeah, they have to come to the mountain, brother. Real talk. They have to come to our mountain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Because Frank knows that you must fly every mountain. Sing it, Frank.
Come on. You gotta keep going with it. Okay. We'll sing a song later, brother. Akush will be coming back too, but he's at work apparently. So.
Excellent.
I think the last video I watched from Undead Chronic was are you guys familiar with Anthony Johnson?
Oh yeah.
And
21.
he admitted to putting his thing in a tranny.
You mean having sex with a transvestite?
Yes.
Hang on, Angler. I know it's a funny thing. There's so many men in this place called Anthony. Do you mean John Anthony Lifestyles or Anthony Dream Johnson? Because I get mixed up too.
John Anthony Lifestyles.
Yeah. He's
Not
done at least 2 trannies, 3 trannies, and it's a shocker, right?
And he's admitted that. And now I'm also not a big fan of the 21 Studios thing. That
Dream, whatever his name is.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not going to sit here and talk shit about them. I'm okay to not agree with them and not subscribe to their content.
Yeah.
I think what this has laid out is that we can finally show men that these channels are purposely promoted by the algorithm because they are compromised, sexual deviant men who can be controlled. It's so hard to control someone going their own way who's standing on the tenets and principles. But when you don't have them, you are going to be used as a tool to steer the novice men who need guidance. That's what I think needs to be outlined is look at all the numbers boosted John Anthony Lifestyle has got. How the algorithm has lifted him up, sent him to the moon. Same thing with Playing with Fire. Same thing with Andrew Tate. Does Andrew Tate really get censored, or are they just playing like he's getting censored? The people who are actually getting censored.
He's really in jail.
Is he really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Remain. Yeah.
Of course, I wasn't there. As AKS would say.
AKS would say.
What's he in jail for?
Now I don't know if he's in jail for supposedly human trafficking.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
He got me too'd. in Romania. I think it was Romania, right?
Romania, Brandon.
Yeah, I don't know because I wasn't there.
Who cares? Ask me how I know.
So,
You know, who knows whether or not it's true, but
Anthony Tate knows.
yeah, he does.
Yeah. He got a lot of money, lots of money.
Yep.
Yeah, that he made being a whoremonger, running
Yes,
a
he did.
sex site,
Yeah,
and fucking.
Yeah.
You guys really mind that? Are you surprised when he said he would fuck a tranny when he pretended to be a woman online to bilk men out of their hard-earned shekels?
Yeah, no, not at all.
I reckon not. Yeah.
You don't get to write that stuff without having those thoughts. I'm sorry. That's the way I see it.
If this is really true, it's just another good shining example of what these MRAs and all these people that claim to be what they think they are. It's just another shining example of what they really are.
But I think
So
they know that. I was just going to throw it out there.
Did you guys ever watch Black? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll say this very quickly. I think they know that if a man can't control his biology, he really has no say over anything in his life because he's a fiend, and they need men to be fucking fiends for that hot box. If we can say no to it, then we're hard to control. Then we can start to fight for freedom. So it's just like they need these men left on that fucking deviant plantation. And I love seeing the smoking gun. When you see video evidence, smoking gun shit, it's like, okay, we see who the fuck you are. We don't have to talk about you anymore. You're a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
What's up, results?
That makes sense.
Welcome, results oriented.
Welcome in, brother.
Hello, result.
Hello, gentlemen.
You're safe today. You don't have to worry about keeping your back to the wall. Riggs is asleep.
or is he? Or is he? You sure?
I'll watch my six in either case.
All right. I don't know, Frank, because I'm not there.
Because you.
Oh, shiza.
How are you doing?
Doing well. Had to take a day off of work for jury service. Sat at the courthouse a couple hours this morning. Didn't get selected for a panel. They turned me loose, and I've been running some personal errands, listening to your guys' conversation for the past hour or so. Just driving down the highway, and thought I'd jump in.
Well, I hope we didn't damage your head too bad.
Oh no. I like hearing different opinions, different perspectives. The subject matter of what you were talking about before I had to tune out for the last 20 minutes. Stuff I'm somewhat familiar with. It's all good. Carry on.
All right. Well, join in,
I'm
brother.
just a fly on the wall. Fly on the wall is what I am.
All right.
We weren't quite able to ask Brandon about what Kush. Oh, someone's timed out. Oh, okay. Bit of dramas down there. It's cool. Tim's got it. The main thing was I wanted to ask a serious question, so there won't be any farting for a while. But a lot of people were talking about it. About oh no, who could that have been? Because it wasn't me. I don't know. Well, after, and so Brandon is saying some good things about how See, I think what we do is we go by default to protecting people's channels because we don't want their channels out of respect. It's like, Brandon knows these things. Okay. How many people, after the last 3 years, have you seen the people that you know, and not like it's anecdotal evidence, but I've known a lot of people who've had a lot of problems. And one of our brothers was talking about one of his forebears, and hang on a sec. It's not Agape Ape, is it? But anyway, it could be. Okay, it's not. I think that's Poopy Butthole.
Is Poopy Butthole up in here? I was going to say.
It must be. So I'll stop talking now. We'll talk about it later on. Yeah, it was a serious. Let's just have a fart fight, eh? We can have a fart. Let's just have a fart fight. Let's just, come on. See how we go.
God, hit us with your best ones. Give me your best shot.
There we go. Good one. Oh, good one.
Poopy, you got to open your mouth, bro.
Oh. Whoa, that was good.
Don't you guys? I always feel so satisfied after a good fart.
Tell me about it, Brandon.
Yeah.
There's very few things in life that you can look at. Well, you can't really look at it, but you can smell it and hear it and feel it. And you just feel so fulfilled.
You feel free, light-headed.
My son does it all the time. He's like, "Hey, Daddy." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Listen."
I don't know about you guys, but after a good shit, it's accomplishing.
It's a good thing.
So
like
it gives us a little,
shoulders.
Exactly. And taking a big shit gives us a small insight into what women have to go through with child. That's why. I hope they feel the same. Oh, yeah, I hope they feel the same sense of accomplishment. I've never had postpartum depression after taking a big shit. I've always been quite pleased with myself.
They don't. They can't appreciate a big shit. They can't appreciate what happens. Anyway.
Well, then again, I don't have to fucking breastfeed my shit either. So,
I had a breakthrough in the psychology of women. And this happened a few months ago, or I would say about 8 months ago, 6 months ago, who knows. I think the day it happened, I was talking to SCE, and I told them about it. And I think I was talking to Gray and SCE. And we had a little discussion, and I just had to share it with them because it was just like, I found a vulnerability in their psychology. So while I was railing one of these beasts, I, for some reason, had gas just arrive in my gut while I'm mid-stroke. I literally farted during sex. We both laughed, and she said these exact words. No one's ever done that before. And then I just started thinking, wait a sec. She says that to Chad, right? So I imprinted her. She said that she received a second-hand fart. She said that she felt my fart and that no one's ever done that before. So I'm thinking to myself, if you want to imprint one of these beasts, eat beans and onions before you get down with them. And if you fart during sex, she's going to say, "You're my first."
What?
It was a revelation, to say the least.
Show me one man that has never farted during sex.
It was, how an engine, how you got that crankshaft spinning, and some of the valves are in the intake stroke, and then the others are in the exhaust stroke. It was like the timing belt broke, right? As she was on her intake stroke, something came out of the exhaust.
Well,
It wasn't
whose
supposed to
exhaust?
happen.
Whose exhaust? Yours or his?
So the pistons and the valves met, and the engine exploded.
No, real.
Shit, bro.
Do we have to talk about 69s, guys? I don't know if we have to get
No.
Oh yeah, it gets way worse than just pooping. Yeah, it goes way further.
You know, but that leaves open a whole new fucking possibility of things to happen. You know, she's going to be open to farting now during sex, but you know, chicks have a problem with incontinence, so she's just going to fucking shart. You know now, and she'll
thank
take
God
this
that
fucking this beautiful feeling that she got with you, and the next guy is going to fucking wind up with a turd in the face.
Well, I think this is the only double standard that we can hold them to, right? If they fart during sex, we dump them. But we're the only ones who are allowed to fart. Because think about it. Is farting not the most toxically masculine behavior that you could ever conduct yourselves doing?
Hey, women fart too.
Yeah, it's part of the bodily function.
Sorry, what did you say, Brandon?
Women like to be degraded during intimacy.
No, women do not fart. No, they don't. They don't fart, guys. Never seen a woman
I've heard
fart.
it. I've heard it. I've slept with women for many years. They're quite stinky sometimes.
Yep.
Oh, yes, they are. Matchbox, Brandon. Matchbox. You know.
I heard
One of the biggest farts that I ever heard. I woke up long before my girlfriend, and she's laying in my bed, and just cuts one loose in her sleep. And I mean, it just wasn't like a. It was a fucking. I mean, she cut one loose.
That's good, Angler.
And I just looked
like a
behind
man.
my shoulder, and I'm like,
did you give her a Dutch oven?
Yeah, that's the one. The Matchbox.
Fuck no, she could have her own Dutch oven. I wasn't getting back into them covers. Not after that one. No, sir.
Oh dear. Hey, we all know Brandon used to wrestle. You know, back in the way back then. Brandon was a wrestler in Mexico. Now we talk about wrestling many times, I guess. You know, Andre the Giant did a fart, and I think it was like 15 or 20 seconds long once. And he also took a dump. I wish Brandon was down there in Mexico way. And Andre, I wish he was the wrestler that Andre had wrestled that night, because Andre did.
God, you wish that on me?
Oh, I'm just kidding. But Andre drank
bastard.
He went out for dinner. No, he goes for his dinner, you know, as normal. He eats probably a whole cow. And he drank about.
No, he was eating oysters.
Oysters.
And he was drinking.
Talking about. Yeah.
Right, and he had 30 beers and 4 dozen oysters, and fucking he went to wrestle that night, and he was supposed to like sit down on this guy, and he fucking takes his shit right in the ring.
I didn't know this about Brandon. I didn't know you were a wrestler.
Yeah,
this didn't happen to me.
Okay.
I did not get shit on by Andre the Giant.
Thank God. Because you know what? I would not want to hear that story.
The beer shits are the worst.
Imagine
but the
oysters involved.
The mixture of beer and oysters, fucking fishy beer farts, man. Oh my God.
Fishy
and
beer.
It had to be some fucking. Jesus.
Oh, Shiza. Okay. All right. I think I'm on board now. My goodness.
Well, Roddy Piper, he loved on him. They were basically pretty much the best. I had many friends, but they were pretty much the best of friends. But on stage, I mean, on the interviews and stuff, they had to be always eternal enemies. They were the best of friends. They were good friends. But yeah, I've heard some stories about Andre. You know, when he backs you in the ring, you know, when he, on the corner of the ring and sits on you. Oh my God. Heard some terrible stories.
The one time my dad and his friend took me and his friend's son to one of these fake wrestling matches. Andre the Giant was there.
Wow.
Like Hulk Hogan wasn't there, but you know, I got to see Andre the Giant in his black fucking leotard.
Mm.
And yeah, that's interesting how he drank a shit ton of beer and ate a bunch of oysters and shat all over somebody.
Gee, how big, Angler, did he freak you out when you looked at how big he was, or?
Man, we were in the nosebleeds, so
yeah,
he looked really big compared to the person that he wrestled. So you know, I really don't know. You know, just
they said that. I mean, they said he could drink 140 cans of beer, just like that, quite easy. You know, I mean, and then just be fine. Apparently.
That's you know,
You got to stay well hydrated.
Yeah, yeah.
Well hydrated, my ass.
Well, that beer would, yeah.
Yeah, that's way too much, and I reckon he was just a big guy, and
huge man. Yeah.
He was a big guy. In fact, he was a giant.
Wasn't he over like 7 feet? Like 7 feet 1 or 7 feet 2 or
yeah, 7'4" apparently.
7.
How much did he weigh?
400 and something pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a power lifter online. He does some goofy lifts, but he was doing like this Zercher, I don't know if it was like a Zercher pull or something like that, but the guy is doing like 800,000 pounds. He jumps on the scale, and he's over in Europe, so it's in kilograms, and the scale says full. Turns out the guy is 6 foot, weighs 468 pounds. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. 468 at that height. That's a big man.
That's huge.
Yeah, Brian Shaw, one of the world's strongest men.
It's funny. Our brother AKS, he's told me before in the past that I think he knows Brian Shaw in some capacity. Yeah, I think he knows Brian Shaw. Absolute Knowledge Seekers. That's what he's said to me in the past. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yep. That's quite a big person to know, I reckon.
Yeah, big man to know.
Yeah, I bet you he's got a whole lot of love.
Not for me. Man. Yeah,
it's way down inside.
Okay, right. Let's have a look. Bugger.
So, Brandon, I'm going to assume that you're a big Led Zeppelin fan.
Well, you don't have. I'm a Led Zeppelin fan, but just because I'm fat doesn't mean you have to bring that into everything.
I ain't saying nothing about that.
Yeah, you did. You said I was a big Led Zeppelin fan. You bastard.
Oh, God damn it. Quit putting words in my mouth.
You said it.
Well, I didn't mean it that way.
I'm going to assume you're...
There we go. That sounds like Frank.
I'm drooling. I'm going to put you back to school and... Bang down inside. I'm going to give you love. Yeah, whole lot of love.
Frank, God damn it.
Need a full homo love.
Oh, no. You guys are going to make me laugh to the point of puking.
Excuse me.
All right. Okay. At least we're past the that part of the conversation. Oh, God damn it.
Come on, Absolute Knowledge Seekers is here. He could tell you more a bit about the powerlifting, Brian Shaw. And Rusty was, well, no, won't say anything more. But he's a strong guy, strong lad.
Yep.
Know what I mean? Know what I mean?
Yep.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Know what you're saying.
Hear me now. Hear me now. All right. Oh, here we go. Do we have to start it up again? It's a challenge. It's been laid out.
Yeah, it's
Brandon.
been a while since myself and AKS have had a conversation. We had a little bit of an argument back in the day, and last I knew, we were over it, and
It takes a strong man, angler, to patch up differences. There's hardly any enemies in my life. In fact, they're actually dead now. I think there were 2 people.
And that's because Frankie wanted it that way.
Well. But yeah, I don't have any enemies in my life. Really, there's one guy still around here and there, but that was when I was a kid, so not a big thing. The ones, just don't know. I wouldn't know their names and stuff like that. Never been interfered, all that, but it is what it is. But the other ways as well, been brutalized in many ways.
Sure.
Yeah, but no, I don't have any real grudges, and those guys are dead now. So, although older people, much older, couldn't get to them. Allegedly, couldn't get to them.
Yep.
That's what it was.
I swear to God, Poopy Butthole's up in here somewhere.
Of course he is. That's him. I thought it was Agape, but I'm sure it's Poopy. There's only Riggs who's asleep, and Poopy Butthole, yeah, which is Ghost. And what Real Talk was saying before, yeah, we were there that night when we had a fart.
You were there.
I was there. It was on Saunders' stream. And it was Saunders. It
was Saunders.
You were there too. Yeah, Angler.
Yeah.
We were all there. A lot of us were there, and I think he fell asleep, and Mitchell was there, I believe, if I recall. I mean, we've had a few streams. Yeah. And Contriver was there, and a lot of people were there, but it was a long stream, probably an 8-hour stream, that one. And what's more, guys, who's going to give the vote for the longest streamer ever? It must be Brandon now. I mean, I've heard tell that Ribby or Manic. I've heard tell that they did a 24-hour stream once, but I wasn't there. But ask me how I know, Brandon Hangler.
How do you know?
Well, because I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
But, chat. So Seekers is talking about. Yeah, Brandon had a fort. Seekers. Who's that? Yes, Purpose. Seekers is talking about. He's talking about. I think he's talking about Brian Shaw. Oh, he doesn't know him personally, but he knows his diet and performance, and he talks about the big wrestlers: Rikishi, I think Rikishi, Yokozuna, and Viscera. Huge guys, man.
I think I'm familiar with Rikishi, and I don't really listen. Like I've stated before, I like listening to these smaller channels and hearing what people that are still grounded and people that are still based and not caught up in stupid horse shit. Those are the guys that I like to listen to.
Yeah. Well, I followed this guy, Angler, so I'm bringing it up, not you. You don't have to respond to this, bro. I don't mind. But
okay,
you did.
We brought up
You follow guys. You follow guys all the time. It's okay.
to the toilet. Sometimes Brandon and I follow them to the toilet, and what's said is best left unsaid. Sometimes, but we talked about these three guys who go with trannies who don't have any morals, ethics, values, principles. But this guy, Think Before You Sleep, I followed that dude since he started. I remember when he
I like him a lot. Yes,
I did like him, but he's kind of he's got with Venti now, and so I don't really have. But it seems a combination.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last video of his I listened to. Yeah, he's dating what's her name?
Brittany Venti.
Brittany Venti. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think once he got enough subscribers, and he was Sandman would. I think Sandman was helping him out and pushing him as a new thing. And I used to watch all of his for since he came out, 3 years, I'd say. I thought this guy, produces pretty good content, and he took the. It seems he took. He had a lot of help anyway from Chronic as well and other people. But all that aside, not wishing to cause dramas, but the smaller channels I've heard, we've got. We have some guys, and we've got all the biggest hitters here, who don't have, like these guys, 600 and something thousand for, and this girl, what's her name, guys? I had her anyway. The one that
Pearly things.
Oh well, yeah. See these guys, like you look at some of these big guys who only got maybe 50,000 subs after like 7-8 years, and they're like still going. I mean, I like the smaller channels. I like Saunders' channel, and it's better. It's better. And it's hard to be a wrench in any big channel because you don't even know what the guys are saying because you have to keep an eye on all the stuff. And Tim did a good job. Tim did a good job of putting someone in timeout before, and I got them them under the eye. So good job, Tim, brother. Good job, Tim, brother. Sorry, too much. Still going.
Yeah, it becomes a bit wild, but
Tim is the moderating wrench.
Yeah, like the master
wrench. The head wrench.
Yeah.
King of the wrenches.
He said yesterday, what did he say? I'll try and do it. He said, and if I'm there, and hang on, what did he say? You'll go flying into space, all right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you were talking about, and because we went to the X space yesterday, Brandon, and you were.
Yep, SpaceX.
SpaceX, yeah. And he said, you try that on me, you're going into space, all right, mate. I'm throwing you into space. That's what he said. Where is he? Think before you zinc.
You wonder where that.
Think before you zinc.
That's a good one.
Yep. I'm surprised to hear that Ribby got the axe. I mean, he was growing and growing and growing. And,
yeah. 111.
I never really listened to him, but I just knew where he was from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think the younger people, Angler, and
yeah.
What up?
Meow.
I think. Meow.
Hello, Tim.
Oh, Tim's here. Yeah, the kitty. Yeah.
Frank, the correct quote was, if someone tries to fuck with me, I'm giving him a free flying lesson.
Free flying lesson, that's the one, yeah.
Hello, sir.
Free flying lesson.
Anglo, what up, man?
How are you?
Still standing, man. Still standing.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Well, hey, Tim, what did you work out today? Because if you did legs... then you're still standing.
Yes, I did legs today.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Ouch.
It is what it is, man. If you want to be jacked, you have to get the work in, man.
Yep.
Oh, Christ. Well, I'll trade you my left leg for yours, and then maybe I can continue that.
Just, like I said to everyone, just work out in your own pace, man. You don't have to go super long. I just enjoy working out, and so I go really hard. But I understand it's not for everyone.
Yeah. It used to be, just not anymore. So anyway, it's good to hear from you.
My pleasure, man. No worries. I thought I'll help Frank out real quick with the quote. And yes, I threw Oki out the chat. He was talking shit.
Oh, was that Oki?
Yeah, that was
Oki?
Oki.
Yeah.
And
What the fuck is Oki doing in here?
He was talking shit, man.
I've never dealt with Oki. I've heard lots about him, but I've never dealt with him. But I've heard lots about him.
Hey Tim, I'd love to hear what Oki was. What was because I'm not I don't read the chats. I don't get.
Nah, they were actually offensive, bro. Because I read them. I did read them.
Yeah, he was saying stuff about your posture and how you should eat less, and that because you're of a certain size, you have no opinion, stuff like that.
Yeah. Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah. He's a fuckwit.
But Engler, real quick, man, I've tried to talk to Oki in a normal, civilized manner, and he called me every single name under the book an incel, and then he said he doesn't negotiate with terrorists.
You're shitting me. He actually pulled that out of his pocket.
I'm badass, man. I'm not shitting you. He called me a terrorist.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I'm just coming in. Who called you a terrorist?
Oki.
I got something for you guys. This guy was trying to shame one of the people with the passport movement. I'm going to switch my audio avatar. Brandon, tell me this guy doesn't look like the black Oki right here. He looks like Oki's brother from another mother.
All right, I got to exit the solo.
I can't see shit, so I'll just believe what you guys say.
Yeah.
And this guy,
it just goes to show you everybody has a twin.
Oki's he's so far gone he can't even have a doppelganger, so he can only have like someone of the opposite skin tone. But this guy was literally on a stream trying to shame one of these guys in the passport movement, saying, "I've got my girlfriend. I'm happy. I don't know about you guys." It's like, you can't shame us, you fucking loser.
No.
We already know all the tricks to the trade. Just try this on another guy.
But real talk,
I think the last thing that I saw about him was actually somebody else posting a video, and this motherfucker actually had on a tinfoil cap, like a real tinfoil cap. Did any of you guys see that?
No.
And he's sitting there talking to some other dude, and they're doing whatever they're doing and whatever. But yeah, I've never had any interactions with this person.
No, me neither. I saw him once though.
I don't want to.
No, me neither. But I saw him once in passing at a local mall, and but he was wearing his face mask. But I thought that's okay. I looked at his face mask closer.
You saw him in person?
Yeah, it was a 24. It was a size 24. It was his face mask was size 24 panties. I thought they don't make them. Size 24, and he was sniffing. He was hyperventilating. He was hyperventilating through the face mask. He was like breathing in and out. He was hyperventilating. I said, "Sir, are you okay?" And he said, "Yeah, man, I'm doing really good." Yeah. Had a kind of a big brown spot, and I wondered if he had a cold or something from his nose, but apparently it was just for internal access. So, yeah.
God. Cucks of a feather flock together.
Cucks of a feather.
Oh my goodness.
I'll drop the link.
How many
again.
accounts can you make? Right? How many accounts can you make from scratch?
Oh, yeah. You know, that's a good question for a lot of these motherfuckers up in here.
Angler knows a lot about these bitches, eh? These fucking horse.
Yeah.
Oh, good one.
See, I think a lot of guys got to understand there's those we laugh at and there's those we laugh with.
I think we're going at Oki and with each other. We love with each other.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that's a good point because, you know, I love laughing with you guys. I've met some of you, you know, some time ago, and it's great to laugh with you guys.
Yeah.
Always.
Hey, Angler, JLM has got JLM. You know JLM. He's just asking in the chat, do you mind if he calls you later? He's still got your number.
JLM. Who's that?
I don't know. Have a look at that.
It's JLM.
Well, I get that part, but I'm not familiar, and I don't think that I've talked to this person on the phone before, so I'm not really, you know, at liberty to spout off my phone number right here, right now.
I'm not doxing anyone. He says his name is Jim McIntosh. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not out of school right there. So.
Yes, sir. I know who you are, and yes, I believe I am completely down to talk to you later if you want to call.
And his previous channel was deleted. He's saying.
Hey, we have one guy who is wanting in backstage. You need to turn on your speaker, or not speaker, but microphone. There you go.
Okay, here we go. I thought I just myself. Oh Christ, I'm very close to Brandon. If I knock myself out of here, I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Don't threaten me like that, you son of a bitch.
Hurry back,
Brandon. I wanted to ask you on your travels thus far. What states, as far as like Department of Transportation, what states really are a pain in the ass for you?
California, because they make you drive at 55, and everybody else, all the cars, they get to drive at 70. I hate that.
Yeah.
Colorado, because they have these electronic speed limit signs, and they fucking change them.
What? That's fucked.
Yeah, it's pretty. I understand why they've got them and why it's a good idea. When you're driving through the mountains, if it's snowing, the speed limit needs to go down and stuff. But when you're fucking driving by the thing and you think you're set, and then it changes the next time you look up, because you got to scan your mirrors every 5 to 10 seconds. You got to look in all your mirrors and look in front and near, far, side to side, all the time. And you register on the fucking speed, and then you check your mirrors, and you come back and it's changed. And you've gone from being legal to being a speeder in the snip, the click of a button. I hate that.
Brandon, real quick, the last thing I wanted to say about the last topic. These guys are like Oki and also think before you sing. These people, man, if they just walk away from the philosophy and do their own thing, no one would have any problem with them. The problem comes from these guys shitting on everyone on their way out. Perfect fart.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
And
Same with Opie. Go ahead. I don't know who was talking.
I was just gonna say, has anyone looked into the history of Venti and who she's dated? Hasn't she dated all those quote unquote conservacucks? A lot of these guys that, you really don't know what they stand for. They're just kind of political. Yeah, they're just hacks that she's dated. How do we know that, like how Real Femme Sapien got exposed by Iridium Kush, where she was looking down at her phone and we could tell that, she has to have someone influencing her or controlling what she's allowed to say and what she's not allowed to say. And it's like, how do we know that Brittany Venti hasn't, had someone encourage her to talk to someone like Think Before You Sleep, who has such a very large channel? And I was saying earlier about companies like Denology and ClearForce, these private intelligence companies that have connection to people's cell phone devices. They will hack into influencers, into social media influencers' cell phones to see what's their search history, what's their porn history. Are they straight, claiming to be straight, but really doing some zesty things behind closed doors? And what they'll do is they'll know what type of person you are, and they will let your channel grow. And once it gets to a big enough size, then you get approached. Then the blackmail material comes out, and then you're going to change your tune, because do you want to lose those 600,000 to 700,000 subscribers? No. You're going to do what you're said, what you're told to do. So I really think that the people that they use to control the narrative on YouTube are heavily compromised. They've got checkered fucking pasts, and they'll send honeypots with huge tatas so that those tits can be wrapped around your face. I'm talking about one nipple on the left ear, one nipple on the right ear. You can't see anything. You can't even fucking breathe, man.
But Brittany Venti.
How is that possible? I've never been suffocated by anybody sticking tits in my ear.
But her past is well known, and she used to hook up with guys from 4chan. That says enough. It's all over the internet. If you do it with the tiniest bit of research, you will find it, man. She's been everywhere.
Like Nick Fuentes. I don't know if you guys are aware that he went on a 20-hour date with a cat boy. This guy who dresses up as a cat, Nick Fuentes went on a date with him, and they slept in the same place together after the date. This is documented. You can research it. But think about someone like Nick Fuentes, who wields an amount of political power and influence, especially with the younger guys. Someone like him, who may have been, there's some intelligence on him. There might be someone who trailed him and has some video of him meeting with somebody. You never know. But it's those type of guys that they like to use.
You'll never know the secrets of the scratching post.
And this is why I don't support these channels, man. None of the chameleons getting any of my fucking votes or my fucking views or my thumbs up, man. If you're a woman talking about men's issues, I'm not interested. You have no idea what men's issues are. And then you get to all the weak-minded sims. I mean, look at Think Before You Sink, man. This guy looks like he can barely bench the bar. This guy doesn't look masculine. He looks like a beta. This guy is gonna fucking tell me how to live my life? Nah, I ain't about that.
And another weirdo, Milo. He's now straight. It's like, what? You came out as the guy who was literally drenched in gasoline and lit on fire originally when Trump first went out as president. And now you're a repenting Christian that is now straight, and they're going to use you for political gain. It's like, come on here, man.
It is I, Okie. It is I, Okie. Where is the 400-pound land whale?
It's Frost.
Hey, no, that's not Frost. That's Okie. He said so. Let Okie speak.
I thought there was 400-pound land whale underwear in here.
There was. I threw him out.
No, what's up, guys?
Hey, brother.
Hey, I flushed you too late, man. I already threw him out.
Yeah, so I heard Oki is back.
Yep.
Well,
I can't believe that Think Before You Zig pulled a Oki over some e-thought titties.
Yeah.
Some random ego.
But we really, I'm blessed to have the Dutch destroyer in here to keep everything safe.
Who's that?
The Netherlands, Neanderthal. He's just gonna fucking. We got a new sheriff in town, brothers. Don't fuck around, Okie. Fucking, he'll go to you.
I just don't know how Oki says he lifts, but he's like 400 pounds. He's like 400% body weight or a body fat.
God, you just don't. You're not using your brain, Frost. Standing up is lifting for him.
No. Raising the Milky Way bar is lifting.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to leave work.
That's like putting a new. That's like putting a new plate on the bar. The Milky Ways,
Yeah, the sneaker bar.
I had to leave work a little early today because my back, I would say, is like 80% better because they got me on fucking pain meds and muscle relaxers, but it was like kind of starting to hurt, so I just left because I want to be able to get back in the gym ASAP, dude. I'm sick of my fucking back hurting.
I understand that, brother. Like, not being able to lift is horrible.
I'm never doing deadlifts again, Tim.
I'm sorry, man. I'll do extra for you.
Oh, this is Tim Algato I'm speaking with? Damn.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Nice to speak with you, brother, man. It's my pleasure.
Yeah, Brandon changed my name.
Oh, Brendan changes everybody's name.
But Frost, I'm gonna keep it 100. You got to get that ashwagandha, man. That shit is the only thing that healed up my shoulder. It's gonna block out that cortisol and raise that testosterone. You're gonna feel like drunk though. After I took it for the first time, I felt like I was drunk but not intoxicated. It was like a chill pill, and then once my body got used to it, my shoulder healed in about like 2 months. Now I'm not saying your back is gonna be the same thing as my shoulder. I think you've had better progress, but blocking out that fucking cortisol is gonna do your body wonders.
Hey, Frost Cupcake.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm using my shitty cell phone, and it was kind of like breaking up, so I left and came back. But I think by the weekend I'll be able to work out again. It's just shitty. Like the two exercises I always snap my shit up is the squat and the deadlift.
Yeah.
And I normally do trap bar deadlift because it's safer, but I was working out with my friend that looks like Tom Hardy's stunt double, and he wanted to do the normal deadlift. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. And then I did 415 for 6 reps, and then the 6th rep, dude, just something fucking went out.
Oh.
Bro, I hope you recover soon. Hey, real quick, man. I gotta go take my dog for a walk. I'll be back later, brothers.
All right. Goodbye.
Hey, peace.
Peace.
Be safe.
I got an X-ray done. There's nothing serious. It's just like a pulled muscle type thing.
Yeah, brother. Watch out for that compensation. You know more than we do about these things, but if you get one little tweak somewhere, then even though it might not be sore anymore, and you keep working out, your body will compensate, and one side of your maybe trapezius or around rhomboids or all that, it will make up for the other side. And so one will start to kind of atrophy, and the other side will take all of the load, whatever you're going to lift. So he's still going.
I think tonight I'm going to do dips and chin-ups. I should be able to get away with that without fucking up my lower back. So
Yeah, brother. Best exercises, brother. You know that. You know more than us. So yeah, keep going, brother. Keep going. And just be careful, bro. I mean, I know how old you are at one stage, but once we hit after that area, yeah.
God damn it, Riggs.
That's not Riggs, bro.
Oh, it's not Riggs.
I think it's Poopy Butthole.
Oh, I thought it was Riggs. He's always up here pooping his pants.
So How's everything, Frost, brother?
Good.
Apart from the back.
I figured I'd jump in here for a minute because I ain't got really nothing else to do.
You enjoy International Women's Day yesterday? Oh no. Yeah, I think that could be somebody. I'm not sure. His name is on.
You guys see how Hershey celebrated International Women's Day? They had the transgender commercial.
Yeah, we saw that, bro. Hammer did a good thing on that. Only one of those girls looked like actually a transgender, the gingerhead one with a nail in their nose. The other ones could have passed for female, but on close inspection.
That's the scary thing with modern science today. A lot of them can pass for female, which is terrifying.
Terrifying. Yep. It's terrifying.
They had to have their diversity troon in there, so
yeah, they did, yeah. Sometimes the voices give it away, but not always. But a lot of the time, the voice will give it away.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Well, yeah, if she sounds like a fucking Rich Piana, then you know it's a fucking dude.
Yeah.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, no, it was scary. And
don't mind my masculine clitoris down there.
I don't even know if they have clits. I unfortunately, when I was a young fella, I saw Shocking Asia, and I saw exactly how they do it right up front. And
Wait, you see what?
A sex change, yeah. I saw how they do it, bro. It was shocking, and they put the It was. I won't even describe it to you, brothers.
Wait, you watched the penis get turned into a hot pocket?
Yeah, we did when we were about 13. When I was 13, 14. Yeah, we watched the penis get turned into a.
Hope to God you weren't in the same room with it.
I know, bro. I was there with some of the boys, young idiots, actually. They're all metlers and stuff, but I don't know how that came about, but for some reason, it was terrible. It was terrible. I can't ever forget it. Frost,
Frank was in school, and he's like, the teacher was like, today I'm going to teach you guys how to turn your pee-pee into a hot pocket.
It's the worst, disgusting. Hey, guys, look, I won't get into graphics, bro, even with you, Mr. Froston. But I've seen it, bro. I wish I could go back and not. You can't unsee what's already been seen. Oh dear, it's shocking. I won't describe it. I could if you want me to.
No.
Okay.
I don't need those images in my head, Frank.
Sorry, brother.
Trying to mentally scar me for life.
I think on the Big Island, bro, you should be mostly all right, but you'll be able to tell, bro. You're a man of the world. If
anything, there's a lot of Asians in Hawaii, so Asian men are normally very feminine, so that's why when they become transformers, it's hard to tell. So if I'm hanging out with an Asian chick and she whips out her cucumber, I'm gonna have to beat some ass, throw it in the volcano.
Yes, that's the one, bro. No, I don't think they'd try it on you, bro. Well, if they did, they'd have a lot of literally double entendre.
I've seen the stories where they'll go hang out with guys and make out with guys, and fucking they don't tell the guy, and then the guy finds out, and the guy freaks out and kills them.
Yeah, that happens. But that is
not if they're a 10. If they're a 10, it's fair game according to
John Anthony
and
John
Andrew
Anthony.
Tate.
And
Andrew Tate on camera.
Tate said it too.
Yeah, I think I sent you that video on. Did you get that video on Discord from Twitter?
I don't think so. I don't think I got any videos about Andrew Tate.
Yeah, let me send it to you because on camera in 2021, he literally says, "I'd rather fuck a 10 tranny than a 1 woman who looks like Hulk Hogan." But that's a non-issue right now. He's a shithead. He's a shit neck retard.
Oh yeah, you guys think You guys think he's got cancer? Apparently, he's got cancer.
Hard to know what to think these days, bro. I mean, all the information we get is mostly misinformation.
I
Hard to
mean,
know.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're smoking cigars all the time. You're probably going to get cancer.
Yeah.
Cigars are like fucking 10 times worse than cigarettes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And every single one of these PUAs got to try to look cool, and they got their fucking cigars. It's like, good. I hope you die faster.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What's he got? Like 20-something cars? All of them. What you got from his?
I bet you he doesn't fully own those cars. I bet you he like fucking rents them out. Like, I guarantee he doesn't own 20 Bugattis.
Yeah.
I think we would all like if our father was a high up CIA agent. I'm sure life and things getting through this society would be a lot easier if your dad had some connections like Andrew Tate's does.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if my dad was in the CIA, probably wouldn't have had Glowy show up to my house.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So Brandon, what state are you in today?
Texas.
Texas.
No, I'm in Texas.
Texas.
Yeah.
Tick did ask him to go slowly, just until he could get a good fit, and then they could. Oh yeah, we're in.
Oh yeah.
Tick's ass.
And I just got a warning that I didn't use fucking my sleeper last night, and I've got to go on sleeper provision. So that means that we're not going to have a very long stream.
What does that mean? You have to park?
That means I got to fucking park, yeah.
So that's time that you're supposed to take off to sleep, but you just didn't do it?
Yeah, no, I did stop to sleep. I just didn't have it fucking registered as sleeping. I just had it as a break.
Oh.
It's pretty much complete bullshit. But you got to fucking follow the rules. So I was stopping right then to find myself a good place to sleep for the night. And up here in a little town called Three Rivers, Texas, there's one of the gas stations where my company has a fucking deal with. I get free showers.
Cool.
That way I won't smell like Frank every day.
How dare you? How dare you?
Or you won't smell like Oki's butthole.
Oki's butthole. And his nose that sniffs the panties. Hey, Mr. Frost, AKS was asking if you used straps. I think he's referring to the deadlift on the deadlift.
No, I don't use straps.
Okay.
I used them like a long time ago for a little bit, but I just do it the old-fashioned way. I do the under for if I'm doing deadlifts with a normal bar, I do the under over grip.
Yep. Okay.
But the trap bar is much safer, so when you use the trap bar, you don't end up like me and snapping your back up and then can't work out for a week.
Yeah.
Yo, real talk, you see those videos I sent you with those guys that they were doing calisthenics and they're all like dudes in their 50s, but they're jacked as fuck?
Yeah, I was checking those out. Those guys they were like getting a lot of different workouts in a short amount of time. That was good to watch because I've been looking for new ideas. I did my second calisthenics workout and I'm pretty fucking sore right now. I pretty much was trimming down to the target weight, and then I was like, all right, straight calisthenics for a year. And then, because I got to rebuild the shoulder, I don't have the pain anymore, but I can tell it's weaker than my left shoulder. So I'm gonna do this shit, follow your regimen for like a year, try to be like get in that zone of calisthenics. I think that you had sent me about how the guys in prison can hit that. They can do large reps and they can get their bodies in tune with how like a free weight lifter does by switching up the regimen. So like that's pretty much my goal this first year is to like not, and I'm not knocking on you at all with what you had to go through, but trying to work like I'm in prison. Like what would those guys have? And then if I can build up my shoulder back to where I'm feeling stronger than ever, then I'm going to attack the free weights again. But I just want to kind of follow like the guide that you've given me because I think it's the safest for the long term.
Yeah, that's kind of how I do mix in weights every once in a while. But yeah, I've basically been just doing like hardcore like prison style calisthenics workouts. And if you notice those guys in those videos, they're built differently than the guys that do weight training. Like I would say those guys are more jacked and they just look better in general. And they were able to keep working out until their 50s because when you do calisthenics, you don't seem to get hurt when you do with weight training. So it's like longevity.
Did you ever see that video from Rip Right? The guy with the isometric, PVC with the resistance bands? He had a 64-year-old black dude
Yeah, I seen
meet
that
up
guy.
with him.
That
guy was incredible. I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, man, this is where it's at.
Yeah, the only I'll probably still do shoulder presses though, because big shoulders are like you definitely want to have big shoulders, and it's kind of hard to target your shoulders while doing calisthenics. Like, yeah, you do work them out when you do push-ups and dips and stuff, but I feel like that's a secondary movement for shoulders. So that's why I'll still like do shoulder presses. But yeah, I'm gonna just do a fuck ton of dips, chin ups, push ups, pull ups, and that's kind of how I like to train anyway. So
To work the shoulders with like a calisthenics regimen, wouldn't you have to do handstand push-ups? Wouldn't that be like the only way you could pull it off? And you'd have to be super balanced.
yeah, and I ain't doing that shit. Technically, you do work out your shoulders when you do dips and push ups, but it's not directly because when you do dips and push-ups, it's mainly chest and triceps, but you are hitting some shoulders too. But that's why I'm still doing shoulder presses because I want to hit my shoulders directly and I'm not doing no goofy handstand push-ups.
Yeah, that shit's tough. The guys who are on YouTube who can do those, you got to really have control. It's like those guys hanging off the bars, the gymnasts, when they can have the rings and they're like fucking like just not flinching at all. They have control for their bodies 100%. Once you get on that sort of balancing act, those fucking guys, I mean, what would you say, like the guys who can do those handstand push-ups? And I'm not saying you couldn't, but when you get to that level of being able to control your body, like, what would you say? Like, could that guy outlift certain guys with free weights in certain regards? Like, what would you say?
Probably.
I knew a guy in the Marine Corps when I was in the Navy. He could do those handstand push-ups on a ship when we were at sea, and ship was moving around. That was fucking impressive as hell.
Yeah, and another thing, ring dips. So ring dips I've never tried them before, but from what I've seen, they're very, very hard to do, even with just your body weight. Because think about it, when you're doing dips on the bar doesn't move, everything is sturdy. But when you do them with the rings, you're working a lot of your stabilizer muscles. So if you can master ring dips, like you're a beast.
Isn't that why they say to do the dumbbells over the straight bar from the stabilizers? For like presses and like chest press and stuff like that. Like anything dumbbell related when you're doing free weights is gonna give you just a little bit more building of the stabilizers than the flat bar.
Yeah, and you get more range of motion when you do dumbbells too. So technically, the bench press is more of a powerlifting movement. Like, yeah, you can get a big chest with the bench press, but if you want more range of motion, that's when you use the dumbbell presses. Dumbbell presses are way better than a bench press just because you get that range of motion. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of those guys where like they did like 10, 20 years in prison and they come out and they're like working out, and these guys are like, they did like 15 years, they came out and they're like 50, but they look like they're fucking 30 just because they're jacked as shit.
Yeah. But sometimes their bum holes look like Riggs's bum hole. But what I mean is, that somebody's informed me that at the next pit stop, Brandon, a shadow is going to come and give you the reach around. This is what Mr. Snake said. He says his name is a shadow, the shadow. So that's all I'm saying. Sorry, guys. Continue on, Mr. Frost and Mr.
I see,
Mr.
Pliskin.
Oh no, you started up again.
Mr. Pliskin says my favorite is decline dumbbell. Yeah, I don't really do decline just because I do dips. But if you really want your chest to pop out, do incline instead. Incline is far superior.
Yeah, remember that animal pack shit I told you about?
Yeah.
It's like for the guys who don't know, Animal Pack has been around for a while. It's like a testosterone booster that was in pill form, not like needle oriented. And they would showcase these guys who were clearly on steroids. They weren't taking the Animal Pack. They were just roided to the fucking gills, geared the fuck out. And they didn't tell you the real name of these gentlemen. They replaced the names. One was named GD. The other was Bulldog. The other was Machine. Machine was at the Arnold Classic, deadlifting like 900 pounds for reps in a cage. But these guys would write like short little stories. I think G Diesel wrote squat till you puke, and he's wearing like these work boots, and there's like 600 pounds on the bar, and there's like a pile of puke right there in the picture. And then Machine wrote a story called Inclined to Grow. And he was literally laying out all the misconceptions of all the lifts that people like to do. He's like, fuck that. Do incline this instead, and you're just going to be a monster. And that's the truth. Incline to grow.
Incline bench, incline dumbbell, or even like say you're doing push-ups and you put your feet on a chair, that would be pretty much the same thing as incline dumbbell. But yeah, when you do incline, it makes your upper chest pop. So it's way more superior than decline.
It moves your chest into your neck.
Well, it works the upper part of your chest, and most people they do just normal like bench, so they're not working the upper part of their chest. So it's like an optical illusion. And I actually learned this from Kino Body's YouTube channel back in the day, and he's absolutely right. So that's why, like, even if I'm doing push-ups, I don't do normal push-ups. When I do push-ups at work on my lunch break, there's these 10-inch blocks. I put my feet on the 10-inch blocks, and then I do the push-ups.
Yeah, that's what I need to do right now, because I was trying to do incline push-ups, and I was watching some videos, but then I thought afterwards, like, man, if I put my fucking feet up, this would even be more inclined. So that's the hot tip right there. Thanks.
Yeah, try to find something that what seems to work good for me is like 10-inch, 12-inch blocks. You don't want to get something that's too high, because if it's like too high, it's kind of defeating the purpose. But like anything around like 10 inches should work.
Nice.
It's a shocker.
Riggs
the
must
poopy
be at
butthole.
work.
Riggs is talking in his sleep.
It's definitely poopy butthole. Riggs is doing, what did you call it? Not a matchbox, Brandon, but what do they call
Hot
it?
box?
Yeah, hot box. Yeah.
Oh, they when you fart, you put your girlfriend's head under the cover.
Yeah.
That's a Dutch oven.
Dutch oven.
Frost, there's this dude named, I think his name is Melvin Buffrey. I gotta find his name, but his YouTube channel isn't that big. He should have more people that follows him, but he's literally 165 pounds and he can lift extremely heavy weights. They compared him to that crazy grizzly guy I told you about. He did a front Zercher squat where you're holding the bar, arms are crossed across your chest, and you're holding the bar right on your elbows. He fucking did a front Zercher squat with like 450 pounds, and the guy only weighs 165 pounds.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, like Bruce Lee weighed 140 pounds. And I heard that Bruce Lee used to do these like front shoulder raises with like 100 pounds in each hand, which is fucking nuts, being 140 pounds. Because like when I hear of a dude being 140 pounds, I like view them like you're a fucking chihuahua. But for Bruce Lee, like I don't know, he had that superhuman strength.
Yeah, it's not very often that you get to see someone like Ronnie Coleman get mogged. But there's a video where Ronnie Coleman takes 60-pound dumbbells and he's doing dumbbell flies, shoulder flies, or shoulder raises, lateral raises, and he does 60 for 6 reps. That fucking, let's just call the retard strength guy, Grizzly, takes 77-pound dumbbells and does them for 12 reps with like just as good a form. I'm like, dude, if you're fucking mogging Ronnie Coleman,
still, like, I would rather look like Ronnie Coleman than the Grizzly dude. The Grizzly dude's got a ton of body fat and he kind of looks retarded, even though he is super strong.
Yeah, he doesn't care about aesthetics. It's all about just moving large amounts of mass. But Ronnie is probably the funniest guy that will ever be in fitness.
Yeah, my favorite will always be Rich Piana, R.I.P. Even though he was a simp.
Good thing is, though, he told his story. I think that, when you put that fucking simp cape on and then, you just confess, you open up and you confess, yeah, I was a fucking buster. It's like, even someone like Rich is human. I think that kind of proved that even someone as powerful as Rich Piana can be mentally weak. And, people might have thought he was God before that, but afterwards, like, he's just a man.
Well, yeah, he knew that girl for like 2 months and then he moved her in. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And then he sold his mansion because she didn't want to live there because he lived there with an ex-girlfriend. So he had to sell everything to buy a new mansion. And I would have been like, no, bitch, like, I'm not selling this mansion because you don't like that I lived with an ex-girlfriend here.
Yeah, your home is your home, man. If anyone tries to take that away from you, especially when you're settled in and comfortable, take a hike, bitch.
Yeah, but he was like, no, I'll sell the mansion and buy a new one just to make you happy. And then she still fucked him over.
There was an R&B song from the 90s, and I know you can't stand when I sing like this, but there's a simp tune, and I can't remember who the name of the artist is, but the lyrics go, I'll give you the sun, the moon, the stars, and the mountains. I'll give you the world. That's Rich for you.
I got a story for you guys. So this will teach you to not get into fights over women. So my stepsister, their friend, got into a fight over a chick in Detroit, and he got shot, and it went into a shoulder and out the other end. Like a couple of days ago.
The other end, what do you mean?
Like he got shot in the front. They shot him in the front of the shoulder, and it went out the back of the shoulder.
Okay.
And they were at like a bar, and it was all over a girl.
Yeah.
It always is.
Always is. Always is.
What's up, Frank?
Yep. Exactly, bro. Find the nearest woman. I've seen these things, bro. I've seen so many. I've seen dudes get arrested, even on the street, when a woman is beating up her boyfriend in the nightclubs, like outside a nightclub, and the first guy to go, it was him. He just back in the back.
Imagine that guy threw his life away. He's probably going to get 10, 20 years in prison over a girl because he shot a guy in the fucking shoulder. Like, are you really going to throw your life away over a fucking woman? Like, even if you did get her, she would have fucking, it wouldn't have been worth it.
No.
You know, it's crazy. I was watching one of these channels that gets expensive cars, and he'll park in certain neighborhoods where like the gold diggers are. And this is a black dude. He's a heavier set dude, but he's got this Lamborghini. And he'll walk by and he'll say what's up to the girl, and she's just like, nah, excuse me, I'm like, you're not my type and whatever. And then they'll see what car he gets in. And the one guy's name is Subi TV, the white guy. He pays these women to act. The black dude, on the other hand, is picking up legitimate, like, hood chicks, hood rats. And you hear these women, what their demands are, what they're requiring. And then you start to think to yourself, man, is this why Thuggo, Pookie, Ray Ray, and Lil 300 Shot are so willing to do vice and crime? You hear those girls saying, I want me a scammer, I want me a drug dealer. It's like, wait a second. Is this what these simps are committing, all these heinous acts and, violent, vicious crimes, so that they can get this Babylonian beast, this succubus?
Well, yeah, they like the bad boys, so they like the guys that are criminals in and out of jail. And, it doesn't make sense because you would think they fucking know better, but they don't.
I think the criminals are doing the crime to get her.
Yeah.
They don't care what they have to do in order to get the beast. That's why these guys are becoming scammers, because that's what she wants. And it's like, wait a second, if I'm going to get my dick wet in the hood, I got to do crime. I got to shoot people. I got to get locked up, and then the panties drop.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, and then if you're a black guy that, is doing everything he's supposed to do, got a nice job, got good grades in school, they call you corny. So, for example, you guys see the video of Michael B. Jordan where he was getting interviewed by that chick that was making fun of him while he was in high school, and he confronted her. He's like, "Oh yeah, you called me corny," but now she's regretting saying that because he's a fucking Hollywood actor. He's jacked as fuck. He's got all this money and clout, and she's like, "Oh man, I wish I didn't call him corny."
The most alarming statistic about the community is that only 16% of men sire children. Shout out to LOM, because I'm pretty sure he that's where I pulled a statistic from. He covers it all the time. He'll say this over and over. He's like, you guys choose 16% of the men. You sleep on 84% of the men. And then when those 84% of the men want to go across seas, right, when they want to take their passport, you didn't want them in the beginning. But now, since you can't control them and they're going elsewhere, you're losing your shit. And it's an amazing sight.
You know why that is? Because those men are supposed to be their retirement plan. If all the guys they said were corny, go overseas and find an Asian bride or women over there, who's gonna bail them out when they hit the wall and their phone stops ringing?
Yep, exactly.
That's how you know a community's done. when only 16% of the men are siring children, and it's going to overlap with white women. It's going to overlap with Hispanic women as the creature's desires and needs grow. This sort of thing, we see it with the 80-20, the 90-10, the 99-1%. If it's like this, and I think historically they experiment on the black community first.
They do,
unfortunately, and then whatever findings and results they get from their first experiment. Okay, now we know how to apply it to everybody else. Let's really crank up the heat, boys.
Well, yeah, that they infected the black community with single motherhood rate first. Like, I think the black community is sitting around 74% single motherhood, and we wonder why. Even though black people are 13% of people in the United States, they commit all the crimes, but it's because they're almost at 80% single motherhood. So I'm not shocked, but the single motherhood rate is skyrocketing in all the other communities too. Like, I don't know what it is in the white community right now, but it's definitely gone up.
The best statistic in the world is that when they say, yeah, if a kid has its mommy and daddy, it can grow up to live a good life. And then they say, yeah, if the kid doesn't have his mommy, he still grows up to be just as successful when he has his father and only his father. I'm like, that is case in point.
See, I tried to talk to my dad about this a while ago because he knows that I fucking hate single mothers. And so my dad is the exception to the rule because my dad was raised by a single mom, and now he's in the music business doing very well for himself. So he's like, oh, I didn't end up that way. I go, dude, you're the exception to the rule. Most people raised by single mothers don't end up, they end up dead in prison. If you're a woman, you end up like a teen mom. Like, there's so many bad things that happen from being raised by a single mother, but he doesn't believe me because he's the exception to the rule.
Frost brother, when people use that argument on anything with me, I always say, but the exception proves the rule. When they say not all, just like we say Nawal, I always say that's the proof of the rule, So they're trying to. Someone I know does this to me all the time, and I always say that proves my point. That proves my case. If you find one black swan out of 999 black swans, you can't say, well, there's a black swan, so you can't say all swans are black. They're all white. Here comes Poopy Butter.
Well, yeah,
I'm sure it's Briggs.
They always like to point out the exception of the rule, and they're like, see, I proved you wrong. Just because that single mom, that guy, her kids became successful, disproves your argument. And it's like, no, it doesn't.
No, it proves that.
I think what Frank's presenting here is how we need to approach this subject from here on out, because mathematically speaking, the exception is the quote unquote outlier. And if you guys remember, when you start to do statistics, the mean, the median, and all those little parameters, what happens to the outlier typically in real studies? It gets thrown out because it's not close to the rest of the data points.
Yep.
And it's going to destroy the study. It's like the scientist or technician farted in the testing machine. So we're gonna let this fucking fart determine the truth.
Mr. Pliskin says 80% of men in prison come from single mother homes. And I agree with that because, unfortunately, when I was 19, I went to prison, and every black kid I talked to didn't have a fucking dad. So
yeah. Snake is right.
Yeah, and then another thing they like to say, they're like, oh, it's not the woman's fault, the man ran out on them. And it's like, no, that's not what's happening. Women initiate 80% of the divorces. They think they can do better. They think the grass is greener on the other side. And plus, they're incentivized by the government with cash and prizes to kick the men out of the home.
Yes.
There's videos that got.
What's up?
I was just gonna say, there's videos of guys coming out now from all walks of life saying, and these are like more quote unquote bad boys, Chad Tyrone types. They're like, I straight up told her I didn't want to have kids. I even offered to pay for the Plan B. I even offered to pay for the abortion. And so when these kids rack up, fuck them. Like literally, like fuck them. Like I didn't want to have it. And it's like, why is it that they're the only ones that get to decide if the fucking child lives or dies? And I'm not for abortion, but I can understand what these men are trying to say is like, I have no say in this matter. I'm just being used for my seed.
Yeah. It's like all right, women, if you want to be able to murder your babies and not feel bad and be told you're stunning and brave, then I should at least have the right to say I don't want it. Like if they do want to have the kid, I should have the right to say my wallet, my choice, and I shouldn't have to pay for it. Because if you can murder it and I can't say shit and you're going to do it anyway, I should be able to opt out of paying for it.
Because both decided not to wear a condom. That's the whole thing. These women, I'm going to say 90, in my experience, I'll say 90 to 95% of women, and it's probably higher today. If they're into you, they don't want you to wear a condom. They want to go raw.
That's true.
I agree.
So if both parties are going raw, both are acknowledging the consequences of said actions. Why is it that when the fucking consequence shows up at the door, you don't want to deal? It's like, oh, responsibility, accountability. I don't know what to do. And the man's like, this is what we should do. Let me guide you. Let me tell you what the best thing to do in this situation is. Nah, you're an evil man. Since birth, I don't want to take your guidance. That's the one thing I can't stand today. No matter what walk of life, age you are, any one of these things that you interact with, they will not accept your guidance.
No submission, real talk. No
Well,
submission.
they've been brainwashed by society to not accept a man's guidance, and accountability is their kryptonite. I'm sure you guys all seen the story where that one woman got pregnant by a 13-year-old and she's getting no jail time for it.
Yeah.
And the joke is when he turns 18, they're gonna hit him for fucking 5 years backlog child support. Watch.
Yes.
They're probably gonna. That's happened before, where
Yes.
Teachers have gotten pregnant by their students, and as soon as they turn 18, they get slapped with child support.
Yep.
And the real question is, when will the fellow beasts of the beast in question, when are they going to come out and say, man, that's really fucked up. I can't believe she did that.
You mean
they're secretly cheering her on?
Yeah, they're never going to hold them accountable for it.
No.
And I've said this for...
If that was a dude, if a dude got a girl that age pregnant, he would be buried under the prison, and deservingly so. But when it's a female that gets pregnant by a 13-year-old, she literally just gets a slap on the wrist, like no jail time. Are you fucking serious? And then before I hopped on here, I seen another story of a lunch lady that fucking got caught doing a 14-year-old, and it's like, you very rarely hear stories of male teachers doing stuff with the girls. Now it almost always seems to be the female teachers and the boys. When was the last time you heard of a male teacher? Like, I can't even remember.
No. And also, brothers in the States, as well as my country, the percentage of male teachers, they sort of realized maybe back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, before the hashtag Me Too, they started opting out because they thought, man, anything could happen. Any allegation could be laid against them, and they were growing up. Remember that song by Sting, Don't Stand So Close to Me? and that was back in the 80s, 70s, 80s. Yeah, the male teachers, and they've got no role models who are male, and all they're getting is these left-wing, flaming, dyed-haired people who are telling them to, either have abortions or chop their bloody genitals off, and we won't tell your parents. That's incredible. That's shocking. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not a kid going to school today.
Well, what's your guys' thought on this? I was thinking men respect the other men in the room. Men know who the top dog is in the room, right? And we know that consequences can come if you challenge that man. So the pecking order amongst men is always established. But it seems to me from these videos where you'll see skinny girls rating fat girls and saying, oh, she's a 10, she's a 10. They believe that they're all equal. And therefore, they should be competing with one another to outdo one another. So I think a male teacher, I don't think he's as how can I say? He's not going to have the means to compete with the boys because he already knows he's an authoritative figure. The woman, on the other hand, the woman teacher, she doesn't think she's an authoritative figure until she needs to flex the authority. She's willing to compete with the other schoolgirls. I think they might see a student athlete, they might see that man child, and they can't help themselves when they see the other girls getting the attention. They want that guy's attention too, because even the schoolgirl teacher thinks she's somewhat equal to the younger girls. It's a competition thing. That's why we probably don't see it with the males.
I'd say they all stop mentally progressing at 16. Like you'll have a 40-year-old woman and she'll still have the mind of a 16-year-old girl, and it's pathetic.
Easy, yeah. Honestly, brothers, I think once they get their periods, once they start getting attention from males, they stop there until the wall, 30. And then they think, oh man, I've been hoodwinked, and they get their epiphany phase. I'm not sure, but
so I got another story for you guys. So when on Sunday I had to go to the hospital because my back was all fucked up. Well, I went to my dad's house, and I had my dad had my stepmom drive me. Well, anyways, she had her friend in the car, and her friend is talking about how she's going through a divorce and she can't wait to get her settlement check so she can fucking move out. And I'm like, oh my God, you fucking stupid whore. I'm looking at her, I'm like, you're 42. You probably had a decent guy, and you think you can just go back out there and some guy is going to take you serious at 42.
Well, it's not going to happen, bro.
No, but that's what they think, though. She seemed so happy, she's getting, because she said she's getting a settlement check and she's getting all this money. So she's going to basically steal half of that guy's money and move out and start a new life. And she thinks she can be, I could tell by listening to her, she thinks she can do better. I'm like, you're 40, you're in your 40s, bitch.
Brandon's just changed the thing to our 5 icons here, and I'm looking at you talking. Every time you talk, I see Okie. It's like the bubbles blowing up.
Yeah, we got the black Okie and the normal Okie.
I know that's a real talk.
2 for 1. It's a 2 for 1.
I can't change your icons. I can only change your names. I can't change your icons.
MGTOW Forever says she'll be broke 5 years later. I hope so.
Oh yeah,
and then it got brought up about me moving to the island, and she kind of looks at me and she's like, oh, hopefully I can visit one day. And I'm like, bitch, I ain't letting some fucking old 40-year-old woman come visit me on the island.
Hey, that's probably a subtle come on, bro. You're built like a mother grabber. That's possibly a subtle come on, bro. You've had that in your life before, I'm sure, bro. Even your mother's friends, probably a subtle come on. Sorry, your stepmother's friends. Possibly, bro. Possibly. You know?
It probably was, but she's in her 40s, so that's a negative. I don't view 40-year-old women as human.
No, I don't either, bro. Oh man.
I look at them like they're 80-year-old grandmas.
Yeah. 40 to 80 is a long time. A long time.
Yeah. For like Terrence Pop says, 40 to 80 is a long time. So these women divorce their husbands in their 40s, and they literally think they can go back out on the sexual marketplace and be as valuable as they were in their 20s. And it's like, yeah, some guys will fuck you because guys will fuck anything. But if you think these guys are going to commit to you, you're fucking retarded. And then they, like a couple years later, they always regret leaving their husband because, no guy is going to commit to a 45-year-old woman.
Real talk. You were talking before about basically things that touched on loyalty and honor, which is what we seem to have from wherever, from nature or from God, depends, whoever. But they don't have it. They don't have it. And as not Hermit, Mr. Frost.
There's a reason why it's called a man. Be a man of your word and not a woman of your word.
Yeah.
When have you ever heard woman up?
Yeah.
No.
A woman's word means nothing.
Nothing. No.
What's crazy? There's a video I posted, I think on a few Discords. This kid, man, at 2.5 years old, his entire body just got burned up. This thing looks like a Hollywood fucking stage prop, but it's a real human being. And he had enough fight in him to learn how to talk. He has no eyes. He literally just has a mouth. And they made like his dream come true. Like there's like the video, I have to share it. But what's crazy is I have shared it with men in person. I shared it with my brother. I shared it with a buddy of mine. And they were like, man, this is really sad. And I said, if I ever feel ungrateful, if I ever feel like I have excuses in life, all I need to do is watch this video. And if this fucking thing, because it's hard to even say that it's a human being, because he's still a man. He's still a man. I'll give him that. But he doesn't have the characteristics of a normal human being. If that fucking man can still learn how to speak after being burnt like to a crisp, what fucking excuse do I have? And I've taken this and I'm like, man, I don't need to see any more. This is enough for me. And I've been sharing it with people like let's pull our heads out of our asses. Let's still stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Because if this fucking guy doesn't feel sorry for himself, why the fuck should I? So I shared it. I shared it with a woman. I showed her. And I'm telling you guys, I think this is a great way to expose them as soulless. Because the reaction on her face, it's like she didn't even give a fuck, man. And I'm like, every man I show this to is touched, is like, man, that's sad. But the first woman I show it to, she's kind of like
women don't view average guys as human. So she probably looks at that guy as a way below average guy. So she doesn't care.
Yeah, he's a -5 on the scale. And that's where it's just like, if you had a hidden camera and you couldn't do it with a group of women because they would lie and they would act, right? We need to go individually from woman to woman and from man to man to see who really has a heart, who really has compassion for their fellow human being. And you're going to see from the facial expressions and how they react that this creature doesn't have a soul.
Real talk. How old was the little? You said he was 2 years old. How old?
No, he was 2.5 years old when the accident happened. I think he was like 18, 19, 20 years old.
Right.
He survived, had no eyes, has like no nose, just has like a mouth. Like it's the most like gut-wrenching thing you could see like happen to a human. But to know that he's able to speak and he had enough fight within him to survive, stay alive, and even learn how to speak, it touches you deep down because you're like, man, what fucking excuse as a normal human being who can think, who can see, who can touch, feel, taste, what excuse do I have? And I was just using it as that, as like
talking about like what excuse do you have like to live life in general?
No, what excuse can I make for myself if this person that wasn't even supposed to live, wasn't even supposed to be able to learn how to speak, taught himself to speak, was able to survive and strive and still stand on his own 2 feet as a fucking man? What excuse could I ever make in life if this individual isn't making the excuse? So I was taking it as that, but then once I showed her this, I was like, man, I could use this as a means to expose that they don't really have a soul, because you can tell from someone's facial expressions, their body language, and how they interact with you, whether or not they're touched, whether or not it hits their heart, and they know that, hey, I should be more grateful. I was pretty much trying to show it as this is something to be grateful for, and I could just tell by the look on her face, she was ungrateful. She really didn't give a fuck.
You know,
if you went individually to women, they wouldn't be able to act. You would get to see the beast.
You know what that kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of Ricky Berwick. So Ricky Berwick, he's all deformed. He's got all this shit wrong with him, but he still is able to make jokes and be happy. And you would think if you looked like that, you'd be extremely black-pilled. You would hate the world. And, you know, he makes the best of it. He made a YouTube channel. He makes fun of himself. He probably fucking rich from his YouTube channel. I think he's got over 1 million subs, and he makes the best out of it. So, like, you know, just it could always be worse. And you have one life, and you gotta live life how you want to, because before you know it, it's over.
Facts.
Hey, look, we talk about we were talking last night to a mutual friend, and who's currently may or may not be in here, and we're talking about the things about narcissism and empathy. You have empathetic people and narcissistic people. We're all on a spectrum. I understand that. Who is doing that? Because there's only 4 of us here. I don't know. Let's go. I reckon it's Brandon. He's helping the hemorrhoids. I reckon it's Brandon.
Somebody's got to bust ass.
Too many protein shakes.
He's practicing the real talk word of farting on bitches.
Yeah. What does the creature always want you to have? A bust down watch? Oh, I got a bust down for you. Let me bust this fart in your face.
It's a reverse 69. I don't know if you guys have ever done. Well, you probably have.
Hopefully you guys don't hear this wind. I'm outside. I was fucking pouring some used engine oil in a 5-gallon bucket, and I just fucking made a huge spill. Fuck. I gotta go get some sawdust or that clay shit. Fuck. I like to work on cars, man, but getting rid of the oil and fucking a lot of the shit you gotta do the right way. You can't be a menace to the environment.
My little brother good at working on cars.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Tim Algato, we all know Tim, and Rusty's in the house too, but he says that Oki's already deleted his channel. That's to you, Mr. Frost. To you, real talk.
I seen that. He comes back and like playing cuck whack-a-mole. He'll like come back. He'll like come back, and then like somebody figures out who he is, and then he gets like swatted, and then he leaves again, and then a couple months later he comes back. You know, he's like a groundhog, and he like comes up and he's like, is it okay to come out and sniff the panties? And then somebody like Tim or like Manlatopia or somebody's like, look, there's the cuck, and then he fucking gets whacked, and then he deletes his channel.
Whack-a-mole.
Well, it seems to me that his activities are
it's a clear indication that he is trying to find an easy way out. Because if you're bouncing from one ideology to another, you can't really, it's like wherever you go, man, you gotta face the music. At some point in your life, you're gonna have to face the fucking music.
Well, I just don't get why all these guys, when they decide to leave the philosophy, they have to get on it on the way out. Like, if Think Before You Simp was like, hey guys, I don't think that MGTOW is for me. I think I'm going to do something different.
Yeah.
Nobody would have cared. Fuck, even if he was still MGTOW and he was smashing Brittany Venti every once in a while and was like, hey guys, I think I'm going to be a MGTOW bachelor and she's got some big old titties, nobody would fucking care. But the fact that he had to go commit to an e-thought and then shit on everybody on his way out is why people are mad. It's like, bro, you just betrayed everything you stood for over an e-thought. Like, it's one thing if you were using her as recreational purposes only, but you're committing to that.
Well, that also shows
marriage, no cohabitation, no children.
Yep, that also shows a lack of
honor,
of really knowing who he is within himself. Like a lack of self-identity. A lack of morals, a lack of virtues. He doesn't know who he is yet because, like you said, Herman, he's skipping around to all these different things.
Yeah,
because he doesn't know.
Accountability, brother. That's also what it is. Because if you say, "Oh, hey, the philosophy is not for me," you're basically saying, "I am not strong enough to follow this road. I gotta go back."
Exactly. Amen.
But
That fucking weenie.
Even if he said the philosophy is not for me, I think I want to do something different. Yeah, he'd get called a simp by some guys, but most people would be like, "All right, go do your thing, go live your life." But the fact that he wanted to shit on everybody on the way out.
No need to shit on it. That's a dummy move, That's
like every single person's done it. Oki's done it. Think Before You Sleep has done it.
Yeah.
There was channels back in the day where they would stop being MGTOW because they got a girlfriend, and then their girlfriend would break up with them, and they would try to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're looking for that
I
easy
give it
way
2
out.
years, brother. 2 years.
And,
2 years.
And let's put it like this: if you're exposed to this information and you can't apply it to your life, because let's be honest, if you have all this information up your sleeve, you have the playbook. If you ain't pimping with it and you choose to simp, if you're simping instead of pimping, then you're still a blue-pilled weenie.
It's much deeper than that. They have to make us the villain. Because if we, the ones who represent the philosophy, are the villains, it's way easier to say, see, these guys are wrong, these guys are all this, and this, and then it's really easy to turn your back on the philosophy.
Well, I just don't get how you can get red-pilled and then go back to the plantation, because I take it everybody here has seen the movie They Live, right?
Yes. They were never red-pilled in the first place.
Yeah, so...
Was ook die red pill though.
I view the red pilled when you're fully red pilled. It's like putting on the glasses from They Live, and once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. So I don't know how these guys can supposedly see the truth and then decide to go back to the plantation when they get their pee-pee touched. And like Angler said, they're probably never really red pilled to begin with.
Yeah.
I described it in an earlier video that I made early this morning because I woke up really early. That they might swallow the red pill, but they don't have the intestinal fortitude to digest it.
I think you may have been talking about someone who has the name Truth. Angler. I'm not sure.
Yes. You're exactly right.
That guy is a menace, man.
Yeah, Angler. The best thing you can do, because I've been kind of watching that drama from the shadows, is to just not even bring those people up. Beat the trolls. You gotta starve the trolls.
Leave the trolls. Leave the trolls first, brother. Oh, his Rusty's here. Yeah.
Rusty.
Leave
Rusty
the trolls
Rivers. What's up, brother?
What's up, Rusty?
Leave the trolls to us, man. We'll fuck them up, right?
Man, what the hell is going on up in this damn joint?
What up?
Hanging out. We got the black Okie and the white Okie.
Yeah, I saw Tim said that Okie was in here messing around a little bit earlier.
He was. He
That's
was talking shit.
He needs to go back and smell some more damn panties.
Or whatever the fuck he does.
The funny thing is, like, it wasn't just the small channels that were making fun of him for that. Some big channels were making fun of him
Bro,
too.
even Chronic roasted his ass.
Yep, but Casual Bachelor played the video of him.
Good Kiwi boy.
Hey, what I wanted to say to you guys is I agree with everything you guys say. You know, especially when you start talking about these piece of shit pickup roaches and, you know, all this damn crap. But, you know, we got a chance to make a difference. We got a chance to affect these young men's lives. And sometimes I think that we spend too much time roasting these son of a bitches that really don't give a shit anyways. And we need to spend more time trying to help out these young guys so that they don't fuck up like we fucked up.
Yeah, that's a good point. The best point, Rusty.
In my opinion, you can do both.
I agree.
100%. You know, like look at Tim. Tim is mentoring his nephew, Mad Mike. Yep. You know, he's doing a good job. You know, Mad Mike's learning all the ropes. He's getting red pilled. He's becoming aware. You know, and yeah, Tim's preparing him. You know, this is what we need to do for these young men because they're coming up behind us. And, you know, just like, you know, Hammerhead says, you know, it's like just one blowjob away from going back to the plantation, you know?
Yep.
People like Okie truly are, man. Even think before you sink, one blowjob.
I never would have thought that Think Before You Sleep was one BJ away from the plantation because his old videos, they were pretty good, and I just didn't see that. And then fucking Brittany Venti shows him attention, and he's like, "Oh fuck all my morals and value."
With Mr. Frost, I never saw that coming at all. I followed him for 3 years since he started.
Yeah, that's never wild shit. Yeah, I followed him too.
Yeah, that kind of took me by surprise as well.
I saw a couple of his videos, and he just gave me the wrong vibes, man. I got the vibe that this guy is trying way too hard to fit in. I'm like, if the philosophy comes naturally to you, then you don't need to try that hard.
And he's got a shit ton of followers. What is he? Like, he's over 650,000 now, isn't he?
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, he's got over 600,000. Now he's trying to delete it, like 40 MGTOW videos. Did you guys see the deepfake video that Gray did? And it sounds just
I
like
did.
him, dude. It sounds Gray stole Think Before You Sleep's voice and started he made a video naming all the videos that he deleted, and he deleted like 40
every single MGTOW video, every single one.
Yeah,
guys, do you have a link to that?
Deleting videos?
He deleted,
deleted them all.
He had 40 MGTOW videos that he deleted.
And the funniest was, one of the videos had a thumbnail of Brittany Venti as an example of why you should not date a tradcon.
Oh my god. Tim,
awesome.
Hermie,
Yes.
Tim, do you guys have any links? Or
It's on the Kite and Chess's channel. I'm on my phone now.
I'll find the link later
That's
and
right.
I'll post it.
No worries. Yeah, no worries.
You know, listen, that guy can do whatever the hell he wants. A content producer is an owner. He owns his channel. He could do whatever the hell he wants to do. The problem with that guy is that he came into MGTOW, was disguised as MGTOW, and then fucked us on the way out.
Exactly, Rusty. They're shitting on us on the way out, man. Just go do your own thing. We don't care. If you want to go back to dating women, we don't give a shit. Just go fucking shit on everyone.
Well, I want to identify a litmus test that can be applied to all of these weenies on whether or not they're down for the cause. Do you consider this wicked, vile, devilish creature to be a human being? Does this thing have a soul?
Nope.
If you think it's a human being, then you're probably going to get that blowjob and run back to the plantation. But if you look at this thing as a Babylonian beast that will eat to no end, a creature, then I see where you're at. You understand what you're dealing with. An animal that can't be satiated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a new name.
Well, that definitely applies to anybody that's under the age of 50. Now, for those of us that are over 50, we still have somewhat of a pool of women that have 1 foot in the boomer age who have morals, ethics, values, and principles. But I am so afraid for all the young men. You know, I got 3 grandsons, and I just got a new granddaughter.
Well done.
And I am so afraid for their future. These young men have no marketplace to pull from. None.
Scary, Rusty. Scary. It is scary.
Yes, it is.
A lot of men are opting out. Not only are they opting out of dating, they're opting out of society. And, you know, I get it. Men don't have anything to look forward to anymore. Most men are never going to be able to buy a home. Most men are never going to be able to start a family.
Yes.
And we're shit on all day, every day by fucking society. So, of course.
Yeah. That is, all those are facts. Yep.
And this is why when I was 22 years old, I was like, fuck this whole bullshit, man. I can't go the traditional route and I have the laws hanging over me as a sword of Damocles. Nah, man, I'm going monk mode. And I've been monk mode since 22 years old.
I talked to Real Talk about this a couple streams ago, but so nobody wants to work still. So we had this mixed kid that came to my work. He lasted 2 days, and my boss is like, I just don't get it. Nobody wants to work. And then you know, we start talking, and I go like a lot of men today kind of don't have anything to look forward to, and he agreed with me. But he's like, but men just need to man up anyways, because if they don't, society is going to collapse.
Typical boomer response.
Yeah, you know, your typical boomer response, but...
Not my 401k, oh no!
But here's the thing, men would work hard back in the day to support their families. If they don't have
That's it, right there.
They don't need to work as hard. And yeah, like my boomer boss, he didn't understand that, but he did agree with me on a lot of stuff. But yeah, when most men know they're never going to be able to have a family, why are they going to bust their ass to be a wage slave? Like, men are working just enough to where they can live comfortably and just chill.
That's what I'm doing.
That's
my response to what you were just saying, my explanation or whatever the fuck you want to call it, was going to be about the dissolution of the nuclear family. That's why men are giving up. Yeah. Because that's what men used to work for the nuclear family.
And what bothers me the most is that we have been bred for generations to only have a biological purpose in life, not a purpose set out by the Creator. Because let's be honest, every gentleman on this panel has skills, abilities, and talents that came naturally. If you do nothing with what you were gifted at, and you only put your stock in your biology and that biological purpose, it's easy to defeat you, i.e. feminism. That's all you need is
right there.
To reinvent Babylon, Rome, and ancient Greece, to prop women up, to make it a matriarchy. That's all they need to do if we think our only purpose in life is having a wife and kid to provide for. Fuck being being used. We need to find out why we were put here, why we were born, and strive for that every fucking day, because we were built for it. And I'll throw it out there like this. Angler, if your true gift is, say, fishing, then I would say, hey, take fishing to the moon. If I have a gift in, say, cars, I'm going to take cars to the fucking moon, because if I'm gifted at something, why would I try to build something else that I'm not naturally gifted at? I'm not going to become a fucking violin player if I can drive a race car at 180 miles an hour.
Real talk, you could become a ballet dancer, though. That could be your gift. I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. But everything you're saying is it's extremely true. Absolutely true.
Yeah. Men are.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Things are starting to happen. More and more women are starting to shack up with one another. Lesbianism is on the rise. Jewelry stores are closing down. Toy stores are closing down. Wedding planners are going out of business. MGTOW is having an effect.
Yes.
Yes, that's amazing, because that's all not my problem.
Women are dating each other because it's cool to be in the rainbow mafia now. So all these women, they're like, "Oh, look at me! I'm so diverse. I have a girlfriend. And my hair is green."
Hey guys, I got stories. I got a couple of stories, and this only happened just last night. Last night, brothers. Now, this happened to a friend of mine. Okay, I used the word friend of mine. So a couple of years back, quite a few years back, my friend and his other friend, they would go past these photographs of two men with good, lean kind of soy boy but muscular physiques. They were kissing, pashing, like full on kiss.
What?
Absolutely. Yeah. So my friend and his other friend, what they did was that they went around, they got rid of all it now, which was a very small crime. I'm talking about my friend and his other friend. Okay, you understand, fellas. Anyway, very small crime. Rip down the first all of the photos, because it was right in the middle of an area where 50,000, thousands of cars, 50,000 cars easily would go through a day. It was right next to all these schools, and then they went around the other side, and there was another one. Now my friend's friend was in the car around the back. This is it's all late at night, and and anyway, he went out to start ripping it down. There's a police officer car parked just across the road. He ducked back into the bushes, and then the cops went away, and he ripped that down too. Anyway, my friends, they made a joke anyway. And then just yesterday on my TV, so talking about me now, I looked at an advert last night on TV, and there's two girls sitting in a car, and it's an advert for chewing gum. Two girls, I've never seen this, and they're like two young girls. They're young. They're like, they must have just come of age, which is about 17 or 18 in my country. You all know where I'm from. And they just pashed. And I said to somebody who was with me, I said, we're going to fucking make a complaint about this to the broadcasting standards. So exactly what Rusty was saying. The woman is shacking up. So yeah, fellas. Yeah, brothers.
Yeah. They are doing whatever they deem necessary. They're starting to realize that the men aren't really sticking around that much anymore. Now they still are to a certain extent, but men like us, guys
exactly,
we're done.
Yeah,
and
that's an important point you make. That if the Sims that stick around to them, not the high value, let's call it high value, or the band that they actually desire. Those guys are like, fuck it, I'm out.
Yep.
A lot of men are waking up, because why am I gonna work hard to provide for a family when it can literally be taken away from me anytime? Because we all know women's emotions change like the fucking wind. So why am I gonna put all my eggs in that basket, work hard to get that family, when it can be taken away from me in 2.5 seconds because I'm not happy and she wanted to go fuck Chad down the street or something?
Not only my child, but my resources. Yep.
Yeah, you don't get to see your kid. you get half of your resources, if not more, stolen from you. And a lot of men today are waking up and they're like, fuck that. And, you know, kind of goes back to the story with my boss, where it's like men are waking up. That's why we can't find workers, because guys just don't fucking care anymore. They're not putting all their eggs in that basket.
Yep.
And why is it just happening in the Western countries? Why is it that Russia and China are remaining to be patriarchal? They're banning the emasculation of men. They're banning these sort of apps, and they're teaching
feminism is illegal
courses.
there.
Exactly. And it's like, wait a second, are you guys planning to topple these Western countries? I would say so, because if you destroy masculinity, you destroy the true leaders, and you replace who was biologically meant to lead with who wasn't biologically meant to lead. You're going to topple that society. Give it 50 years.
But brothers, look at the fucking women that are out there that you can pick from. I mean, if you go on a fucking dating site, they're all fucking slammed through, or they already have kids, and they're at least a truck 50. And then I'm 6'3", I'm in the gym all day, and I need to fucking settle down with some bitch that doesn't give a shit about her health. They're gonna die of diabetes? Nah, man.
Yeah, that's another thing. Why, as a man, work hard, bust your ass, and your prize is a single mother with 3 kids from 3 different dudes, and
that's
she
50
also
fucking pounds overweight.
yeah, she's
at least
50 pounds overweight, and she wants an open relationship. It's like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Dude, so since my back's been fucked up, I kind of been scrolling through a dating app just to see what's in my area, and I found this black chick that's into race play. And I'm like, all right.
God damn.
I'm like,
I haven't heard of race play yet.
yeah, so yeah, she's like into some race.
Hey, Frosty, you need to get the pointy head out.
No, but listen to this. So, anyways, we start talking on Snapchat. She starts sending me like pictures of her tits and stuff. And the next day, she goes, "I changed my mind. I don't think I like you like that." I'm like, "What, bitch? You were like sending me all these pictures yesterday, and then now today you don't like me like that anymore." It's like that. You know, that's another thing these women do, and guys are just like, "This makes no sense."
Does that sound like a human being to you, or a double-minded,
Guys, real quick.
duplicitous creature?
You
Quick,
said
guys.
she has kids?
Sorry.
Guys, real quick. In the chat, Rusty Rivers. Trueball just called me. He lost his internet. He wants the last guy out to say no marriage, no cohabitation, and no kids.
See, he hasn't been on here for 30 minutes.
Hermit, did you say this chick has kids?
She didn't say if she had kids or not, so I don't know.
Okay.
She was a decent looking black chick, and the only reason why I messaged her was because it said race play in her profile, and I remember talking about race play, so I'm like, all right, fuck it, I gotta see what this is all about. And then you know, we exchanged Snapchats, and she had huge fucking tits. She started sending me pictures of her tits, and then she's like saying how she likes to be like degraded and like be called the N-word and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck?
No.
I'm like, all right, fuck it.
Yeah, that's not something you want to mess with, bro.
Yeah, I was like, fuck it, I gotta try this out at least once in my life. And then the next day, she messages me and she goes, "I don't think I like you like that anymore." I'm like, so how can you go from like saying you want all these dirty things done to you and sending pictures of your tits to changing your mind that fast? That's why I don't trust them, dude. They literally change their mind because of their
They don't know what they want, man.
Yeah, they don't know what they want.
Be grateful that she did that for you. If she wants to be called the N-word,
yeah,
you don't want any part of that, bro.
Well, that's also if a girl can like you and then the next day not like you anymore. That's probably the same girl that would be like, "Oh, I actually didn't consent and it was great, but now I got fucking blue pill simp cops at my house for something I didn't do."
This is why we used to have arranged marriages.
Didn't you say she sent you a video of crushing beer cans with her tits?
No.
I just made that up, but that would have been pretty entertaining. I love the can crushers, the girls who have to have fucking surgery because their back is gonna break one day.
Yeah. Holy shit, man!
My
What a
brother's
wild, crazy
Yeah,
fucking world.
when you do go on the dating apps, though, like when you scroll through all these girls, it's nothing but shit. Like, yeah, there's a couple of hot ones, but the hot ones have so much fucking baggage. They're not
Or
even
red
worth
flags.
fucking with.
Yeah.
Nice throat tattoo. Blech.
They got so many Chads on their fucking shit, and yeah.
At least a 2,000 body count nowadays.
Well,
Blech.
the thing, Angler, they really do have hundreds and hundreds of guys messaging them. I remember a few years ago, I had this chick come over from Tinder, and she did not look like anything from her picture. She was cute in her pictures, and she was not that good looking. Well, anyways, I'm like, fuck it, might as well get a blowjob out of the deal since she came all this way. Well, anyways,
yeah,
we're hanging out in my place, and she shows me the dating app. Over 100 messages from guys, and I still didn't even get my dick sucked because she thought she was a 10 when she was realistically a 5. And I'm like,
ask if you got the blowjob.
Nope, dude. Her ego was so inflated. She literally thought she was a 10 from all these simps messaging her.
I'm so glad I'm Monk, man. I don't have to mess with any of that bullshit.
Amen, Tim. Yes, sir.
Brothers, as Tim said before, I'm going to pop out for a bit. I'm going to cook some nice chicken tonight. But it's been a pleasure, brothers. Just as Rusty had said, and as Brandon wished, the last person on the panel, I'll stick back down the bottom. But so if the last person, as Brandon's wishes are, could they say no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children? Thank you,
Frank,
my brother. Chaos.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Always,
Peace, Frank.
Always, Mr. Frost. Always, Tim. You God bless, Bryce, and we'll be watching. We'll be lurking. Don't worry, we got your back. Okay, guys. Take care, guys. And bless.
Peace.
Bless, okay?
Peace out,
All right,
dude.
Peace. Frank, take it easy, bro.
But yeah, it's just like we don't really have, like, if you do want to date, there's no good options.
No, there's nothing left.
I already ran through at 18, man.
Just finding a woman that doesn't have a kid today is almost impossible.
Finding a woman that's in shape, that's impossible.
Well, I see girls in shape at my gym all the time, so.
Yeah, but not on the app. Go ahead, Real Talk.
A guy named Thinking Man's Templar, he has a YouTube channel. He told Black Ram 313 years ago, Ram, it's like you got your hands on the edge of a dumpster. You lift yourself up and you look down in and you're looking for the least piece of rotted meat.
That's a proper way to put it, I would say. You know,
just scrounging around a dumpster looking for a fucking piece of meat that isn't completely rotten. That's what we got to choose from.
Yep.
It's not worth it, man. It simply isn't worth it.
No, it's not.
It's not at all.
That's why just do your own thing, work on yourself, man. Live for yourself, contribute as least as possible to the system, and fuck them all.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what else do you do rather than, put yourself at risk for what might happen to you by simply associating with these fucking parasites, with these ticks and fleas? Put yourself out there like that.
Even if you're not smashing, man, you are in risk.
Yep.
I mean,
we all heard of those stories. There was a guy that helped a woman get her car fixed, and then she accused him of grape, and the only thing saving him was a fucking the camera that was pointed in the parking lot.
Yeah, he got fucking lucky.
Story, man. I don't care.
Think about all the men that didn't get that lucky to have that camera pointed in their direction. Think about all the innocent men that are out there right now or incarcerated because of bullshit like that.
Yeah,
and it's always It's always the non-select guys. It's always the guys that had to eat that shit sandwich every day. The guys who weren't genetically hitting the lottery. They're the ones that these creatures choose to ruin. The ones that don't deserve it.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, the big question is, you know, it's not answerable. You know, it's why. You know, we can come up with assumptions, suspicions, you know, stuff like that.
Because they can. Because they have the power to destroy the family.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason. They can. Women naturally gravitate to group situation, and also they enjoy drama and they enjoy social interaction. Also, the program to do so. And so, yeah, if you can get all the cash and prizes, then there's an incentive to break up the family and to cause as much drama as possible.
I was just going to say that, Tim. They get cash and prizes for destroying their family. So it's like what the government wants this, because why else would you give them cash and prizes to destroy their family?
It's ancient Babylon, ancient Rome, ancient Greece, all rolled into one. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the father of history, his name was Herodotus, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Okay.
He went all the way back to Babylon, and he came before Socrates, believe it or not, this individual I'm talking about. And he was an ancient Greek historian who wrote that in Babylon, it was Babylonian custom and tradition for women before marriage to prostitute themselves out for 1 week. In ancient Greece, prostitutes were almost looked at as equal to men. They also typically before marriage would whore themselves out. Rome, we know how hedonistic Rome was. So for this guy to be considered the father of history and to go back and document that this was going on back then, that's why they call America Babylon, or they call the Catholic Church, who's had, you know, especially with the Jesuit order establishing Washington, D.C., they call the Catholic Church the whore of Babylon. These lifestyles and practices are ancient, and they mix them all into one. It's like, I don't know, when I was a kid, there was that show, they have that show on TV, it was called, I think it was on Cartoon Network. They had that show called the Powder Puff Girls, right?
Yeah.
They said the Powder Puff Girls were sugar, spice, and everything nice. Then there was an episode called the Rowdy Rough Boys. They took like underarm hair, onions, and all this like
puppy dog tails.
Yeah, and those were the Rowdy Rough Boys. I look at all the negative parts of the ancient world they have taken, mixed in a pot, and then they're brewing that pot in America. We're living through it.
You know what was funny, which everybody would freak out about? Remember when those grown men dressed like the Powder Puff Girls and they just looked like trannies?
To go on to a real talks point, in the European Union, we more recently had the Weimar Republic just before World War II, which was also all that kind of debauchery.
Yeah. You know, this is the first that I've ever heard about this. I've never heard anything about this.
I'm going to share a video in the chat with you, Angler. It's a great video on this. You'll enjoy it, but don't watch it in a dark room because they play some spooky music over it. It's kind of scary, man.
Okay. All right. But yeah, this is interesting. Also, too, you know, I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church, which, you know, I don't subscribe to. But, you know, yeah, this is the first I've heard about, you know, this shit, you know, when it comes to the kids and how things are perpetuated and all that. So I appreciate you sharing that.
Check this out. These women have been used as instruments by the power structure at least since 1500, if you're going to say in quote unquote modern times, because what was going on in the 1500s? Why did Martin Luther write that 95-page thesis.
Right.
He was outlining the corruption of the church and the false ones. I'm just going to call them that, because if you want to know who the false ones are, you got to read Revelation 3:9. I'm not going to say their name on here because that is definitely something that can get your channel taken down. It's heavily censored. But these, let's just say Martin Luther's 95-page thesis outlines how the church was literally pimping prostitutes. They were getting Christians to pick those prostitutes up. They were tempting them. Once those Christians would sin, they would feel terrible, and they were convinced by the same church that put the prostitutes on the street to give their entire life savings, which was typically in gold and silver, to the church for a ticket to fucking heaven. Can you believe that? So why do you think they wanted to kill Martin Luther so bad? He was outlining their corruption. He wrote it in 95 pages, and he posted it on the door of the church on October 31st, Halloween. And after that, there was the quote-unquote standing military army of the Catholic Church, the Jesuit order, whose responsibility it was to hunt him down and to squash the Protestant formation. So think about it. They've been used as a tool to hoodwink men, to keep us on that fucking plantation. They've abused the religion. At that point, the Catholic Church had to have been infiltrated, because they're not standing up for the actual word. They're standing up for a political power structure, because why else would you kill Martin Luther, who was simply trying to put the Bible in everyone's hands and said, you don't need a pastor. The man is directly connected to God, and then the woman gets her spiritual connection through the man.
You know, when my parents died, when my sister and I went down to Florida, like I live in the, I don't know, call it the northern or Midwestern United States, whatever. But after my parents died, you know, it was my sister and I's responsibility to go down to Florida, you know, when my dad retired and all that, and he made my mom retire, and they moved to Florida. In their, they had this thing, you know, this like 3-tiered wooden thing, you know, like this. It was kind of like a mailbox hanging on their wall in the kitchen. And the third row down, like the bottom shelf, was full of envelopes for the church. You know, they were pre-stamped, all that. All they had to do was, you know, write a check and mail it to the church. Money. So, yeah.
And what's crazy today, I'm kind of doxing myself, but my cousin, through marriage, he has one of the biggest Orthodox churches. He's the priest of that church. Now, the female cousin that I'm actually related to, she's the one who really runs the church. Because I had a cousin get married, and I went to the wedding, and I was actually seated at the same table in the reception as the priest. So I took it upon myself to start talking Old Testament, you know, some real patriarchal shit. And my girl cousin speaks up, where are you hearing all this from? And I'm going back and forth, pretty much explaining to her, men's job, we are righteous creatures. Women's strength comes in their virtue. And she was just like raising her nose to me. And then the priest comes out and he's like, I want you to stop reading the book of Revelations. And I'm like, huh? And then he tells me, you know, Adam, he says, Adam wasn't a man, nor was he a female. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying to me right now? He was saying that Adam was a question mark. And get this. Orthodoxy supposedly has not changed for 2023 years. That was the original form of Christianity before Orthodoxy and Catholicism broke off. It was just Orthodoxy. So you're telling me, bro, that Adam didn't have a dick? And then as soon as I heard those words, I said, this isn't good. And then there's a place, it's a Arab place that has Middle Eastern food in bulk. I can buy chicken by the pound, rice by the pound. And it's, it's really wholesome food, lean, at a good price. And I'm like, fuck it. This saves me a lot of time. One day the owner is sitting down with an imam. That's like the Muslim, their priests. And I'm like, you know what? Let me ask this guy, because let's be honest, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they are all based off the books of Abraham. They're Abrahamic religions, and they stem and root from Genesis, right? Adam and Eve. So I had to ask him, well, since Islam is rooted in Genesis, what's your take on the relationship between men and women? Who should lead? And he said, we believe that men and women are equal. What? And then at that point, I said, it's over.
All the
fucking over. It's
the religions
disgusting.
are all cooked, man. Men should lead over women. It's even in the big book, man.
Yeah, men lead and women follow, but the churches are beyond cucked, and they're pushing the equality and that men and women are equal. And then some of these churches even got rainbow flags, and it's like, what the fuck?
Just to keep getting that taxpayer money.
Yep.
You had some excellent videos in the gym about how women and men are not equal.
Nope, they're not equal at all. They're basically giant retarded children, and men are supermen.
I'm talking about the chick who tried to squat what that guy squatted.
Oh yeah, and then she got her head torn off. Or that video I posted where that woman was benching. She had like 25s on each side, and she got stuck and almost tore her head off.
Yeah, I think Hermit brings up very good points here. That it's what we talk about a lot. About how women are ruining fucking everything.
Because they think they're equal.
Yeah.
And they're lemmings. They're unknowingly idiots. They don't even understand what's going on. They just love the fucking circus. That's basically, they're the conductor of the circus, and it's all about them. You can't tell them otherwise.
They do love it. Eventually, I'm not so sure it's going to be within our lifetime, but eventually, they're not going to love it anymore. And they're going to learn to hate it. And they're going to sit there and wonder why this, that, and the other.
For now, England, they feel empowered, man. They're so empowered, working all day, slaving away for a boss. They're slaving away for some fucking slave labor. Oh, that's so more empowered than being in the kitchen and raising your own kids.
Very soon, gentlemen, you're going to expect one thing to happen. There will be a female president. And in that day, all of these creatures' hair color is going to turn gold, and then it's going to be spiked. They're going to go Super Saiyan.
But here's the thing. Feminism lied to women. They're told they're stunning and brave and they're empowered if they submit to a boss and work 40 plus hours a week instead of submitting to their husband that would have protected and provided for them. And all they had to do was cook, clean, keep his pee-pee moisturized, and fucking watch the kids. But they were told that they're empowered if they go work 60 hours a week, and they absolutely hate it.
You know why they did that, right? If you inject a bunch of women into those spaces, you now have double the labor force, and then you don't have to pay the man as much. That's the whole idea behind it. Just fucking monetization every single step of the way.
Yeah.
More tax dollars, and more money that comes from, child support and all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Same with breaking up the family. If you break up the family, you now need 2 houses to fucking get the woman into and the man into. You can monetize them on the fucking child support. You can monetize them on the fact that they both need groceries for different households. You both need insurance. You both need a car to get to your work, and you both need to pay for your groceries and shit.
Yeah.
It's all fucking money.
The people in
Money,
power
money, money.
know if they want you to be a good little slave, they need to attack the nuclear family, and the nuclear family today.
Yep.
It's the communist Marxist book 101.
Even evil mustache man from World War II broke up the family when he wanted to control the people. So it's what they do. They start with the nuclear family, because if you can get the father out of the home and have the government, quote unquote, be the new father, they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Yep.
Yeah, Brandon said he doesn't care. You can say Hitler on his platform. He doesn't give a fuck.
But it's been taken from the Marxist book, man. I've personally read it, and it's basically said that their number one goal is to break up the nuclear family, to divide the family, divide everyone on race, divide them on gender, divide them, and keep dividing them so they can take power. That's basically the play.
It's Marxism.
Yep.
And the great part about this whole thing is there's actual videos of certain religious leaders in a certain small Mediterranean country, Israel. They're bragging on camera saying, "We created all of the isms." And I'm like, man, so Marxism, communism, socialism, capitalism, you created all the isms. That's pretty interesting, because every single time there's an ism, it kind of seems like it's used to move people, get them divided. Like it's just another form, another mechanism to usher us, to steer us like fucking cattle.
Sure.
That's what I want, man. That's like the magician. They want you to watch the one end, but you should be paying attention to the other end.
But hey guys, I'm about to jump off though. I'm about to go make some food.
So
peace, brother.
Good time. Good time.
All right, Herman.
Tim.
Good to hear from you.
And yeah, Angler, just don't feed them trolls, dude. Because I see what them trolls are doing, man. Just don't feed them, and just keep trying to better your life, dude.
Right on. All right.
I'm gonna second that, Angler, man. That guy is not worth your attention.
Yeah, they're just looking for clout. That's why they make 10 videos about people, and think about it. They made 10 videos or 15 videos. I lost count of one fast stack the other day. And it's like, you really had nothing else to do but to make videos attacking one fast stack. And, it's because he's a morbidly obese Korean dude with herpes.
Yeah. I will most certainly keep that in mind.
And just make fun of him for having herpes. All right, peace out, guys.
All right, bro.
Man, yeah, it's been a good time, guys. I haven't gotten the chance to talk with Tim, and it's been a while. Angler, I would say you're, I don't know, Angler. I feel like I've been trying to record videos. But I feel like I'm always fucking up, or like I'll do like another take. I feel like you got your I don't know, like your swing down. When they say like your golf swing, or like you're hitting balls like for baseball, like you got your swing down. Like I can listen to one of your videos, and it's like you know how to stay on point, and you know how to get the message across.
Well, I think you ought to do the same thing, man. I mean, you're a much better speaker than I am.
I just don't have, like, there's certain things where I'm like there's certain thoughts that I have that I'm trying to clear up. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna be dropping some shit, but it's gonna be like not what we're used to like listening to and hearing to. I just got a few different things I want the guys to their opinion on, more or less. So I'm gonna be dropping some shit.
I think a lot of videos.
I mean, the old base as hell. I'm sorry, Angela.
Oh, you're good, bro. But I think a lot of guys, they try to perfect things too much instead of just spilling their guts to each other. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like what we're doing here.
I heard a very successful man say, "Perfection equals paralysis."
Yeah, it definitely can.
It is.
And,
I've lived by that too long. I used to make everything more than perfect, and if you do so, then you basically get to nothing.
Yep.
But anyhow, real talk, man, you should just make that content, man. I mean, you're always based as hell, man, every time I hear you speak.
Yeah, totally.
It's not that I'm scared. I was just like, I'll be on a tangent. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll get too fucking high sometimes. So I'll have like a really good thought. I'll start ripping it, and then I'll like fuck my speech up. I'll lose my train of thought. I need to start writing shit down. And then if I have it written down, I think I can bounce off of the subject better. If I have one good thought and then I go to another, I feel like I lose my speed. Like I was listening to you and I'm like, man, my fucking angler is on it. So I just need to get my swing down.
Do it before do it before that last toke. Now, me and which, you know, I am most guilty of this, but me and Tim, two people that are here right now, I went through a stint where, you know, I was going at it with some guys, and you know, Tim was one of those guys, and now he and I are friends, and at least I hope so. You know,
I never had an issue with you, brother. I never had.
Well,
I mean, I did not understand where the disagreement came from, but I understand now.
It just came in, and I, you know, once again, I apologize for it.
No worries, man. I'm like, you know me, man. I'm stoic as fuck, man. You can say whatever you want. You won't insult me.
I'm very glad that you know, we ended up where we're at now, that we're actually talking and, you know, sharing ideas and stuff.
Exactly why I went over to your channel, man. I heard you speak, and I'm like, this is not the guy I know. This guy is being maneuvered to say these things.
Yeah.
I have an excellent sense of when people are speaking fact or people are trying a bit too hard.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't, and when I heard the whole story, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I now understand you. I mean, there was some slight disagreement, but hey, fuck it, no worries. But you were coached into making that a bigger thing than what it actually was.
Yeah, I, you know, something I said in one of my real recent videos previously was, you know, I thought I was farther along than what I really am. You know,
I heard that.
Yeah, there are other men up in here that are, you know, they're farther along than I am.
But I've told you this, man. Keep self-reflecting. I do that every single day. Are my decisions right? Am I still on the right track? That's how you analyze every single little thing, and that's how you stay. At least you know what your path is. You don't get straight from your path.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to, you know. I know what I want my path to end up, you know, before I take my last breath on this earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you have your son to look forward to.
Yeah. And,
I understand that.
All right. Well,
but no worries, man.
I was dropping some videos in the back chat. These are all like textbook chapters from Black Ram 313 about the succubus, this ancient demon. Do you know what the succubus is, Angler?
I know it's I guess, you know, in short text, it's a demonic female.
Yes, she has sex with men who are asleep, not physically asleep, but mentally asleep. Your blue pillar.
Yeah.
Exactly. Your blue-pilled man is mentally asleep. And I would say if it wasn't for these videos here, for me to understand what I was dealing with, did it really sink in that she is not my sister. She's the enemy. She's the nemesis.
Yeah.
And these videos really outline that. But like I said, the origin of the succubus, please just don't watch it in a dark room. All right.
I got you. Okay. I will take your advice.
But sorry to cut you guys off. I had to
No worries, brother.
drop some links.
I have to go off, man. I still have some fucking shit to do.
All right, Tim.
Hey, peace out, brothers.
Good to talk to you, Tim.
And Angela, don't no worries, man. Like I said, I have no hard feelings towards you.
All right, brother. I'm glad
That's
about
exactly why I went over to your channel and exactly why I wanted to explain where I was coming from.
Okay.
So no worries, man.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Sounds good to me, and I'm very glad about that. All right.
I mean, you've heard my voice. You hear how calm I am. I don't get upset, man. No worries.
Yeah, you're a very base dude.
Anyhow, guys, have an amazing chat. Peace out and stay based.
Peace out, Tim.
Tim, take care of yourself, and I'll talk to you soon.
I just wanted to bring up a thought here, Angler, and I was thinking it's hard to go to war with a man, or it's hard to battle a man when he's already out at war. Like in this space, we're fighting for our freedom. We're fighting for, to stand up on our feet and to speak the truth that we need to try to see some benefit or some improvement in life. And it's like, how can two men who are kind of waging the same sort of war on the same side, how can they fight it out? How can they duke it out? If we only stay around like-minded men who value similar things, there really is no point in beef and bickering, because that's what women do. As men, we're solution oriented. So every time you run into some fucking weenie cunt who has nothing going on, who isn't a part of this fight, you already know he's not on my side. I'm willing to get down in the trenches for the truth. That's what it comes down to, is the truth is always going to set every one of us free. So I don't think any brother who's trying to fight the same fight even sees it worth his time to go to battle with another brother. Like, that's how I see Tim. That's how I see yourself. Like Frost, Hermit, we've had beefs, we've had bickerments, but we realize that we're on the same side here. And any outsider, worthless piece of shit that shouldn't have been born, frankly. And I hate to say that, but these people have proven themselves to be worthless pieces of shit that should not have been born. They should have rolled down the inside of their fat mama's leg, like Dan Pena would say. They're not worth it. Only men who are solution-based oriented and can see the forest for the trees are worth talking to. And I've realized that. I've tried to lead the horse to the water to drink. I've cast my pearls before swine. And I only like getting on panels like this anymore, because it's like this. Am I going to debate you to debate as a dick measuring contest? Or if I'm debating, am I here to educate? It seems like online, men want to turn this space, or a lot of men want to turn this space into this debate sphere. It's like, for what? For what? It's like, fuck that. If I'm going to quote unquote debate, we're going to educate each other. And at the end of it, both of us are going to walk away with more knowledge than when we went in.
Well, like you said, is it trading of information, or is it dick measuring? Which is it? Yeah.
The dick measuring, pounding our chest in, that's not worth our time, because that's what women want us to do. They want us measuring each other's dicks. They want us pounding our chest in. Who's the biggest man on the campus? Who's gonna lift the most weights to get the women? It's like, fuck that. I don't have to please you. I'm here for my fellow brother who's been in the same fucking hole that I've been. I'm not online speaking truth so that I can get back to the plantation where guys used to measure each other's dicks. Fuck
Right.
that.
Right.
That's not what men do. Maybe
But-
little boys, little adolescents, but we're men here.
Mhm. But that's the point of where they're at. They think they should have this. They think they should have that. They think they should have their cake, and they think that they should be able to also manipulate other men in the meantime. They think they should have all those things and just go around and playing on their fucking playground. I don't know what else to call it, but yeah, it becomes pretty insane.
For Brandon's sake, let's throw it out there. The tenants, no marriage, no kids, no cohabitation.
Amen. All right.
Gotta boost the algorithm.
Yep. Yep.
So what would you say in the you're from the Midwest, right?
I live in Indiana. Yes.
Where's some like really prominent places to fish where they got like fucking mutant fish? Because I work in between Ohio and Michigan, so I enjoy fishing myself. And Indiana's not too far, believe it or not. Any suggestions?
Unfortunately, no. My favorite place to fish is this it's called Little Lick Creek with my son. And, we've waited, we've got in the water and just walked down the creek and casted, once we saw a deep hole. And my left leg is unfortunately giving out on me. And I'm not so sure that we can do that next year.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of reservoirs. They call them reservoirs, but they're basically man-made lakes and stuff like that. There's rivers and obviously the Great Lakes are up north. If you want
to, yeah, I have driven through. I think it was Route 20. And I just got such a cool vibe when I was just driving through Indiana. I'm like, man, I never had a chance to drive through Indiana, but it was like hills and I kept seeing cattle farms. I'm like, man, this shit's way better than Ohio and fucking Michigan. I was just like, I just like the layout better. I was like, man, I'm not the biggest fisherman, but when I do get the chance, it's just it's therapeutic, very relaxing, man.
Yes, it is. That's my favorite part about it. And it's just something, that, my son and I, we ain't got no screens. We got nothing like that. We're just out there with a fishing line. And, we get excited when we hook a fish. And we could just sit there or wade through the water and talk, And it's pretty cool.
It's definitely a man's sort of activity,
For sure.
I've never had a good time fishing when women have came along. It's always just they've taken away the how can I say, the camaraderie or just the solitude. It's like a solitude sort of sport, it's just like you in the water, and then they just create disturbances.
Yep, I agree with you 100%. Now, if you do find a woman that enjoys fishing, that might be something to consider for your future. But like you said, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to find that. I mean, you'll find it in a boy, but you're not really going to find it in a girl or a woman. So, yeah, that's definitely something to consider. For sure.
Yeah, I just haven't really had time for too much, and I don't know if I'm not working on a car or trying to do some sort of workout stuff. I'm just like, fuck, what do I even find fun anymore? And then just fishing came to mind. I mean, you can't, I don't know, like football, basketball, that shit's fun, but you got to have a bunch of guys, it's got to be really organized. I just like how fishing it's just you, the water, and fucking solitude like a man loves, man. I couldn't really think of anything else that I'm like, you know what? Let me go buy a basketball or let me go I was like, I want to buy a fucking fishing pole.
Yep.
The one I had, I just had an old piece of shit that's back in Ohio and it's like 4 hours away from where I'm at now. So I was like, fuck that.
The best day when it comes to fishing is, when you catch the fish that are just right and when you can take them home with you, clean them up and cook them that same day. That's a good day right there. That doesn't always happen. Maybe if you're a pro and you know how to make that every time you go out and fish, okay, that might be a different story. But when you get lucky enough, you just love to fish when you go out and do it, and you can bring enough of them home to clean them up, bread them up, fry them up, and eat them that night.
What's your favorite way to prepare?
I don't have a favorite way. I like them blackened. I like them fried.
Cajun at all?
I
ever tried Cajun?
I do love Cajun food, but I've never prepared fish in that manner. So
yeah, my uncle took me deep sea fishing in Florida. Fucking man, he just knew he had actually lived in Louisiana for some years, so he knew what to use, and I was just blown away. It was grouper too. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, those sons of bitches get fucking huge.
Yeah, he had a hot spot. Some old timer on the it's like the GPS where it can sense the water depth and shit and movement. An old timer found a breeding spot where the sea level was flat and then it sank in, and that's where the groupers were breeding. And this old timer that my uncle had helped out and worked with, he gave him the coordinates, and it was literally like 4 fucking big ass igloo coolers just full of grouper. We were out there for close to 12 hours. It was fucking insane, man.
So they breed in that hole.
Yeah. The guy was like, my uncle, like he was like, oh, we're gonna go to this new spot, and he was kind of being secretive about it, and I was like, this is probably a joke. Like I didn't think he was serious, and then it was just like just nonstop. We weren't even using regular poles. It was so plentiful. He had wooden planks with thick line, and we were just fishing by hand. It's like fucking literally like, I don't even know if a minute went by before you're feeling that shit pulling. It was just ridiculous.
This sounds like setting jugs for catfish. Yeah.
What's the guy's name? He's a guy down in Louisiana. Cracker, something Cracker. Not Salty Cracker. He goes by Saltine. Is it Saltine Cracker? Some guy down in Louisiana has a crawfish company, and he was showing how he got some massive blue catfish in those 55-gallon drums I think you're talking about, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that shit was, I was like, holy cow, like, that's how they get down in the South.
Dude, I saw a video one time. This guy was fishing in the ocean, and he hooked a shark. Okay. Now, it wasn't like a great white or anything crazy like that. But when he had this shark on his line, a goddamn grouper came up and swallowed that shark whole. Yeah, these groupers, they ain't no shit.
Yeah, they're a strong ass fish.
Yeah.
I think after that day, it reminded me of two-a-days from football. Like that soreness you get from just getting beat up for 4 hours on a football field. I felt like I was beat up because it's just like you're dealing with such a muscular fish, man.
Oh, they're huge. Yep. They're so huge.
They're like the
I've never
fucking
eaten-
Chadfish.
I've never eaten grouper.
Yeah, I like them.
I've only seen them caught online. You know, my son and I, you know, will watch these fishing videos and we'll watch these, and we're just like, "Holy shit! Did you see that?" Yeah.
I just fuck. Deep sea fishing that's a whole nother fucking animal, man.
That's what I've heard. I've never been myself. My son went ocean fishing. He was actually supposed to go out on a boat, but the day that was supposed to happen, you know, everything was a little too choppy, so the captain wouldn't take him out. But he fished him from the shore, and he caught some kind of saltwater catfish. He caught a little shark, which he was super excited about, and he caught a stingray.
Dang.
You know, and
That's a big day for a little guy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I got pictures of it, and yeah, it was pretty cool for him, and he was really excited about it. So, for sure, yep.
It's not as peaceful though as when you're just in the mainland. I feel like if I'm gonna fish today, I'd rather just be fucking sipping on something for a few hours, maybe smoking a few joints, and just enjoying and relaxation. If I'm gonna have to get all sweaty and nasty, fuck that. Under that Florida sun, it's fucking 100 degrees out there. You're fucking dehydrated. Fuck you. I don't care how many fish and how many months of fish I can catch. It's like I just feel like I'm 32, but I feel like with how I want to rest and relax, fuck that. I'm like an old man now.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You know, I can't disagree with that whatsoever. I mean, I'm 46, entering, hell, shit, I'll just go ahead and say it, I'm entering old age. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. For sure.
Shit, I'm about to get on a fucking tall ass ladder. I got some sort of hole in my fucking roof right now.
Better get that shit fixed before you get a drip.
Yeah, no, I've already had a drip. It's like the roof's a little bit flatter over here. I got some of this flex tape shit I'm gonna try to patch this fucker with because I don't have the money to fix this fucker. I definitely don't.
Oh yeah, them motherfuckers will try to replace your whole goddamn roof instead of just fix the hole.
Yeah, no, I have you noticed since like no one knows how to fucking do anything, and I'm not saying I can't roof, it's just like you gotta be able to knock that motherfucker out that day. You can't be fucking around with it. If you open up a roof, you gotta really make sure it's done that day because there's no guarantees with weather. So as you hire service industries today, it seems like since not everyone, but the majority of people are not independent. They're very dependent upon the man. If you call a company to get any service, whether it's a mechanic, a fucking roofer, you name it, they are so overbooked. They have so much work to choose from. If you got a little job, it seems like they don't even want to pick up the call, come and see you, do an estimate. None of that. They're looking for the big fish. But once they get done with the big fish, then they'll come see your little ass. But here's the thing. I'm the little guy like looking at him like, hey, man, you could be here for 2 hours. I'll pay you whatever. I'll leave you a good review. I'll tell my friends about you. I'm looking at HBO. Help a brother out.
But they don't want to fuck with you. It's almost to the point where they're just like you described it, they're able to be picky and choosy about their jobs now. They can say, well, either you let us do this much or we're not going to fuck with you. And then, on the other side of that phone call, they got a roof to replace or something, bigger fish to fry. It's like they don't want to fuck with small jobs anymore. It's like, we'll either do this or nothing.
And it seems like the emasculated man, the man who has never held a hammer or a fucking nail, the man who is brainwashed into going to college and never respecting the trades. He's going to call these guys, and then the woman, the single mom or the college educated woman who's strong and independent and needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. It's these weenie cunts that are stressing out the service industry.
Yeah.
Feminism has affected the service industry. The emasculation of men and men not being as hands-on has made the service industry a living fucking hell. So that is another, just shouting out to all the guys, that is another reason to learn how to make something out of nothing and have independence from this fucking system, man.
It's affected everything. And who do the women call on, when the bill is due?
The man.
Amen.
The man or the biggest simp of all time, Big Daddy Government.
Yeah. But really, Big Daddy Government just bills the man.
Yeah. They'll charge the man $2,000 for a toilet seat.
Mm-hmm.
How they pay for the shit that they do, or they justify where our tax money goes for said, fees and services.
Mm-hmm.
The private industry really knows how to fuck the government and get that taxpayer money. It's just like highway fucking robbery.
Yes, they do. Yep. You're exactly right.
And that's why I think today we're more fascistic than we've ever been. The big government and the big business is just working hand in fucking hand, man.
Yep.
We got a little bit of socialism, a large amount of fascism, and hardly any constitutional republic left.
Oh, yeah. The constitutional republic, that's becoming fiction.
Yep.
They want
We're
to sit
sitting here with our dicks in our hands.
Mm-hmm. They want to sit there and tell you that it's still there and this, that, and the other. It's not. It's no longer honored. It's no longer recognized. It's just, fuck. You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yes, sir.
I would have wished I haven't talked to him in a little while. It would have been cool if Father was free for this stream. He's one of the OGs.
Saunders?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Father Saunders. He's a fun guy, man.
Keeps it real as fuck.
Yep. I haven't talked to him for a while either. I used to get in on his live streams here and there, but excuse me. I hadn't been in on one of them for a while. But yeah.
He shared something with me, or not with me, but it was on one of his streams, and I had to jump on the panel afterwards. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And the way he said this shit, I'll never forget it. He said, based off of like men going through shit and how hard life can be sometimes, he said, can you get through the next day? If you can't get through the next day, can you get through the next hour? If you can't get through the next hour, can you get through the next minute? And I'll never forget that shit.
Yep.
No matter how hard shit gets, you gotta ask yourself, do I have the fucking intestinal fortitude? Can I get through the next minute?
That shit was real as fuck, man. So salute the father, my
Yep.
dude.
And it really does, at certain points in time, it actually comes down to that,
Mhm.
and yeah, shit can get fucking rough. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's been about 10 years now, and I want your thought on this. Do you think it would be within men's best interests while they're going their own way to kind of build their own, in a sense, solitary confinement where they can sit in solitude and figure out the world and have the clearest thoughts possible? Because I feel like I took like a solitary approach about 10 years ago, and then all of the distractions, all of the bullshit, as like I was able to start to see through things clearer when I cut out the noise. And I was like, man, I called it like my solitary confinement, and people looked at me like, oh, you're fucking crazy. But I'm like, there's just something about a man in his fucking solitude.
I think that's a very good point that you bring up. I think it's important for a man to build that for himself, to understand how important solitary confinement can be, but it's also important to control it, and to be still be able to have friendships and stuff like that outside of the solitude. But yes, from what you said, I think that having solitude is very important. I think that's where you figure a lot of stuff out, is within solitude. But at the same time, we also got to be able to have our friends and stuff like that, when we choose to go to those places.
Yeah. If I could make an analogy, it was like before I went into that time, the world had a volume knob that was turned all the way up and broken off. And then when I got in a solitary confinement sort of way, I was able to put a volume knob back on the receiver and start to tune it down and start to hear things a little bit more clearly. But what you just touched on about having to still have contact with people and reach out, I feel like I fucked up the first few years, and I became a little bit more antisocial than I ever had been in my life. And that really is, to all the guys listening to my voice now, what Anglers brought up is the most important thing that you have to be aware of. We are social creatures. You can grow a lot when you're in that dark space, when you're shielding yourself from the world, but you still have to come out and you still have to interact, because it kind of took me like 2 years to readjust, because I don't know, I didn't really give a fuck about interacting with people as I did when I was in college. I was just like out of college, and I'm like, I feel like I've been lied to the past fucking 22 years. That's what it felt like. I didn't want to trust anybody. And then once I got a grip on things, people were like, oh, you're one of those conspiracy theorists. I guess I took the red pill on conspiracies before I ever took it on women. And I built up a lot of knowledge when I was in solitary confinement, but it made me antisocial, and I don't know, just something to be aware of.
That's why you'll hear a lot of stuff here, about, even our best of friends, like even your best friend in your own personal life, whoever that might be, just like my best friend, I can only talk so far about this stuff with him.
Yeah.
Because they just, and like you said, you'll get viewed as antisocial and shit like that. And it's simply because, you know, they've never really researched this stuff. You know what I mean? That doesn't make them bad people or anything like that. You know, it just means that they haven't found the knowledge that we have yet. And that doesn't put them at any kind of fault or anything like that. That's another thing that I'm realizing, you know, that everybody is entitled to what they know and how they know it. And it is what it is. But like you expressed, you know, along with the antisocial thing, yes, it can make things pretty hard, you know, when you're just trying to navigate and make your way through the world and stuff like that. You know, sometimes, you know, ignorance is bliss. Unfortunately, for people like you and I, that's not the case. We done went out and learned a little too much. And now, you know, we don't have that gift. You know, we don't have that opportunity.
It's a blessing and a curse, this fucking red pill.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Because I think when you're a blue pill person, when you're born quote unquote beta, you're used to wanting to feel comfortable. And the truth is never fucking comfortable. So when you finally start to realize almost everything you've been told is a fucking lie, you start to accept that life is going to be uncomfortable. But if I normalize this uncomfortability, I can get through this thing. And I don't think the average blue pillar wants to normalize uncomfortability like we do.
Oh no, I think for them, you know, being uncomfortable becomes uncomfortable.
Damn, yeah. That's a good one right there. Yeah, yeah. Well, slowly but surely, it weighs on them.
Yeah. And like I said, man, you know, nothing against them, nothing against the blue pillars or these people that, you know, don't accept, you know, the red pill or things like that, you know, in the long run. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, to their own decisions, all that shit. And it took me a long time to, you know, to even accept that, you know, for a while, you know, once I got into the red pill and, you know, MGTOW, all this stuff, you know, these decisions and, you know, all this stuff that became, you know, hard. Okay. I became resentful of blue pillars for a while, but, you know, what good does that do?
None.
Right. Once you become really red pilled, you begin to realize that, you know, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, their own decisions, you know, to their own, you know, outcomes, or, you know, however you want to describe it.
Their own destiny.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, everybody's entitled to what you just said, their own destiny. Yep.
Have you ever seen the clip from George Carlin where he like admits where he was like finally checked out of like caring? Have you ever seen that one where he talks about like, as individuals, humans, you know, we're beautiful. He says you can see the whole universe in an individual's eye, but the moment we start to group up, the moment we start to clot, it's as if the world's been handed over to groups, and now that it's in the hands of groups, George Carlin said, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the experiment, like watching it.
You know, I've seen quite a bit of George Carlin, but if I've ever seen that, I do not recall it. But
It might be on Frost Channel. I think that's where I saw it, Frost Channel, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. But yeah, that sounds exactly like something that he would bring up. I mean, that guy, man, you want to talk about somebody that knew how to mix logic with comedy?
Oh yeah.
Son of a bitch.
No one was better than he was at telling the truth through comedy, man.
Yep.
Fuck. Yep. What a legend. Him and Patrice O'Neal. Two funny cats.
Mm-hmm.
Patrice, see, that's the thing is, Patrice was he was so before this era. Like, if he wouldn't have died and he was still alive today, no one, like, not to say no one, but he would have been like the godfather of MGTOW, like talking the truth about what really is what. And I'm not saying they killed him or anything, but if he was alive today, he would be a force to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. I'm not familiar with Patrice O'Neal.
Yeah, I think he was on the Opium Anthony show. I'm pretty sure that was called.
Was he after? Was he after Carlin?
Yeah, he was after Carlin. He died, I think, in 2012 or 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But he was one of the first guys on like a podcast, more or less, that's like popular that people tune into, who just started shooting the shit about relationships and women, and it was funny. But he was dropping some serious red pills on that show, and then once he did his stand-up routines, he would go in as well. So it's like he never, I don't think he ever got paid like heavily or had a huge money like sort of reward for his involvement with that Anthony show. Of course, he's going to make money as a stand-up comedian, but on that show, and it's all documented. You can go.
Oh shit! Are you still there?
I'm still here. My bad. I closed my phone for a second.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
I got knocked off earlier out of nowhere, so I was afraid I just got bumped off again. So.
Oh, it's all good. Let's just throw it out there for the algorithm. No marriage, no cohabitation, no children.
Yep.
But I'm probably gonna sign off here, man. I gotta focus on this roof. I don't want to fuck up here. I'm kind of concentrated on the conversation. It's always good chopping it up with one of the brothers.
All right, bro. It is really good talking to you, man. First time, and it was very fruitful. I appreciate it.
For sure. Yeah, I'll catch you on the next one. I'll definitely drop by some of your content, man. Like I said, I'm gonna be dropping some fire, but I can learn a lot from your delivery.
Well, I've learned just by talking to you that I can learn a lot from you as well. So it's all good in the hood.
Well, shit, man. I'll talk to you on another one, but peace out, Anger.
All right, take care, bro.
Peace.
Bye.